8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to a brand new Rick and Bubba show. We're off and running. The Good Time Gang set up. Cam Solo, your intern, and we thank you so much for being with us. Today's a charity charge. We'll tell you more about that. We've got a lot of things to recap, and we also have got some guests in studio today. We look forward to having Coach Holtz in with the Birmingham Stallions, quarterback Alex Magoo. They'll be in a little bit later. We got some Father's Day recapping to do. Rick was at Gridiron in Huntsville, saw the social media posts from there, the pictures, some video coming out of the Gridiron Men's Conference this past weekend. Cannot wait to hear about that. It's Juneteenth. I mean, we just have a lot happening, and so we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you'd like to call in. Cam Solo, she is on the phone. She's pulling show prep, getting ready for the day, and then Alapuka will join her a little bit later on. They're your interns today as they get their degree in common sense. All right, well, let's look around. Oh, and we got a puppy update, too. I think we're down to 4. So we have a lot happening. Let's get to it. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
Gentlemen.
Hope y'all had a great Father's Day to two great fathers.
I got to see my grandchildren. We all went to my daughter's house and swam and ate and had a great time.
Let's go. Love it.
Had them all in one place.
That's good.
Hey, look out.
Watch out.
Watch out.
It's just organized chaos and mania.
Crew.
Nothing like it.
Oh, yeah.
I know you let them do just whatever.
Oh, yeah. I let my kids discipline them.
Sure.
I just hand them stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Here, go do that.
Yeah.
You know?
Do they blame you for a lot of the trouble they get in? Yeah,
they do.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I do best.
Understood. How about you, little man?
It was okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those weekends that didn't seem like any other weekend.
Right.
But it was. I was in Rome, Georgia, most of the time. I told y'all that I had signed Braden up for a tournament in Rome, and it was a big event, and we didn't think he would get in. And but I saw him on the alternate list, and I thought, wait a minute, he's got a shot here. He's number one alternate, so he'll probably get a phone call any day. And that turned into 4 days, and us signing him up for another tournament in Tuscaloosa in case he didn't get in Rome. So he just wanted to play.
Right.
And then, of course, on Friday afternoon, I get a phone call after we've really kind of committed to Tuscaloosa.
Well, you called that shot.
I know. And hey, this is tournament director in Rome. Is Braden in? And I'm like, let me call him real quick. I'm pretty sure he is. And so he was excited. And so my Friday afternoon completely was turned upside down. Matter of fact, I was at the tennis courts with Maddie and one of her friends. And we'd been hitting balls and hanging out for about an hour, just kind of getting some exercise. And I said, "Well, girls, we need to go." That they were ready anyway, and I said, "My day's completely changed." So we went. I had to fix a toilet at the house before I left. That's a whole other story.
Hey,
nothing major. Just one of those things where the water's constantly running, and you got to fix one of the parts that's inside the tank.
Come on, man.
So that required a.
Where's Daddy?
Hardware store stop on the way home and fixed it. And then Braden and I went to Gadsden Friday night and stayed there. So I got to see my parents and got to see my dad and hung out for a few minutes. We got up early Saturday morning, went to Rome, Georgia, and then stayed there until late yesterday.
Did y'all go see him
afternoon? No, we did not. But we did go to Barry. We always ride through Barry and look for deer.
Oh, what a beautiful campus.
Love that place. And that was fun. The father-son time, hanging out at night, watching primetime golf. The U.S. Open was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And then we got back yesterday, and what's funny is you get back yesterday, and the leaders hadn't even teed off, and it's like 4:30.
Yeah.
We're like, wow, so we get to hang out all night and watch this. So last night was relaxing, and I watched more golf the last probably 2 days than I have in probably 2 years, honestly. I was dialed in. It was good. So it was good. It was a good weekend. It was just a busy, nonstop, on the go kind of weekend.
Yeah.
And pretty hot out there.
Yeah. That boy humid. Hey, humid.
Thick.
Hello, humid.
Thick right
boy,
now.
so thick.
Yeah.
And I know, Greg, you had a plan to meet someone else that was adopting one of the puppies.
The puppy continues on. We're at 8 weeks. That's where I was saying I want to bail away before that. No, 8 weeks.
Well, you started at 6,
have
though.
with some.
I mean, it's been about a week and a half.
That's true.
But it's a process, right?
Yeah. we met Dennis and excuse me, and Jill
Choked
Ryan.
up about it.
Dennis and Jill Ryan from Kentucky.
Yeah.
You know, they had reached out, and I remember thinking, wow, boy, that's a long way off.
It
Sure
is.
is.
But I met them, you know, kind of area. I helped them a little bit of the drive, not a lot, but they didn't have to come all the way to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And we met, and I knew with the right guy, got out, and Dennis's got his Rick and Bubba hat on.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they even had a dog bandana for him.
No.
The Rick and Bubba dog
The Rick and
bandana.
Bubba dog bandana.
Yes.
Well, how about
And
that?
great,
Probably
nice
chew it
people.
up.
Dennis is a truck driver, and he's going to take the dog on the road with him.
Tom Petty's
He had
on
a
the
dog
road.
for years that had died, and now he says he's ready to get another one. So Tom's with them. They made it back home, sent pictures of him at his new house, and the people that we've given out have been really good about community. At least a lot wants pictures and community. I mean, y'all don't understand. Her and these dogs.
Well, they're her babies.
Oh yes, yes, sir.
That's how she refers
A lot of
to
sweat
them.
equity in this, Greg.
Now you're right. Now we
A lot of lost
have.
sleep.
It's been long, but it has been. And again, how many we give away? We've given away
We're down to 4.
Two.
Yeah.
Everybody's been wonderful. They've just been
Good.
just nice, and you
Good.
know, Lisa will ask them 1,000 questions and all this stuff, and everybody's been really good. But
If
it was
everything-
nice to meet them, and it's kind of a unique way to meet them. But
Yeah,
but
it is.
she told me, Jill, when I was talking to her, we was trying to get a meeting place, and she was saying that that they had moved to Kentucky. I think she was from around Chicago or somewhere, and she just found the show and said, you know, I kind
How
of
about
like
that?
this.
And now she got
started
one of your puppies.
listening. Yeah. So
Do they think the FBI is interrogating them when Lisa's asking them a
tell
bunch
you
of
what.
questions?
She
Huh?
and she's not mean about it, but she
Sure.
and she always leaves them with this. Look, if it don't work out, just call us and we'll come get it.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, typical breeder.
Yeah. She's wanting.
Yeah.
No, she would do it.
Oh
No.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But anyway,
I always ask this: are they keeping Tom Petty as the name?
yes.
They are.
Listen,
Okay.
everybody has kept
So
the
far,
names.
everybody's keeping them.
Yeah.
All right.
Isn't that funny?
If things play out the way you envision them, like the calendar, when do you think you're puppy free? If it all worked out, is it another week, another 2?
No, it's just about a week, and it may be. It's just now. I've
Logistical.
about got everybody paired up. It's just okay.
Just getting them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, we got some of those situations.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but
Wow.
there's 4 at the house, which is a lot easier to manage than 8.
Y'all hold up your 4s, and then there were 4.
When they were 8, they overwhelm you.
So there's
When they got where they
there's
could run.
Georgie, Elvis.
Yes, and then Loretta and Tammy.
Okay, they're the 4.
Yeah,
They're the
2
4.
boys, 2 girls.
They're the left. Okay. All right. What a
We're
great
working
puppy
all that
update.
out.
How about that?
Yeah,
Tom
we're
Petty
getting
has a
there.
home.
Tom's
Tom
on the, he's a
Tom
truck
Petty
driver.
and the Southbound Breakers.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we thank all of you for being with us. We got a lot of recaps, some that we just gave you on Father's Day weekend. We'll continue that with the entire staff when the main show starts. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us, and so we look forward to that. Rick was at Gridiron Men's Conference in Huntsville. If you follow us on social media, then you saw some updates from that, but we'll get some more from him. Looking forward to that today. I understand it was a great weekend up in Huntsville at Probst Arena. Also, it's Juneteenth. We're gonna celebrate that today. We'll talk about that. Also, don't forget, Birmingham Stallions coach Holtz, as well as Alex Magoo, the quarterback, will be in studio today. And it's a charity charge. Just Keep Smiling is the charity this month. 10% of food sales at participating Buffalo Wild Wings will go to the charity charge. And those Buffalo Wild Wings locations are in the Birmingham, Central Alabama area. But you can go to justkeepsmiling.org if you'd like to come alongside them, learn more about what they do. Christian organization. It's important for the families they help to experience our Lord walking with them through even the toughest times. And, man, let me tell you something. The families they help are going through some of the toughest times. You can find out more from Just Keep Smiling going to justkeepsmiling.org. But those locations, if you'd like to go and get a win-win, delicious food and helping Just Keep Smiling, is Alabaster, Alabama, Birmingham Highway 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Roll Tide, Hoover, Alabama, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, right around Regents Park, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, exit 188, where Rick has his jersey hanging, and Chelsea just up over the hill from the studio here. So today, Charity Charge Day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. I understand, talking to the handlers for Coach Holtz and Magoo, that they're quite the characters together.
Oh, I bet.
Head coach and quarterback.
We've had them both on here separately.
Right, yeah, but looking forward to them being in. And
they're starting playoffs next week, right?
Yeah. And for you UAB fans, Trent Dilfer is our RBU this week.
That'd be a good one.
He'll be hanging out with the guys, and look forward to that. Even though we were able to play at Regions Tradition with him, we get to know him a little bit better. And I know he had a great interview with the main show when he came by before tee-off. But looking forward to that. Go Blazers. All right, so
how was your Father's Day weekend?
It was good. It was good. It was really stress-free. First of all, Reese has had a little vacation, his first one since starting his job. I guess we're a little over a year now or so.
Finally got a little
finishing
time
up. And classic Wilburn luck, which he laughed about. It has rained every single day down there, and some pretty severe down in the Pensacola area where my sister and brother-in-law live. I know there was damage to apartments down there. They're trying to figure out, was that tornado? Was it not? You've seen pictures coming out of Orange Beach and Sandestin and Panama City where all the pool chairs are blowing all over the place. It's been some bad weather on the Gulf Coast, but he's enjoying it. He's making the most of it. I think yesterday they rode up to Foley and went to that indoor water park just to do something. They took their golf clubs. They hadn't had a chance to play yet.
No.
So he was gone. He's not coming back for a couple of days. I think he's got class. He does the one night a week class. He's got to get back for that. So probably Tuesday or Wednesday he'll be back.
A little vague time.
Yeah.
And a break since he started.
Tyler was coaching a lot with Excel. Of course, he had his own Father's Day, but him and River and Mabry came over late yesterday, and after church, Terry and I were able to go out to have a late lunch with JC. So that was awesome.
Yeah.
It was just really a fun weekend where we didn't have a lot of, hey, we got to be here, we got to be there, and that was nice. Yeah. It was nice because that's normally what we do. It's normally we get up a chart and go, all right, where are we going and who with who and what and who's driving and what ballpark, and it was nice not to have that. I get to go. I'm going up. I wasn't able to go up to Huntsville this past weekend, but I'm going up tomorrow, taking Mom to the doctor and going to have a day with them tomorrow. And so it'll be a little bit of a belated Father's Day run up to Huntsville, but it'll be fun. It'll be a lot of blast. So I watched a lot of golf off and on. It was just on, and then
I loved
look
it being
up.
prime time.
Yeah,
I mean, guys, it did not end Saturday night until 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central.
It was 10. And because I was rethinking things because I had to get there to church early to run sound, and I started doing the math, and I'm like, wow, so I'm gonna be tired tomorrow.
Yeah, and it was close to 9 o'clock before everything finished up last night. So I love that. I mean, the fact that you get to watch it. I mean, it's right in your zone where you're kind of chilling out.
Yeah. So I'd go when I had time. I would just sit down and I'd watch that, and I'd be going back and forth between the College World Series, men's baseball College World Series, and then that. Wyndham Clark held off Rory McIlroy to win the U.S. Open there in California, and the what they call the marine layer.
I was tired of hearing it, by the way.
I was too.
I was tired.
I was too.
I didn't even want to bring it up because I thought Paul Azinger, if you could say the marine layer one more time, we'll come through the TV.
It affects the greens and the sun and hitting it, and it's a
thought about you
when
they would say it, Greg,
in L.A.
I thought Greg, if he's watching, he's gonna think this is a huge bill.
They found him something. They leaned on it, Greg.
Stuff.
They leaned on it.
And that happens.
Between that and everybody telling us that Wyndham Clark is using the same putter as Ricky Fowler,
right?
And those are the two things that I heard. I bet 30 times.
And they all played at Oklahoma State before Wyndham transferred to Oregon. You heard all that.
I tried to watch some of it, but the times I was watching, there were people nobody cared about playing.
Okay.
Okay.
None of the leaders. So.
Well, and that goes back to what we were saying because the leaders didn't tee off till 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah. It was on out there, but everything being on the West Coast.
Shooter McGavin and all
no, you didn't get to see that. Dadgummit.
I hated it for Ricky Fowler. He was the one that really pulled me in over the weekend because Braden's always been a huge fan of him, and I've always liked him. He carries himself so well, and
Right.
he's just been able. He's a brand that has been able to market himself so very well.
Right.
And he hasn't won a big tournament in a very long time. And last year he was, speaking of alternate list, he was on the alternate to play in the U.S. Open last year and didn't get in. And had to go home.
Are we going to talk about that? So I had secondhand because they played the video of him standing there waiting last year and then being told he couldn't play.
We don't have a spot for you.
So
Sorry.
so what he's saying, he's first alternate, Greg, and so he'll be called into the tournament if it works out, and so he's on the range warming up and all this kind of stuff, and then they get the word, "Hey, buddy, sorry."
Nobody
kind of
pulled out.
Had to put their clubs back in the bag and leave.
Go to the house.
Yeah. And
so he went from that to having the lead all throughout the week.
Mm-hmm.
And just couldn't get it done yesterday.
Yeah, there's some good storylines there. So I went back and forth a little bit with that, and like I said, the College World Series, it had a lot of great games too. Wasn't able to just sit down and go, okay, I'm all in, but I was in and out a lot. But it was a good weekend.
The Wyndham Clark thing, I started off the weekend. He wasn't a bip to me, but I was like, I want Ricky or Rory to win this thing.
Yeah.
But as Sunday continued to roll through, he grew on me.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of it, I was like, well, that's pretty special.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Terry looked at me at one point, and she said, so we don't want an American to win the U.S. Open?
Know.
I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
What are y'all xenophobic?
That's good. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. So we have a very busy show on tap today. We thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Cam Solo's on the phones right now. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We've set the table for the day and done some personal recapping. We'll continue that with the main show and get with the guys, too. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us, and look forward to another very, very busy week. You were bringing up something in the break, Helms, and I'd love to discuss it with you. We have to tread lightly on one deal, but, while we love our wife and your daughters, I don't have daughters. Greg, you do. You have a daughter. I do not. I've got all boys, so that's all I know. Yeah. All I know is just, boys with dad. And it's just different than from the stories I'm hearing from you guys and other friends that have daughters. It's different,
a little different.
But not it's not that they're not both wonderful. It's just a different experience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you and Braden going on the road was a little different than you with your daughters or something.
Yeah, it's all. And look,
I don't hope I'm not getting you in trouble.
No,
there,
you're not.
Okay.
Look, let's face it. It's easier when it's me and Braden alone.
Okay. There
I'll
it
just
is.
be honest. And the
It's
reason it
amazing you have
is
whole time at places.
The reason it is
love you ladies, but it just
there's not any like we could stay in a tent and he wouldn't care.
Right. It
I
doesn't
could
matter.
say we're going to stay in a tent and I'm going to borrow a shower from this guy in an RV and that's how we're going to stay here. And he would not care.
Right. And you almost did that. And that's why I'm bringing this up.
We were close to doing
Could you
that.
have pulled this off if the ladies were with you?
Oh, no. The minute we'd hit the parking lot, we'd have had a different plan, I can assure you.
So Friday, Rome, Georgia comes into play. And you realize I got to get over.
It was Saturday night. So we stayed with my parents Friday night. Saturday night, it got late into the day. He played 2 matches. He played at 10 and at 2, had a doubles match at 5, and if they won, he played again at 7:20. And I told him, I said, listen, if you win the first doubles match, I just don't want to drive back to Gadsden and stay with my. I know it's just an hour, but now we're having to get up in the morning and drive, and then when you're done Sunday, we got to go 2 hours back to Birmingham. I know that's not that big a deal, but we've been out here all day. I just feel like to put you in a really good situation for tomorrow, we need to stay. And he goes, Dad, I don't care what we do. And I said, okay, if you win the first doubles match, I'm going to get a hotel. And I'm going to get a cheap hotel. Like, I'm going to get a real cheap hotel. And the tournaments,
Muno court.
the tournaments always.
Y'all see the difference now if it's just the guy?
Yeah.
the boys?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't do that.
The tournaments always give you a list of hotels, and they're scattered from $65 a night to $250 a night.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what did I do? I called the $65 a night, and I said,
Because it's just you. and
yes.
Braden.
And I said, do y'all have a room available tonight? And they said, are you looking for? I said, we're part of the tennis tournament, and I said, I see this $65 rate. And
I'm a little scared.
she said, well, I was too. And
thought he was swingers.
and I said, it's they said, do you prefer a king or the doubles? And I said, I'd prefer 2 beds. It'd be great.
Yeah.
And I said, but we're not against the king if that's all you got. and so they hold on a minute. It took forever, and I hear them talking do you think we can put them here? And I'm thinking, man, they must be packed.
Well, they're gonna put you in a storage closet.
And so Braden wraps up his matches, and it's 8:15. They tell us we have a room, so it's like 8:15, 8:30, maybe 8:40 Eastern time. And he hadn't had anything to eat. I hadn't either, so we stopped and got something to eat, and we pull up at the parking lot of the hotel, and I feel like I'm in the wrong place because there's hardly any cars there.
No. After
And I'm
hearing all
thinking,
that,
wait a minute.
that's not a good sign.
Why did y'all really have to search so hard for our room? It looks like
Is it
y'all
the only
have
room
plenty of them.
Yeah, some of them aren't working.
I mean, I was
The only
like-
one that wasn't infested.
Yeah,
Hey,
so-
which
Yeah,
one's
that's the
not
one that's not.
infested
And,
with
and
bugs?
I gave Braden a big time heads up. I'm like, listen, I know you're used to staying at these really nice places and all that. That ain't gonna be this.
You with Dad this weekend.
We're looking for a bed, a shower, and TV.
That's
Go-
it.
We're gonna eat our dinner. We're gonna shower, and we're gonna get into bed and watch US Open until we fall asleep. Then we're gonna get up in the morning and get out of here. That's all we're using
That's
this
it.
for.
That's it.
And he's like, oh, I don't care about that. It's not a big deal. Just give me my Bojangles. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, okay. So y'all haven't eaten yet. Y'all
No.
carrying it with you. All right.
So he wanted that, and I didn't want that. So I had that, and then we went to a grocery store, and I went in and got a couple things that I could just kind of snack on. But then we get everything was great. The room was just like I needed it to be. It was clean. It was fresh. The TV was nice. The shower and bathroom was clean. The air conditioner was running. All those things that. But I was concerned when I first walked in the place, and there was nobody there, and I thought, well, this is strange because y'all really had to work hard to find me a room.
Right.
And then I opened. So I'd never been in a hotel. Look, I don't get out much, guys. Okay, so I'd never been in a hotel where you're on the ground level. I just walked in from the parking lot, and to get to my room, I got to walk down a ramp. And when I look outside my window, I'm at grass level.
You're in a basement.
And so
Good night.
I'm in the basement of a hotel. And I thought, well, this is interesting. I've never done this before. So we stay up way too late watching US Open, whatever. Well, then he wanted to sleep to a certain time, and I said, that's fine. I said, now, if you get up in the morning and I'm not here, check your phone. I said, I'm probably going to go ahead and get ice. And there at this place we stayed, there's no continental breakfast. They don't even have a place to have breakfast.
No.
You just go to your room and you sleep, and then you
Did y'all leave your socks on all night? Be honest.
I didn't. I did what I normally do. The room itself was nice. Now, when you went outside,
Did you lay
your
on top of
room-
the
no,
main
I
cover?
got all. I'm fine with all that. I'm roughing it. And but here's where I thought was interesting, and I didn't. Greg said something earlier. It made me think he's probably aware of this. I did not know. So when I walked out to get in my car to go get some ice and come back, I thought I'll fill up the tank, I'll get some ice, and then by the time I get back, he'll be ready to go. When I walked out, the same guy that gave us our keys and checked us in is standing in his boxers with a wife beater on, and he is watering the plants outside in the little pool.
Please
away.
tell me he's got a cigarette in his mouth.
No,
Please.
he didn't. That would have made it. And he's probably in his late 50s, early 60s.
Oh, yeah. He lives there. Manager.
And I'm thinking,
on site.
I'm thinking,
Yep.
so you live here.
Yeah.
Like this is your home.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is
And,
it.
and
Common thing there.
I didn't know that. And so, yeah, he's just out there in his boxers, gave me a, hey, good morning, how are you? And
How
he's
are you,
watering the
pal?
plants.
Okay,
And I
all
thought, okay, wow. So a little sketchy for us.
Yeah.
But it was, it was fine. It served its purpose, and everybody was fine. And
just didn't
but
look
there,
real
to
close.
Speedy's ultimate point, when we there is no way Amanda and the girls would have stayed there.
Oh, no.
Not even close.
No.
They would not have got out of the car.
They said, forget it.
No.
But Braden,
no way.
You'd have thought we were at a Marriott compared to what Braden thought.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't care.
He did not care one bit.
Boys are so, they're so just focused on what's in front of them. They don't look around.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't even know what the outside looked like.
Yeah, he didn't.
Straight up. My boys, I'll ask them questions, be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm like, you didn't see that? No.
Yeah.
No, what do you mean?
Right there,
Something
right.
else.
Like, well, good night.
That was amazing to that point.
So
Speedy.
you didn't see that right
No,
there.
hey, to your point on that, them not seeing anything.
They don't.
Attention.
It's just what's in front of them.
He when we got finished that afternoon, I said, "Hey, I want you to drive home." I said, "You need to take us all the way back to Birmingham." He's like, "You sure?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Now, if at some point you get tired," I said, "I know we're expecting some storms between now and then, so it starts raining, you get uncomfortable, let me know." But I said, you need to drive and start figuring out things like this. It's one thing to be driving around Vestavia to school and you jump on 31, you think you're sharp and all that, but we need to do more of the interstate. We need to do more highways and going places for a long time. So the halfway point between Rome and Birmingham is Gadsden.
Mm-hmm.
And so we get to Gadsden, and we're on 759 headed to 59. Mm. And on 759 from the mall to 59, you can see the river, the water.
Yeah.
Braden's like, "What lake's this?" "What lake's this, Dad?" I said, we're at Nana and Pawpaw's. We're 5 minutes from their house.
The same water.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said, "Braden, you've been on this road right here 5,000 times."
Yeah, so many times. So many.
"What are you talking about?" "Oh, well, I didn't know. This is Nana, this same lake Nana and Pawpaw live on?" I said, "Yes. Same road we always drive on to get here. There ain't no other way to get here."
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
It's all new to him.
And I was like, what in the world?
Well,
so to your point, they don't. They have no sense of direction.
Because he's driving, he actually has to look around and have his eyes up.
Yeah. He did a lot better. I told him when he got home, I said, "Listen," I said, "I know," because Amanda, she's chirping about him driving and all that. I said, "Listen, he's actually a really good driver." I said, "But he just doesn't want to be coached, and that's the problem. He's not coachable when it comes to driving. He wants to. He's got to comment about every little thing. He was going to do this, or I know that. Mm-hmm. Just say yes, sir, move on, and it'll be a lot better."
Uh-huh.
Rick and Bubba.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new play. Nothing is everything.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
At SimpliSafe, we know during a break-in, every second counts. So our home security system is powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who use Fast Protect technology, only from SimpliSafe, to capture video evidence and verify a threat for fast police response. Now, install SimpliSafe your way. Do it yourself or have an expert set it up for you with new Pro Install. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back 10 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. Most of us thinking about, summer travels. And did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama? It's pretty cool. And I know a lot of you enjoy podcasts, interesting podcasts about different things. This one here, you need to check out, Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. It's cool. It's something we encourage you to check out. They have conversations with an array of interesting people about all the fun things to do and see in North Alabama. It's easy to access. Just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or just search them wherever you listen to your podcast and subscribe so that you never miss an episode. You can listen on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. If you haven't listened or subscribed, go to, again, northalabama.org/podcast to find out how you can subscribe today. And you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. There's a link there. But the podcast is called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. Very interesting guests, some different things that you might not know that North Alabama offers and can be on your list next time you're planning a vacation of things to do. All right, so we're rolling back. I
So-
think everybody but Adler, he'll be rolling in shortly, and we've got a number of things going on today. The weather.
Yeah, last
wow,
night
the weather.
We in our little part of the world here,
booming.
It was probably
Man.
about midnight, and I looked up at one point. It was loud. I looked up one point, and Coco was in our bed. It's one of our dogs, and Maddie was trying to get in her bed and talking to Amanda. And I woke up and I saw this going on, and I immediately thought, are the drugs working for Speedy's dog?
Same thing here. I woke up. It was closer to between 1 and 2, and I mean, it was booming. And
Yeah.
I thought the same thing. I said, I bet Speedy's up right now.
Yeah.
So we have to have an update.
Whenever it came
Good
through.
gracious. Any dog owner, pet owner that their pet freaks out with bad weather, y'all know what I'm about to talk about. You start looking at the forecast, okay, like you're a coach planning practice, all right? Because you're like, okay, if it's bad, I got to give them whatever medicine or whatever calms them an hour or two prior to the stuff coming through.
Yeah.
So we start looking, and I went to the vet and had an official visit with the vet, and they prescribed some calming medicine that they say, hey, this is going to work. It's going to work. We've got
can't
pets
believe
that do
you
the
gotta
same
do it.
thing. Matter of fact, and they start giving you, examples of what they go through. And a lot of you have reached out saying, hey, I got you. I feel you. We tried the over-the-counter stuff. Nothing really seemed to work. It's like he's super dog that nothing affects him.
Yeah.
He's still scared.
Yeah.
Freaks out. I wouldn't even say scared. It's not like he sits there and shakes like, hold me. It's like he starts weirding out. So we go, and the past couple of days, there were some pretty bad little systems that came through. And yesterday we gave him a pill and some turkey or whatever that they said to do. And last night around 11 p.m. is when it hit us. Okay, around 11:05. I know exactly.
You
when.
always get it right before I do.
Yeah. And so I've got 2 dogs. One, he couldn't care less. He is out, and to him it's no big deal. To the other one, it's hey, I start pacing, I start panting, I start walking in weird circles.
Oh yeah.
JC claims now we have a high dog.
Yeah.
It's just he's high,
but he's
and
still scared.
But he's still scared. So
I'm high and scared.
Yeah. So the dogs slept inside last night, and then around 11 o'clock, I saw. It's like I didn't hear anything, but it's like somebody turned the lights off and on, and it kind of woke me up, and it was the lightning.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I hear.
Oh goodness.
Oh, here we
And
go.
I'm like, what is going on? And then all of a sudden now Terry, what's up? And I'm like, well hang on, what's going on?
It's the same thing it always is.
And I look, and in the corner behind the door, Jack is right here going,
bouncing off of it. Oh my! So he's trying to whine, but he's kind of high, so he can't really belch it out.
yeah. So it's like he's sticking his nose in the corner, and it's like he keeps bumping into the wall. Like
By the way, that's not as stable as I thought it was.
it's not.
That's really not. I thought about the
right.
fall, which would have been funny.
Almost like he's now he's scared and blind. And I'm like,
yeah.
what are you doing? The door's open. Why are you behind the door? What are you doing? And
Give
the
that
dog,
noise again.
the dog. And so now I'm up. Pictured I'm in my underwear, just
You cannot believe it.
I would say my hair's going all over the place, but I'm bald.
No, but if you had it would have been.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're trying to figure it out, and we're trying to be considerate for the dog, because we want the dog to be okay too.
I know.
So, and then Leo pokes his head up like, not again. Are you kidding me? So Jack goes to the door, and this is what he does all the time, folks, and I don't know what else to do. Now, we have a covered area before y'all think I'm throwing my dog out in a storm.
Put his thunder
okay?
jacket on him.
It's got a little sectional couch that any dog would die for. It's got a sitting area, and it's all covered. It's like a breezeway.
Yeah.
It's covered. There's nothing there.
It's a nice little setup for human beings, much less dogs.
They're not out in the elements.
Matter of
okay?
fact, I think Brady and I would have been safer staying out there.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, he goes to the door like he always does, like he wants to go out into what he's whining about.
Give him what he wants.
And so I go out and I open the door, and it's cutting up a little bit. It had not started raining yet, but you could tell here it comes, and all of a sudden you hear that first like really, really deep, like thunder of oh boy, here's something's
Rumbling.
coming. Yeah,
Deep rumble.
Oh yeah, and so I put him out. Well, you can look out to the back breezeway from the master bathroom.
Okay.
So, but you got to step in the tub, and then you've got to
Picture it.
and then
Listen,
yes,
just listen to what he's doing.
You got to step in the tub, and then you've got to open the blinds, and you can see out into where we sit.
Okay.
And and so we put him out. And Leo, now he doesn't know why he's out there.
He's like,
well, I was
nobody.
asleep. What are you doing? Jack jumps up and he lays down on this little sectional outdoor furniture that we have, and he's just laying there. So now Terry is standing in the bathtub, watching him through the blinds to make sure that he's okay and he's not freaking out, okay, which he already is, but you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. It hadn't, like, ran through the
So
fence.
now he's up and he's laid out like he wants to be out in it, and now Leo's pacing like, what? Why am I out here?
Oh, yeah.
I don't, it's like you and your brothers, y'all getting in trouble.
What did I do?
Yeah, so now I've got
why don't you leave one out and one in?
I got a dog that's high that it's not affecting his. I was hoping that I would have something that kind of takes away the anxiety to where if he heard a rumble, it'd be like, yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
But he's still caring, but he's out of it. And so anyway,
What does he do when does he ever whine as he's out there?
No, he just it's like, okay,
I'm starting to think he wants to be a storm spotter.
Yeah, I think he wants to be in the storm.
I don't know what to do, guys.
He's whining because you won't let him get in the storm.
Yeah. So now I guess
that's why the medicine's not working.
Yeah, I don't know. And JC's home, for a short period of time before he goes back to school, and he tells me stories about his experience with Jack overnight when he's like. Jack starts just pacing around the house. He's like, Dad, he's keeping me up.
I wonder if he's trying to protect
there was one
everybody.
time he woke up and he was just standing on the bed looking at JC.
In your house. He wants to sleep
He
outside.
wants to be out. He wants to be out. So we gave him what he wanted. He went outside. We brought Leo back in. He, I guess, slept like a baby.
Yeah.
When I was leaving, he's still laying there.
That's what I do.
I don't know. High as a kite.
Jiu-Jitsu. Because for a minute I thought you were saying even when they pick on partner workouts, they keep putting you in the women's division.
That's not what's happening.
Right. So anyway,
Thank you.
But anyway, because they do pair people up where they think
somebody you're equivalent.
Right.
to.
Yeah. Like you and I would be partners.
I got paired up
I
with
promise you. So anyway, so anyway,
Well, that'd be a mismatch.
But they said that you do weird movements, and they asked me about it. And they said, what is this thing he does with his shoulders? And he's always doing his neck. And they started doing this weird move, and I
swear,
I didn't know what to say. I didn't know. I said, I don't know what to say. They say you make weird movements all the time.
Okay,
and I told them it might be that there's jiu-jitsu and CrossFit colliding. I don't know.
Okay, well, I think my collarbones are shorter than they should be because my shoulders always end up in my ears, and I'm constantly having to push them down. A lot of people, if you sit at like a computer desk a lot of the times, that's how you end up. So I stretch. If I have a second,
Show me.
I'll
Can you
stretch.
show me the move? Because what they were
Well,
showing,
it's nothing weird. You guys act like it's
it looked like
weird.
a turtle trying to shoot out of a shell.
Okay, it's not a turtle.
And Blake said the face he gets, he's like,
okay, Blake didn't say
Yes, he
that.
did.
Blake's a lot nicer than you. He would never say that.
He asked me if you
Blake
had
would
Tourette's.
never do that.
Craig, what?
He asked me if he had Tourette's.
No, he didn't. Also, that's a serious thing for some
It
people
is.
that we
Well,
shouldn't make fun of.
He thought you had it. Okay.
No, he didn't.
He was trying to bring awareness. He was asking
wasn't
me.
making fun of
You know when you have to interact with somebody.
Fighting for awareness.
Greg had a ribbon on the other day. He's all about it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
But so he was asking me, I think, because he wanted to know if you had some quirks that he needed to be aware of, so he would be sensitive to.
Well, I
them.
mean, I'll do a stretch. I'll get my heel up high. You know what I'm saying? Nice little hammy stretch here.
It's something
as
you're
you can
doing.
see,
It's something you're
folks.
doing with your neck.
And then, because look, seriously, I really do feel like my shoulders end up in my ears all the time. I'm constantly having to do this. And, I'll literally grab my collarbone and pull down on it.
Ricky
on
said
both
today
sides.
his collarbone was too short.
It's too short. I think my collarbones are too short. I swear. It's like every muscle in my entire body is 75% of the length that it needs to be. And I have to constantly fight against that. And if you guys want to make fun of that, go ahead.
So now at jiu-jitsu.
So what do you call
that's
that
a thing.
What do you call that
Yeah.
disorder?
I don't know how to
Google.
Google that.
It's called short-itis. That's called too short-itis, and I got it, and y'all just
Googling
laugh it up.
No.
Just laugh it up with your blubbery laugh, jiggling Santa Claus bellies.
Look at it
Go
this
laugh, Santa Claus.
Listen, they look at it this way. If you were a woman, they would call you petite. If you were a woman.
Wow,
So
okay, so this is the thing, by the way.
That's not
you
true.
may have a short clavicle.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
I got
you.
little bones here.
Sometimes
It shows
something
it.
like I got like my middle fingers are really long, clavicles are really short, my middle toes are really long. I got
Said
weird.
it's
I got a
most
weird
common-
body. Everybody, let's just talk
It says
about
it's
it.
most common in 10-year-old boys.
That's
my
not
God.
true.
Oh, my God.
No, it doesn't. You
Most people outgrow it.
It's not true.
That's what it says.
Whatever.
You know what I told them, and they agree with this. I said, here's the good news: is trainers. If he ever gets in trouble, he'll be easy to carry out to the truck.
True.
Y'all don't laugh at that. I'm right here. I'm a real person with feelings.
So
It says when your voice changes, things will go back to normal.
Okay, buddy. I know you didn't read that because you can't read that fast. Okay. So I know you didn't read that
Rick,
just now.
Speedy, I got the same article. It's talking about something dropping.
Y'all leave Adler alone.
Greg, mine uses the scientific term puberty.
Oh, is that it?
So Adler, aside from all that, well, we didn't even get to the
Yeah, well,
we got
George
more.
Webby.
I'm just gonna eat my banana until we go to break. You make fun of that too. I like bananas. Okay.
No,
They're a delicious fruit,
you know what else
and they're
says?
good for you, and they're healthy. And I'm gonna live like 40 years longer than anybody else sitting at this table, so y'all can cram it up your fat butt.
Rick and Bubba.
Did we bring up the ongoing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu before we break up?
We have
Well, I
not.
think so. We need to. How is that?
I'm just going to
It's
put this.
fine. I told y'all something in the kitchen, and I guess I can't tell y'all any funny stories during the show ever again in my whole life. Fine.
Well, you got
Lesson
picked
learned.
again.
Lesson learned.
You got
we're
picked
not
again
saying
by
anything.
a girl in the class.
I got picked again by a girl.
You said every time they do sparring that the women in the class keep picking you to spar against.
Yes, that is actually true.
And it's still going on.
It's
it
still
happened
going
again.
on. I don't know what's up. I don't know what's
physical.
up. I don't know what's up.
What was different about this one?
Here he goes.
How did you look at that look? Adler, how did you?
What was different about this one?
Adler,
I'm up to good, not no good. I'm Greg.
Adler, how did you do?
I did very well. I do
Did you
great.
win?
See, guys, okay, let me
Do you
let
win?
me be
You win
very
against
clear.
them? Do they ever beat you?
Yes, I win against the women
Did you
that I
ever feel
fight.
like-
Okay, when I fight women, I win every time. Not trying to brag.
And this
What kind of
particular
hole
one-
did you use to win?
So, all right, let me just clarify. I don't pick the women, okay? If I
Right.
get a chance to pick, if George Webby at Lionheart Jiu-Jitsu says, Adler, choose, I literally pick the toughest guy in the class. I'm serious. Last
If
night,
he's not available, the toughest chick.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. A brand new hour starting now with our national anthem. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week, and we are glad that you are here. The kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, all have given you that. Cam Solo's been on the phone. She'll stay on the phones from Rick and Bubba University. Alapuka now joins us. And Rick and Bubba University, Eddie Van Adler settles into the YouTube experience. He's got that covered for you. We will look back on Father's Day weekend, all the things we were involved with, tell you stories concerning that, get some of you dads to give us a report on how it went for you. And today is kind of we get into Father's Day overtime. We're going to talk a little football today. Coach Skip Holtz will be here with us with the Birmingham Stallions as the playoffs are beginning this week with the USFL. And we'll talk about that a little bit on the program today. And we'll get those phone calls from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG on whatever is on your mind. Today is Juneteenth, the Emancipation Proclamation. What was that, 1862? When the slaves were freed after the Civil War. I think I've got the year right, could be off. But anyway, so that is something that will be recognized and celebrated today all over the country. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Good morning.
Toby Mack.
Yeah, buddy.
Got my eye on it, baby.
How about it?
Got my eye on it. How are you, Bubba?
I'm good. Happy Juneteenth to you.
Juneteenth, and you know, one of the things I would say, if you were set free for the love of all that's good and kind, don't go back to a different kind of slavery.
That's right.
Be free indeed. So that'll be celebrated across the country today.
Now I want to save your email. I think it was 1865.
Rick,
and
not
it was.
two. Yeah.
You're right on the two on the emancipation.
That's not what I meant.
But the 1865
was when Texas celebrated for
when
the first
Galveston. Well, it got the news of the end of slavery reached these parts of the world, like Galveston, Texas. Yeah, they couldn't just tweet it out back in the day.
Yeah, you had to wait till a guy on a horse got there with something official. But the war actually ended April the 9th, 1865.
Mm-hmm.
And it took till June the 19th for the word to get to Galveston and federal troops to deliver that word to the holdouts.
Yeah, what I was saying is that Lincoln, with the Emancipation Proclamation, was declared in 1862.
I know what you were.
Yeah, but we never had a Juneteenth through 1865 when everybody started celebrating.
Correct.
Right. I knew that.
It's a fairly new holiday for most of us.
Mm-hmm.
2021.
Something we're learning about.
Yeah, 2021 is when it's
Well, you know what? It's a good one.
That's right.
That's something to celebrate.
You okay over there?
Yeah, I just had that thing blow back up in my face, my coffee. A little hot on Ricky's face. But anyway, so we will that is in play all across the country, and like I say, it's something that Bubba said years and years ago, and I hope that some of you, especially young people, you'll adopt this. It is wonderful to remember our history so that we don't repeat it, but please don't let your history limit your future.
Yep.
So anyway, let's unpack today too. A charity charge is going on with Buffalo Wild Wings today. What a wonderful organization today. Just keep smiling. They assist families with critically ill children. and all the horrible things that go along with that to try to keep them smiling. And you can help them by going to all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. All of them are in Alabama, our home state. Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trustful, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea. There's never been an easier fundraiser than Rick and Bubba's Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. That's about as simple as
and
as
it
you,
is a
as you,
win,
as you getting
win,
involved as you
win.
can be. Yeah.
Because when it involves me helping somebody out by eating, I'm in my sweet spot.
Yep. So that's going on. And I mentioned Lou. We got Skip Holtz, not Lou, and quarterback Alex Magoo coming up with the Stallions later in the program, and we'll cut up with him a little bit. And Daryl Johnston, the president of the USFL and NFL. Great was our guest this past weekend on Rick and Bubba University. The podcast that is already dropped if you haven't already watched it or listened to it.
Yeah, the USFL heads into their playoff season this coming weekend, and the Stallions will be playing for the Southern Championship, Southern Division Championship, and then move on to that championship game we have.
Right, and defending champions.
Yep.
So we'll
They've
hit
had a
that.
good run.
Yeah, that we'll have a good run with that today. Is that me?
Yeah,
who's that?
I think that was me.
Is that you? Okay. So we'll unpack that today. Gridiron Men's Conference this
morning,
past
Hunter.
weekend. Had a chance to meet men from all over the country. I've got a couple of things that I'll discuss concerning that. Over this weekend, there's updates galore involving, did I come in too hot with Mike Pence? Some of the guys love y'all. We're gonna have to talk about some of the behavior. Okay, we'll talk about that a little bit. It was funny, but we'll talk about that, and we'll also ask the question today: is one of the problems with Donald Trump? Is one of the things that turn people away from him the most? Some of his supporters. So we'll ask that question.
We've often
today.
wondered that about some football teams.
Yeah. Some of y'all, I'm trying to help, and y'all think y'all are doing Trump some good, but it's people like you and the way you act that make people not want to vote for him. I just want you to know. Sometimes you have to ask that uncomfortable question, and I'm really praying about it. May be a resource that I may be called to write, because I know I have the same issue, and the title is going to say "You Are the Problem."
Ooh, I like it.
We so many times I am the problem, and that'll be the title of it. I am the problem.
That goes along with a book I was thinking about penning, Rick, that was called Things That I Know Are True. No, let me back up. Things my mom told me that now I know are true.
Right. Or we can write another one, Things I Know Are True, I Just Won't Do Them.
That might be a volume,
right.
An encyclopedia.
Chapter 1, Dave Ramsey. Chapter 2, How to Lose Weight.
Yeah.
I'm not great on any of these things.
Yeah.
I'm just not always willing to do it. What God said. I know more of it than I act like. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll get into all that today and more, and your phone call will be sprinkled throughout as well. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I picked Ted, and Ted's crazy, okay? Ted's just crazy.
Did Ted beat you?
He's from the streets, man. He'll kill you in a second.
Did Ted beat you?
Ted did not get me. We had two 2-minute sessions, and while Ted eventually would have choked me or broken my arm, he didn't, because I was able to keep my guard long enough. Timer ran out, and we switched, and then another woman picked me right after that.
So how many different women did you wrestle?
Last night, 2.
I do have another question on Twitter here.
And there was only 2 women. There was only 2 women in the class. No, you don't, Speedy. Put your phone away.
Can I say this, Adler?
Your phone's dead.
Can you just say this? And I promise you, there's nothing going on here other than the obvious. So when people are allowed to pick freely,
yes,
you pick other men to fight tough guys.
I fight the toughest person in the class.
When the women are allowed to pick, they pick you.
I guess it's because I'm so tough.
Yeah, you're the toughest girl there.
We figured it out, guys.
You're the toughest girl there.
And then you're 866 We Be Big. Beth in Indian Springs, Alabama. Beth, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Beth.
Hey. I rolled with Adler last night at Jiu Jitsu.
Golly.
How'd it go?
So, Beth,
we don't hear that a lot.
Beth, are you one of the female challengers at Jiu Jitsu?
Yes, I am.
So
this is great.
So you called Adler out, and y'all, what is it called?
Rolled. Yeah, the women are coming after him. We're gonna.
They just said the women are coming. Why are the women picking Adler?
Are y'all now doing this on purpose, Beth? What are you thinking?
Probably at this point we are. He's a good match, and he is better than
Thank
me,
you, Beth.
But I'm coming for him.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you?
I think I need a timeout.
Did you defeat Adler?
I did not defeat Adler, but eventually I might.
Is he a tough opponent?
He's a great opponent. He's tough. He's fast, light on his feet.
Okay.
Especially while he's wrestling women.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you for calling.
He seemed to think he was getting better, Beth.
Adler sounds like he's trying to get rid of me right now.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare hang up.
We gotta go to break. Hard break here. Hard break.
Do you agree with that he's getting better?
I don't know. Last night was the first time I have rolled with Adler, and he was pretty good. But I think I'm going to get better than him.
pretty
So you
good.
better watch it.
If you've just joined us,
I think he struggled.
Jiu-jitsu, folks. It's
to begin.
jiu-jitsu.
He struggled to begin with, but he told me he's really getting the feel of it.
Right.
I am.
You said you think you can
good,
take
Bubba.
him. You think you can.
Maybe.
Okay.
I'm going to keep trying.
See, I'm in a lose-lose situation. What am I supposed
You
to
really are.
Yeah, you better keep trying, lady. Like, what am I supposed to say here? What am I supposed to say?
Keep coming after me?
You're in that terrible position where if you win, everybody goes, well, so what? You're wrestling women. If you lose,
Yeah.
Oh,
Guys,
Thanks,
let me just be clear that I pick when I get a chance to pick my opponent. I'm picking the biggest, fattest guy, dude, strongest dude there to fight.
Did you say the biggest, fattest?
Well, fat. I mean, I'll go against a fat guy. Well, I'm practicing for y'all. That's exactly. So I'll pick the fat guys.
Okay.
I'll roll against 300-pounders like Bubba. I'll roll against 250ers like Greg's fat butt. You know, I mean, I'm picking people
Adler, it's not me
with y'all
picking
in my
on you.
cross side, and then for the women, Speedy.
Minutes past. With like a losing man. When the number one son goes bad, play cards with the devil's hand. Well, I'll never understand. I was the one that got good with the gun. I took the money from the rich man's hand. Give me some water. Shut up there on the Mexican border. Water. Give us some water. All right, so Bubba, Father's Day this past weekend, I started getting pictures and people, bringing me into their Twitter feed, social media posts, emails, showing me things they got for Father's Day that was tied to the show, and I just love seeing that.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
So I know a lot of you had great Father's Days. We'll recap that. I hope all of you did, guys. I'm just, you guys are all great dads, and your children are blessed to have you. And so, Bubba, how did yours go?
Well, we had a busy weekend on Saturday. We ventured back to our hometown, home county, and visited a lot of folks.
Calhoun County, baby.
A lot of folks. Had some friends and family, and went to a big birthday blowout. And it was I was going to go by and see Greg. And
I thought he was going to get a puppy.
See the puppies, but Greg waved me off because nobody can come by his house right now.
You know how?
I mean, I get over there so much.
Right. Well, he's been waiting on this, on that when you didn't invite him to the Christmas party. This is
that's what it was.
You know how you wait your time?
Yeah, well, does that make us even?
Yeah, you're even now.
It's
You're even now.
because we've really used that one.
Yeah, you're even now.
It was good, but it was a long day, and it was very tiring. And then when Sunday came around, all I wanted to do was chill out. We got back kind of late.
Yeah,
I was beat.
You was it.
I was done.
Done.
So we just took it easy yesterday.
Down and out.
Which is not a bad Father's Day.
Yeah, I saw you last night.
Yeah.
Bubba and I
we finally ventured out to get a little bite to eat.
Yep.
And ran into Rick.
Yep.
Out at one of my favorite establishments.
Bubba and them were winding up, and Brody, he's the only one that was in town. So young Tasmo and I, Sherry was getting ready. She's leaving for Israel today. With, and so that's big. With
Not every day you say that.
With a group of women. And so she was like, I got to finish getting packed. So you and your boy, y'all go have a day after church. And we did. And of course, I did one, these things you love. I thought about you. We had a men's breakfast on Father's Day. I just love that kind of stuff. When it's Father's Day and everybody's there, and we had a great Brian Gunn. Good night. He delivered a phenomenal message. He's a good teacher from Team Man Church. It's funny with Brian Gunn, and I won the bet easy because everybody has their personalities. When they preach and teach, and if you've heard them for a while. And now keep in mind there were about 170 men at the breakfast, and I was telling all the leadership guys at the men's ministry at my local church and staff. I said, everybody can have dinner anywhere you want to go. And it is on me if Brian Gunn's message is from passages in the New Testament. I said, if he doesn't preach from the Old Testament, I said, everybody dinner is on me. Okay. And I said, and it will likely be a minor prophet. And look, and everybody was like, come on, man. Look, he gets me, he goes, all right, man, let's turn to the very popular passage, Judges chapter 1. look, and everybody started looking at me, and I just said, I'm here all week. And buddy, it was a phenomenal message. But anyway, so and then of course, they recognize the dads in the service.
Yeah.
I thought about you.
Always loved stand up.
It's one of their favorite things.
I know.
And had a great message. So the plan was that I was going to how I ended up seeing you. There's a sidewalk film thing downtown, and young Broderick being an aspiring filmmaker and all that, he loves to go down there, and he said, hey, Dad, they're doing Westerns for Father's Day.
Ooh, nice.
And so we were going to see Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, but it wasn't until 7. And so we still had some time to kill. So I had never seen the latest Guardians of the Galaxy. And I was like, well, let's go see that first. Let's go to a movie together. And then if we still got it in us for a double feature, we'll hit Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And both of us walking out of the movie, he said, I think I'm up for just going to get something to eat. And I said, I think I'm with you. Big Papa's starting to wear down a little bit. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah. We'll have the story about it a little later today. Hunter went to see Flash.
So did Brody.
And he was not impressed with it.
Didn't it come in low, a lot lower than they thought?
Brody didn't like it either. He said,
hundreds of millions less than they thought it was going to be.
Well, Brody told me probably the same thing Hunter told you. It's one of Brody's favorite, characters. So he was really kind of fired up about it. He said the guy may be weird, and he is weird and all that. He said, but he is a really good actor. He really is not the problem as far as the watching the product. He just said the product's just not put together very well. He said they're so caught up in this multiverse stuff and everything. He said, Greg, and this is the thing he told me to tell you. And Brody said the CGI was terrible.
Okay, there it is.
He said it was just awful.
Hunter said they did have a reference back to Batman that we grew up with, Adam West. In the movie where he's running with the bomb and can't figure out where to throw it, and he looks over on one side and it's like kids, the other side's got ducks and all that. So I thought, it'd be high marks for that. But he said it was just confusing.
Well,
Said it was too much.
Yeah, that's what Brody said. And Brody said they brought Michael Keaton back as Batman too, and he said, and that was a good idea. And you see the previews and you get excited. He said, but it was just almost forced. It was awkward. Like, why is Batman even here? That they just kind of threw. It's like they put a bunch of things and just threw it against the wall.
Yeah.
He said it didn't really have a narrative. It wasn't the story wasn't very good. And he said the CGI looked cheap. He and Hunter both. I agree. They both gave me the same report. Sounds.
And I kind of wanted to see it.
Yeah. So we walked into a little Japanese restaurant near the theater, and there was Bill Bubba Bussey with Hunter and Betty sitting there eating like a king of Mount Fuji. He's known as the king of Mount Fuji.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And so that was so funny. And
what was even funnier, you didn't know about it. This thing where Betty and Hunter will sit on one side of the table.
Yes.
And they will want me to look at things directly behind me
I know.
the whole time we're eating.
It's hard to turn around.
And I'm like, I'm not looking at anything else. Hey, Dad, look at that on TV. Right? And I'm like, I can't see the TV. So Betty said, hey, look behind you. I'm like, I'm not looking behind me again. And then there was Rick.
It was good. When your kids get this age, and you were getting to do it too, you just don't get a lot of time with them. And it was great for he and I just to all those things we've been wanting to talk about, and we got to talk about a lot of serious stuff. We got to talk about a lot of funny stuff, and that was great. And I heard from all of them yesterday, and it's so funny, they're different approaches, and but having young Broderick there with me and spending the day with him, that was good. That was special.
Well, really, the only big disappointment was I didn't get to see Greg Saturday. I mean, we were out there.
I know you were.
And was it?
We were then about 2 miles of his house, and I wanted to go by and see the puppy.
And he wouldn't let you because they're remodeling.
Well, we were gone too.
Oh, y'all were gone. Yeah, I want a puppy update when we come back.
I think you were back because I was there all day.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
I didn't realize
we made the day of it.
Were you there all day?
So you were there all day.
So that was good. You enjoyed that. I mean, if you're going to Calhoun County, make it all day.
You got to catch up.
Yeah, make it all day. It's near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near perfect.
I know. I just wish you'd been near to Greg.
The valley's got the name Pleasant in it.
Rick and Bubba.
Give me some water. There's Eddie Money. Have you, by any chance, seen that show they did of him current
and
day
his family?
No, I did not.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
it's
funny.
It's a reality show about the monies, and it's a dandy.
It is. He's still out there singing, isn't he?
They
all are.
Does he have to? Keep everybody up.
It's troubling. Rock stars sometimes do not age gracefully.
No.
And of course, his kids are all a handful, and some of them are trying to be singers. And he's got a kid that's a drummer they can't depend on. He won't show up for gigs. So it's they're in their combination where they play with dad, then they have their own thing, something about that. And of course, it's what is it called? I forget the name of it.
Oh, they got money in the title.
Yeah, something about money. It's on Access TV.
Yeah.
But it's just pretty funny.
How old is he now?
Oh, he's in his 70s.
Oh my goodness!
Sure, and then he'll be gigging at some place.
Sure.
But the funny thing is just watching him as a dad because he's a night.
Where do they live at?
Somewhere in California, it looks like.
But now, when he was a police officer, he was in New York, wasn't
Correct.
he? And then he quit to be a rock star.
Worked out. Yeah,
it did. It did.
And he's still got that attitude. There it is. Something real money.
My goodness.
Is that what's called real money? Yeah, real money. That's what it's the whole money family.
Where is he at? I don't see what he looks like.
Yeah. Well, it's you got to be you got to be careful tampering with the memories. You know what I mean?
2 tickets to paradise.
He's got to, and he still has that New Yorker frustration, and his family drives him crazy. And he's constantly screaming, "Where's everybody? Where's your mother?" So it's
he's kind of like got a little more together Ozzy Osbourne then.
Yeah,
always looking for Sharon.
Yeah, it's very. There's some similarities there. No doubt about that. So anyway, moving forward, we have a lot to unpack on the program today. I think "Welcome to the Jungle" being some bed music there was great. As we, here we are still the post midterms. It's still we got Florida. Those of you that don't remember the Chads and pregnant Chads and
hanging Chads, forget that
rolling Chads. Florida's found themselves back in that area again. They're now disputing the election, the midterm,
governor?
the
Was it
governor.
the governor?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's the Senate.
Is it
the
Senate?
and the governor.
No, it's Georgia. It's Georgia that everybody claims their governor.
Yeah, Florida is governor
she
and
give up
Senate.
yet, or is she still hanging in?
Well, as of me going to bed, I had not heard she's given up yet.
No, I don't think there's any hope there, but she's hanging on. But they said that even with the absentees and all that,
Look,
there still isn't enough.
I don't mind at all if you have campaigned and you spent a lot of money and you worked hard and it's a razor-thin election asking for a recount. I don't have a problem with that. Most of the states have laws that kick in a recount automatically if it's so close. And then you have Broward County, Florida. Rick, I don't know how in the world that place can continue to be such a problem and a pimple on the butt of democracy.
Right.
I just do not understand this. Now, Rick Scott, who was the sitting governor, it appeared won the Senate seat over the incumbent, Bill Nelson, I believe is his name. But it was close. It was close for Florida, okay? But now the Broward, Palm Beach, that Dade area again, they can't get their numbers in.
Right.
And every day they keep issuing more numbers, and the margin has gone down like from 63,000 to 30,000 to now like 18,000.
Yeah.
And Rick Scott said, "Hey, enough. We're finding this is very bizarre." So he's filed a lawsuit, and they've asked the Justice Department to step in, and we've got provisional ballots. And hey, every time you turn around, they find another box of them. It seems like they could probably before the election say, "We've got this many provisional ballots. We've got this many people who voted early."
Right.
And then that kind of takes that shade of we're fishing away.
Right.
They still can't tell you how many ballots they have not counted yet. And it just, I don't care who you are, it just looks shady again. The whole thing looks weird.
Well, plus what happens to just the phrase, let's not let that happen again? I mean, it's not like it's never, I mean.
You think after what happened to you, I guess it was the 2000 presidential election that was hung, and we counted and counted and counted. Finally, the Supreme Court said, that's it, final count. Is this your final numbers?
Right.
And, that's when they said, well, Bush stole the election. Of course, they have gone back since then and counted, news agencies, New York Times, all these. They've looked at this thing, 6 times, and that was the right outcome.
They stole the election.
It was extremely close.
Right. Now,
but that was the right outcome.
It made Al Gore crazy.
It did, and sent him right over the old North Pole, that's for sure.
Yep.
But, hey, here we go again.
Yep.
Look, I understand they're going to be close, and there's going to be recounts. I got that. But this is beginning to look.
Uh, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Carshield.com/Bubba. Go there for all the information about how you can protect your vehicle. I just sit down last night. Father's Day, saw Greg, our baby sister. By the way, when I found out that our baby sister was going to run the concession stand at the James Taylor concert, and she was dropping by to see Dad on the way, I'm like, you're doing what?
I didn't know that.
And
is that some type of fundraiser?
Yeah, did you know? I didn't know they tied those to amphitheater and stuff. You know that schools have concession stands they run.
No, I did not.
At concerts and stuff, and they make money for their sports teams and their dance teams, that kind of stuff. I bet that does do very well.
Yeah,
Did anybody go see James Taylor last night? Pouring rain! But anyway, you know what she said? You know, we were all trying to, that we had the manual out from her car. You know why? One of them lights came on. One of them lights came on, and she knows, and I know, and we all know that's $1,500 easy. If it
even flickers.
Yeah, if your warranty is over. So with a protection plan, though, if it was a covered repair, then you know what would happen with baby sister? CarShield would pay directly the ASC certified mechanic of her choice, and also she'd have access to courtesy towing if the thing wouldn't crank. Also, she would have a rental car while hers is being repaired. So all of these things are available 24/7 roadside assistance. And we can get you 20% off your plan by going to carshield.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Greg, and I'll go ahead and just kind of delve some of this out because some of it does involve the Gridiron. I'll do an official Gridiron update in a minute. But I will tell you this. I don't know what the update is with the puppy. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't let Bubba and Betty have one.
I was going to deliver that.
You know, all they need is another fur baby. So anyway, but anyway, so
strange T-shirt you got, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you like
we need
that?
to discuss that at some point.
What was it?
Oh, you got a picture
funny.
of it.
Yeah.
T-shirt.
Funny one.
He got a T-shirt for Father's Day.
Oh, really?
That was hilarious.
And I thought I'm not responding to this right now. We need to discuss this on air.
Not
so
sure
let's
about
table
it.
that. That needs to be an entire segment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I thought I saw the post. I didn't see that one. Maybe I just didn't notice the shirt. But anyway, so Greg, I'm telling you, if there was one, there was 100 of men that kept coming up to me going, "Where's Greg got the puppy set up?" They're like, "While I'm here, I want to grab a puppy at Gridiron before I go."
That would have been a good crowd.
You could have blown through those puppies so fast. if you'd had your little setup right, if you'd have put that right next to the man church booth, they were gone.
Been perfect.
Yeah. So where are we on puppy?
We're down to 4. Okay, and I believe we about got everybody worked out. We delivered Tom.
Tom Petty's gone.
Tom Petty, Dennis, and Jill Ryan from Kentucky.
How about that?
We met them between Gadsden and I-65, trying to help them out a little bit. And I knew Dennis was a good choice when he got out and he had a Rick and Bubba hat on.
There you go. That's always comforting.
And they had the scarf, the Rick and Bubba scarf for the dog.
How about that? That is as comforting as you can get.
Yeah, and Dennis is a truck driver, and he's going to be his traveling partner. He had a dog for 8 years that died.
Went on in
that goes with him on all his trips, and he's going to train Tom Petty. And they're keeping the name. He is Tom Petty.
Wait a minute, that's going to be his name?
That's his name.
Well, now I just love this story all the way around.
Yeah. So he and Tom, if you see the picture, but he's one of the white ones.
Okay.
That one just got dumped actually.
Oh really?
But yeah, we met the nice people. Everybody's been really nice. We made, like I said, we've met and gave out 4, and then we got 4 to go. But we think we know where all they're going. So
You do?
We're going to be working that out.
That was my next question.
Yeah, we'll be
You
working
do?
that out this week.
So, because I know there's people that have requested, but you're saying you think y'all vetted out for because doesn't one of them want more than one?
Yeah, and that happened in the first round too. The first people that got them, the bishops, they took 2, and then we have another young lady that wants 2. So
and she getting vetted out? So did she make the
yeah,
vetting?
absolutely.
So Lisa's approved her?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the FBI is going to hire Lisa.
I did too. That was my next statement. Yeah, has the FBI checked? Maybe we need Lisa to call some of the people that apparently we're not calling anymore.
Of course, I hope it works out. She always leaves with them. Now, look, if it gets there and it didn't work out with you, don't just give him away. Just call us back.
No, don't let her say that.
Well, that's her guarantee she puts on it.
Her guarantee you'll take them back.
Yeah.
So how's she doing emotionally?
She realized we can't have 10 dogs, but the way the whole thing went, you bottle feed them, you do, wow. First of all, it's been a really long 8 weeks. They turned 8 weeks yesterday.
You get very close.
And I remember
because you were more involved than you normally would have been anyway.
Well,
and there was a lot of them.
And sometimes to settle them, you'd hold them against your bare chest.
I would. I'd go skin to skin with them so we could bond.
Yeah. So
but it's winding down. If we can get this. The meeting and swapping and all that done, then I think we're going to be all right.
So when do you think these next 4 will be gone? When will you be puppy free, and then you and Milling start to bond?
Yeah. Me and her's bonding.
Yeah, you got some things to do.
So I would love.
That's one thing that Greg may have protected you from yesterday was being bit by Milling.
Yeah. she's pleasant.
Ain't she something?
Ain't she something? And what's great? I get to keep her.
Yeah.
So I'm doing my duty, but we're giving all these puppies that are just awesome.
Yeah.
But we get to keep Millie.
Yeah. You get to keep the one that's traumatized and needs counseling.
So she likes Lisa. She's just not big on me.
So was this guy kind of like Jerry Reed in Smokey and the Bandit?
That's right. Exactly. That's what first thing I thought
when
when Jill, his wife, had reached out in an email when it first was talking about it, and she explained it. That's the first thing I thought about was Snowman.
Yep.
In my mind, Tom Petty has been adopted by Snowman. I'm with
He's
you.
He's going to be riding up and down the highway, listening to the CB radio.
Absolutely, with his Rick and Bubba scarf on over a riding gun.
And of course, Lisa always they send pictures of them back, and he said every time he crosses the state line, he's going to get up by the sign and take a picture with us.
I love it.
But it's been
Hell,
quite
love
the
it.
experience. But they're really nice. Everybody so far has been really nice.
So what? I mean, this is a dumb question I'm about to ask. I know how the house training thing goes at houses. If you're going to have a dog that stays in the house, I mean, I've been through it and done it and all that. How do you do that with an 18-wheeler? So how do you keep the dog from crapping and peeing in your truck?
But he had one for 8 years, so maybe
he knows how to do it. Obviously, yeah.
You just teach him to go when you stop. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'd hate to take that task on.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm sure it's got its own difficulties.
Yeah.
Yes, you know it does.
Well, that's one of those things that there's so many of these in life where to each his own.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
If that's your deal, that's your
how
deal.
about Snowman knows how to do it? He's done
That's
it for
right.
he's done it
That's
for
right.
8
Yeah.
years. It's
Yeah.
not new for Snowman. What seems difficult to us to Snowman's to Snowman's nothing.
Fred was his dog.
Yeah.
What's that Snowman's dog?
Fred.
Yeah, it was. He was a beagle.
Fred,
wasn't he?
I'm talking
Basset
Basset.
Hound.
Yeah.
That's right.
Told him to hang on to it, Fred.
Have you noticed that you and me, no matter what a dog is, we'll make one run at making them a beagle?
Oh yeah,
You know?
absolutely. I saw a little pile of beagle puppies the other night on something, and I thought, man, that's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Did you know that you said something on the show last week, and I meant to tell you,
Had to be Thursday or Friday.
right? But I didn't get it in. Right? It was one of those 2 days, and this week we're going to try to pull maybe 3 out of it. But
Well, 4.
yeah, well, we'll see. But anyway, so you said that when we were talking about that Monet thing, and you were like, I'd just soon have a painting of 2 beagles.
Yeah.
And did you know that one of the things, and it was Sherry's idea, and it was a really, really, really good idea. So we always had beagles growing up. You know, Dad always kept a pack of beagles, and we done that thing you're doing, and we rabbit hunted and all this kind of stuff, and just had a blast with them.
Let's do them run.
So Sherry had this great idea when Dad started getting into the battle with Alzheimer's, and there's certain things that calm him and he enjoys. And Sherry, it was such a good idea. She said, we had a friend of ours. Matter of fact, it's actually my former pastor, Danny Wood's wife, and she is an incredible artist. And Sherry went to her and said, could you paint a painting of 2 beagles out like in a field hunting? And she said, absolutely, I can. And so Sherry got her pictures of beagles that looked kind of like Dad's, the kinds that we always had. And she made a painting, and he has 2 beagles on a painting, just what you were talking about. And he loves it. Yeah. He talks about those beagles, and he'll go and stand and look at that. And it was such a good idea. But it was to your point. Dad's the same way. If we'd have got him a Monet and spent a fortune, it wouldn't mean nothing to him like the painting those 2 beagles. Man, he loves that painting those 2 beagles, and they are very calming.
One of my favorite drawings I did as a kid was of 2 beagles, and I still got a picture of it somewhere.
Can
I
you
don't
bring
even know
it
where
in?
the original
Please bring
went.
that
We've seen your horse, and it was very impressive.
Yeah,
and your bird. Don't you have a bird?
Yeah. It was this was pen and ink too, and it was I always just the beagles just cute. I don't know if they just. Now they got a mouth on them.
They do.
And when you try to keep them as a pet, that can be a problem.
And they'll chew
because they like to bark.
If you hate barking and chewing, they're not a good choice.
No.
But the thing, and we've said this on the show before, and now I'm quoting Hunter Biden. Bubba, you've taken a little talent and you've hid it under a tree.
No,
share it with his friends.
It kind of had its time.
Hey, hide it under a bush. Oh no,
Let it shine.
let it shine. We should have a gallery of your work, and there's no telling what
there ain't much of it left.
You need to create new. That needs to be a hobby of yours, a calming. It'll take that blood pressure down.
Yeah.
You probably get off one med if you start painting.
Probably just be aggravated more.
15 minutes to the top. I'm impressed by it because I don't even have a smidge of talent of being able to draw anything. So I'm always impressed by that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Try to tell you.
We'll be back. 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
It's all right now. As we roll back, excited to be representing the show again this weekend, Sunday night, traveling to the land of 100.3.
You don't play on words.
Yeah, a little play on words. So look for that coming up. Also today, listen for your chance to win those Butterball electric turkey fryers today from Masterbuilt. Masterbuilt is rolling around. Big John is already here with the gang. They're preparing We will be eating. We will be dining. It is a good day to be in the golden ticket seats, I'll tell you that. So we're excited about that. You know, the golden ticket seats have really been –
it's been a good week.
It's
for
been
them.
a good run.
Yeah.
It has been a good run.
And it's only going to get better.
Look behind me. You see old Star Wars pinball machine over there now.
Can I tell you the staff is enjoying that more than they probably should.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember when pinball machines, that was it, baby? I mean,
oh, yeah, we didn't have all this other stuff.
You go to the skating rink.
That was around before you had Defender and you know Gallagher or whatever that thing was. All that stuff.
Well, I remember for a long time.
Is that right? That's that right.
For a long time, I wasn't able to play pinball.
Galactica.
Yeah. I wasn't able.
You said Gallagher.
Well,
yeah. Gallagher.
It was a game you played. But a comedian came up and you did.
I think it's Gallagher.
What'd I say?
Gallagher.
I was right then.
No, you said Gallagher. That's the guy that busts watermelons.
Yeah, that's the game that you play. A guy throws.
All I know is we used to have game rooms where you would have pinball machines like that lined up and all the way down the wall. And it was awesome.
Well, I remember I didn't know how to play pinball without skates on for a while.
I know. You couldn't hit a flipper unless you were rolling.
Right. And
that's fun.
But you remember, though, just think about it. In our age, think about that. At that time, if somebody had walked up to you and said, there's actually people that are going to have pinball machines in their house, you'd be like, what?
No.
Well, we would have said, well, that doesn't exist. I don't even want let my mind even consider that could happen.
I think I told you when I first moved to the Ham, we were looking for a house and we were out shopping. We had no idea. We're looking around everywhere. Didn't have any idea what was going on. And we looked at this one house and it was really nice. And we went in the basement and they had a KISS pinball machine. Yeah. I don't know if you remember me telling you that or not. And I said, well, look, I know one thing. If we put offer on this, that has to stay.
Right.
That must stay.
Yeah.
And it was really neat.
Yeah. So that'll be given away courtesy of Bumper Nets. We're excited about that. And then that's just one of 12 gifts that we'll give away. And every day, Pratco's going to throw another gift on top of the gift.
As a matter of fact, Adler and myself will be out shopping early next week.
That's right. November 29 it starts.
Yep.
Sherry and I were driving around last night, had to go to the store for something. And this is that thing. I don't know why this happens. It doesn't happen a lot, but every now and then, I don't know if you've ever been there where your wife just says, come on, go with me. And you're just like, well, why? And then they just play the card because I just want you to.
Right.
And at this point, I was in the mode of I shouldn't be going in any store because I'm done for the night. I've got my house walking around shoes on. I've got my flannel pajama bottoms on. And she says, you don't have to get out. Just ride with me. And I said, okay. So we were talking, and she said, I cannot believe that it is November. I can't believe it. Mm-hmm. And I said, I can't. This year, this Thanksgiving, Christmas season came up so fast. I mean, I honestly can't even. I do think something's happened with how we're keeping time. I can't believe it.
It's all comparative.
I can't believe how quick
we're jumping time.
Can you
somewhere.
believe it?
No, Rick.
I can't believe it.
I always gauge it by that darn tree I got to fight like a grizzly bear, and it seems like I just put it up, and now I got to get it back down.
Can I tell you what? I heard you talking that you were so close to making an upgrade, and you couldn't get the deal closed.
I couldn't get the deal closed. It was big, tall tree. I need a tall tree in that particular room, but this one's been a good one. But when you pick it up and put it up for 12 years, the lights quit working, the limbs get kind of out of shape, and you can get it looking good, but it's a big hassle. I saw this one, and how about this now? You got to have all the cords.
You
just plugged it. When you plug the sections together, it's the electrical connection.
Yeah.
Right
yeah.
You got one cord.
Yeah.
And you got one cord instead of, because now this one would go up this part hooked to this, and it comes down to this. And I got 50. I almost stepped up and bought it, but to be honest with you,
a little tight.
Can I tell you?
Well, no, yeah,
Sting.
but it had these little pine cones on it.
Was that the turning point for Lisa?
Lisa went big on.
God, they'll lock it on stuff like that.
I was like, I ain't big on them, but I can get over it. I'll put an ornament over them.
Or cut them off.
I still may go back and get that.
So was the pine
wire
cone?
cut?
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll look back over some more weekend stories coming up. Tonight, Prattville, Alabama, Spirit Walk Ministries. This is where our very own Bones goes to church, and he is actually teaching a men's small group with curriculum from themanchurch.com and asked me to come to a man church tonight with the men of Prattville. I'll be there tonight. Can't wait. Fired up. It's a free event. All you got to do is just come to it. Find details by going to themanchurch.com. Look at events. We'll see all you men tonight in Prattville, Alabama, Spirit Walk Ministries. All right, so I was just sent a picture in the break. The question has been often asked, who has harassed Greg more in his life, me or Gerald Cates? And we've come to the conclusion.
I know what picture.
It's a burning question.
We've come to the conclusion that volume-wise, it's definitely Gerald Cates.
Right. Not just me.
Yeah. There's
a long list of people.
And what mine are is there's not as many of them, but mine may be more deadly.
Yeah.
You know, when I do one, it counts. Now Gerald just continues to do it all the time. Well, he has sent me a picture of Greg. Apparently, Gerald is helping me with the remodeling.
Now, they were littler then. That's about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Look, he's got a picture of Greg in one of his many plastic pools.
Greg, you're in the pool
with his puppies.
But Gerald wanted me to pose.
Yeah, and Gerald made him get in that and pose. And you know what he said? Greg Burgess, if you don't get in that pool and pose with me, we ain't going to do these walls.
So they're a lot bigger than that now.
We're not going to finish this remodeling if you don't get in that pool. Let me take a picture of you, Greg Burgess. Greg Burgess, your puppy daddy. I mean, you can just see how that went.
Look at that.
You know what
the fan you got over there for him?
Yeah, it's hot in there.
Do you know what he wrote? Do you know what Gerald wrote under this picture? Have you ever?
You think he didn't love it?
Right.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Winding down.
Look, Greg, I can tell by your face he's on you.
Yeah.
Oh,
he made me get in there.
I like the fact you're hanging on that Burgess Award sign.
Thank you. I got
to get that out.
Thank you, Bubba, for bringing that
that's
up.
good.
Look, guys, I don't have to go through my
What is
stuff.
that Christmas tree thing?
No, I need you to zoom through every bit. Go to the shelf if you don't mind.
What is the pink over there to the left?
That's some Easter. That's an Easter.
Is that a bunny?
decoration.
Are those
Yeah.
bunny ears?
Oh, wow. What's that spray bottle up top there in the middle?
Is that a tree stand?
Yeah,
at the
two
top?
of them. 2 of them.
2 tree stands up there.
Well, you gotta
Love
put your
this
stuff
so
up.
much.
Greg, is that one you threaten to climb every year in but never do?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
wait,
gonna
time
happen.
out. Time out. Go down. Is that a bicycle?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, well, Greg, is that bicycle from the 70s?
Greg, what was that?
No, it isn't. It's that style like it is.
Do you
It's
ride
not
that
mine.
ever?
That's
County.
Lisa's. That ain't
Do y'all ever ride it? When you doing 30-10?
I run. I don't
What's
ride
this
really.
Christmas tree thing, Greg?
That's
what
the
is that?
decoration. Goes out in the yard.
Goes out in the yard. That's the decoration. Goes out in the yard.
Thank y'all.
Oh,
That's
man.
enough.
That's
funny.
enough?
Man, that's good stuff.
Oh,
right
look
there.
at that. I didn't realize how big they got since I see that picture.
Oh, he's getting emotional.
May
Oh,
miss
yeah,
it.
man, all wrong.
It's like when we play Reagan for
And they
for
called it puppy love.
Y'all told me that 8 weeks. I had to keep them 8 weeks, so it was 8 weeks yesterday.
So
And so by Wednesday you'll be down to 2 if the schedule goes right.
Yeah, everything's gonna work out.
And then hopefully within a week you're gonna be sitting here puppy free.
I was also in the break. Bubba showed me the T-shirt y'all were telling me about.
Yeah,
that he
how
got.
about that?
Speaking
How
of
about
dogs.
that?
Speaking of dogs.
Funny.
It was. I missed that. I didn't see that. I don't know that we can even show
Can I
it.
put that on the screen?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think so.
There's
Just
no need to do
Or
that.
the
Right.
things that happen at the lake.
Now, how did y'all see it? How'd y'all know?
It was a
about
text message.
It's on our group text.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't
a
see
Team Rick and Bubba.
Active week. Active
I can
weekend.
show this part of it.
A
I
lot
guess.
going on this weekend.
There you go. Yeah, you can show
There you
it.
go.
There
you
go.
So he
See,
got
look,
it.
it looks just like them.
Yeah, I don't think
Whoever drew those did a really good job, by the way.
Yeah, I think Bubba did.
Did you draw those?
No.
Have you drawn? Is there
I can't draw my own surprise.
Is there a
shirt.
portrait?
I mean,
Is there a
Yeah, it would
portrait?
be a
No,
surprise,
what I'm
wouldn't it,
saying is, did she take those portraits that you have in your little office of your little fur babies, and did she grab that artwork that you had done, send it to a T-shirt person, and say, "Put these on a shirt"?
No, I have never drawn our dogs.
Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah. Well, you drew beagles.
Who came
Yeah, that
up
was
with
a long
the
time
sentence?
ago.
Who did
Yeah,
the
who
sentence
came up
above
with
it?
the sentence? Was
Y'all
that
have to.
Caitlin?
Y'all have to check with my wife because I don't know.
You know
It
what?
was all a surprise for me.
I'll
on
tell you
Father's
this,
Day.
and I speak for every
I
man.
didn't proof it. I didn't okay it. I just got it. You know.
I say this, and I speak for every man. The point was taken.
It was.
That'll drive the point home.
Right.
Anytime you use any of that in any way with any man, it drives the
It
point
gets
home.
the attention.
It really does. You know what we say? Got it.
Got it.
So
I just feel like that's probably a Betty Caitlin thing.
Funny.
I don't think Hunter would. I just don't think Hunter would go. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, it's almost like he's just too nice a person.
He,
You know what I mean?
Right.
The ladies got a little more edge.
They do.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just,
And Caitlin's especially been up in Washington D.C. She's got to.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, I could hear Betty laughing as she ordered it.
Yes. Yeah.
That's funny. So Father's Day weekend, we do have to ask the question in the audience, how they did.
Yeah, I'd like to hear how some of the fathers came out. We talked a little bit. We didn't have quite the response on people wanting to talk about what they were going to do, but now maybe that it's over, we can get some reports.
Yeah, we'll I know this because for some reason one of these has stopped working. This happens from time to time where I'm set up to kind of see what's going on in the store and on both sides of everything that we're doing. For some reason, one of them dropped off this weekend, and I stopped seeing them. But it looked like to me that people all over this country were getting the gift out of the Rick and Bubba store. A lot of men were getting Rick and Bubba stuff, and I think that's good. And then they were, if you can combine that with some of the other things that were going on, little special things that dads were getting, I felt like we were going into it, really, really good. Mm-hmm. And I hope it turned out. So we'll get some of those phone calls from you coming up in the next hour. And I kind of followed along. Did everybody have kind of a drama-free, no drama for anybody for Father's Day? Did we get out of this? I saw, Adler, I saw the picture of you with your family. At one point, I thought you had gotten a haircut, and I realized you just had it in a ponytail. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I saw y'all up there, with the view of Birmingham behind you. And I thought, man, did Adler cut his hair and he's going to surprise us on Monday? Then I looked and I thought, no, he's got it in a ponytail. Mm-hmm. But
I love y'all's little post, Adler, Father's Day hike, and it looked like Ruby was having none of it.
Yes, she's got the biggest frown on her face. I'm trying to send myself the picture right now. Yeah, we went on a hike. She was a trooper.
Yeah. Was this the extended family hike, or was that just a lunch that was extended family?
This was with Aaron's dad.
Okay,
we went on a hike. I had a 4-month-old strapped to my body for the entire thing, so that was fantastic. And
it's like a weighted vest. What?
We went over a little bit over a mile, so we didn't go crazy, but we went over a mile, and it was pretty hilly. And Ruby was a trooper and a champion. And I was just so proud of her.
Right.
And I was just such a dad. It was great.
And I was such a dad, and it was great.
But she did. I mean, occasionally she would have a frown on her face, but she kept going. And it was really just the picture. That was the biggest part, which is I don't want to stop for a picture. But we got her a walking stick. That helped.
Oh, yeah.
She thought she was cool. It was, it was dangerous. 3-year-olds don't handle sticks very responsibly.
No, they don't.
But it was great. We had a great time. So
we'll be back top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba recaps coming up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you know that Alabama?
Okay, so we're talking about life insurance right now. And I know that's one of those topics that, especially if you're young, you probably want to put off and all that. But I wouldn't, because the older you get, the more life insurance is going to cost you. So go ahead and get this secure now. And then you're thinking, well, Rick, I get real confused about people try to complicate life insurance. And, hey, why don't you make a college account out of this? And, and look, get down to the bottom line. It's less expensive, and it's also what you really want anyway, and that is my family going to be taken care of if I'm taken and I go into glory before they do? If I die my earthly death, the family that is still here, are they going to be taken care of? And the simplest thing you can do is go to Ladder, that's Ladder, just like you climb, ladderlife.com/Bubba. Listen to this now. It's 100% digital, and if you are looking to leave $3 million or less for your family, okay, there's going to be no doctors. There's going to be no needles, no paperwork. Look, people who've used Ladder, out of 5, their overall rating is 4.8 out there. On Trustpilot, they made Forbes' best life insurance list. It'll take just a few minutes. All you need is your laptop or your phone to apply. And then Ladder's smart algorithms, they'll immediately come in and say, you're approved. You're approved for this is how much you want it, and here's how much it'll cost you a month. No hidden fees. You can cancel anytime. You get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. So, and they use insurers with long, proven histories of paying claims, okay? And on AM Best, they get an A and A+. So go right now to ladderlife.com/Bubba and find out if you're instantly approved. Life insurance has never been made simpler than this. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Let's go ahead and do that now.
Chop them off there.
The pine cone did it.
Yeah, but they weren't that.
Right. Yeah. But I know how they are.
Can I tell you the time change?
And it's not quite as thick as my other one.
Last weekend seems like it hit me harder than normal too. I don't know if it's because the weather kind of took a cloudy turn at the same time, but I feel like it's dark at 3 in the afternoon now. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I just
don't know. True story.
I can't find enough lights to cut on. I mean, I'm a little vitamin D deficient anyway, and
I didn't realize that.
Well, most heavy people are. Did you know that? I just learned that a few years ago.
So wait a minute. So when you finally actually have the same shape as the sun, you don't have enough vitamin D. You know.
But I've always, I remember back being a kid. I remember back in high school thinking, I'm kind of like a plant. I feel better if I got a little more sunshine, a little more light,
Well, I will agree with you, too, because I had one of those weird things last night where I made the mistake of starting on a project, and it felt like it was early.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was over, I thought a time warp had happened
it's midnight
because it was dark, and I was like, "My gosh, what time is it? How long have I been at this?"
And it's foggy,
and I realized
the weather is not helping.
And I realized I'd only been at it an hour.
Yeah,
but it felt like I'd been at it for like 3. I thought, and then last night we're sitting there, and Sherry and I and our teenage sons watching the ball game. I said, "Hey, we going on to bed?" And he looks at me, and says, "What?" I said, "We going to bed." He said, "Dad, do you know what time it is?" And I said, "Well, gosh, it's got to be 10 o'clock, 9:30." He goes, "Dad, it's like 8."
No.
And I was like, "Oh, it's 8." Well,
Rick, I started to go to bed like one time, and I even had to tell myself, I go, "That's getting kind of sleepy."
Right.
Hey, it's 6:30. It's 6:30.
Oh, it's 6:30. Hey, it's 6:30. It's midnight black. I mean,
I'm like, wake up, watch Family Feud. Get your act together.
Right. Because what you're doing, you say, I understand, you may think, but if we go to bed too early, then we're walking around at 3 in the morning, we don't know what to do.
Oh, or earlier.
And then I get sleepy before the show starts.
Yeah, you don't want that.
See, I've got I'm like a high-performance sports car. Every little thing matters with me. Thank you for being. Six minutes past the hour. Young Broderick, that's how you get started. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. America's dads all doing a show together. Somebody say. Rick and Bubba University, raising up the next generation with degrees in common sense. Alapuca, Cam Solo. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little show we call Rick and Bubba.
And as all daddies like to do, can I show you some pictures of me and my kids? We ran out of time, but I do want to see that picture of the Adlers hiking. And there's Ezra strapped on to Daddy, and there is look at Ruby. She is ready. She's loving the hike so much she just don't want to stop for a picture.
No.
Don't ask that girl to stop for a picture. She's on the hike.
Yo, I thought we were in trouble. We were seriously like 100 feet into the hike, and she goes, "My legs are tired." And I'm like, "Oh no, we are in trouble."
Oh, no.
But she was a trooper. She was great, and little man, he fell asleep about a mile in.
Oh, yeah.
And it was great, guys. It was a fantastic time.
That's so cool. Her facial expressions.
Oh my goodness.
Have you ever?
Funny.
And there's a lot. You have things happen, and they become custom. Do you ever have that moment when it just strikes you? And you're just sitting there and you're by yourself and you're looking at trees and all of a sudden you go, wow, I'm somebody's dad.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
It happened a lot more when I was younger.
Yeah.
Now I'm kinda over it, but the shock and all.
Yeah,
of it.
the shock and all, Bill. When they hand you that kid for the first time, you're
now
like,
that
what?
is
You're like,
shock and awe.
I think there's someone else more qualified here, isn't there? Why are y'all handing this to me? This is mine?
Wait, me?
What, I'm this dad? Oh, man, I don't know about that. But anyway, what an honor it is. And
It is.
and as we have said unapologetically on the program, and it really, we talk about being professors of common sense. So one of the things, and I'm just going to say this, and we say it all the time, but it's not just a catchphrase, it's true. This country and this world has always and currently really, really needs godly men who fear God. There was a time, and I heard Steve Farrar, God rest his soul, speak to this one time. There was a time, and we're all old enough. Bubba, I know you and I are old enough. Greg's old enough. Maybe Speedy, probably because he's close, and Helms and Adler, it might have started to fade. But when we were growing up, there was no greater compliment that your granddaddy or your dad could pay to another man if he was over there, and your dad or your granddad would say, "Now you see Mr. So-and-so over there? And that's a God-fearing man."
Yeah. Yeah, used to hear that term a lot.
It was something that men used to aspire to be called. Now, I don't know that anybody even cares to be called that anymore. Do we even say that anymore? I heard something in one of the messages I heard over the weekend, and it's from Brian Gunn, and he has a daughter who's, she's out of college a few years, and she's a mover and shaker, very successful young lady. And he made a comment one time about, there was a time that, he was taking on cultural Christianity. And he said, the kind of people, the business people that go to church just so they can put it on a resume. And he said, I get in the car, and she said, I have to correct you on that now, Dad. And he said, what do you mean? She said, being involved in the church on your resume now will actually cost you a job, not get you a job.
Right.
And he was like, wow. Okay, you're right. I did that little analogy I might want to drop from my presentation, because there's really no benefit to it now. Yeah. And people a lot of times would do that because people used to want to know, what are you involved in your local church, and that maybe but now if you say you're too involved in the church, it may cost you. Yeah. But that's probably a good thing for the health of the church. But anyway, so
well, we hear a lot about phobics now.
Yeah.
In our
right.
I think what we really need is some hellophobics. And that is fear of busting the gates of hell wide open.
That's it. Amen, amen, brother. But anyway, somebody say amen. But one of the things, and we're just Calhoun County boys, 3 of us, and then the rest of us are Mississippi, Alabama folk, and Adler, he tries out like he's from Texas, but he's been in Alabama too long now.
San Antonio.
But even Texas would fall into this.
And
okay,
Florida.
Yeah, in Florida. But anyway,
San Antonio
is so. And I've said this before, but I want to say it again, setting this up. I don't really like wasting time on things that don't matter. Okay,
Right.
And I'm not talking. So if I enjoy it, that means it matters. But I'm talking about if I feel like that I'm somebody's Sherry tell you this. I don't like busy work. If I feel like that something's going on right now, this is just busy work. This doesn't really accomplish anything. Doesn't have any impact. I don't even know why I'm fooling with this. I like doing something I think matters that's moving something forward. Well, my entire life, all I've heard on Father's Day from pastors is that every piece of survey we've ever done, that there's a headship and there's an influence, not more valuable men and women are equal in value, co-heirs with Christ in the church. But there's a headship and there's an influence that God has given men that cannot be replaced by anything else. Now, the problem with that is we've been given that influence and we can't turn it off. I know I did this. I wanted to live my life, and all this is directed at me, and if it helps you, then great. I'm talking about what happened in my life. And I thought, is there a way to take that influence and move it to neutral, where I'm not really influencing anybody because I don't want to be an influence to anybody because I want to live my life any way I want to live my life. Now, I don't want to go to hell, so somehow I'm going to try to come up with some sort of redemption that doesn't change anything.
So you're still a hellophobic?
Yeah, so whatever. But the problem is I wasn't really hellophobic because I didn't understand redemption. Because apparently I thought you could be redeemed by Jesus and it not have any impact on your life whatsoever. Well, Scripture doesn't say that. That led us to the latest devotion we just put out called Transform. But anyway, most men will say, well, I don't want to be a bad influence, but I don't really want to put the effort in to be a good influence, so I think I'll just try to be no influence. That's impossible. So that means that we're either an asset to the family, we're an asset to society, we're an asset to the church, or we're a detriment. There is no in between. And it kind of goes back to what you said, Bubba. I think we also think there's this middle ground spiritually where I'm not really sold out for Jesus, but I'm certainly not with the devil. Well, that doesn't exist. If we're not under the authority of Christ, redeemed by him and advancing his kingdom, then we are children of the devil. There is no in between. And we all try to find that in between. I don't really want to be devoted to really either one. Well, that choice doesn't exist. Jesus doesn't give us that choice. So if it's true, and you see Satan trying to say, if we could just remove men from society, society would be better. Well, see, that's his greatest weapon. We talked about this in the Bible study last Wednesday. The number one weapon in the arsenal of Satan himself is deception. Always has been, always will be. Is that what God really said? He led with that, and he's been rolling that, and he hopes you don't know.
It's his fastball.
He hopes we haven't taken the time to know the Scriptures and to know the genuine article. And you know what's unfortunate is he knows that most likely most of us he comes after, we haven't. We don't know. We're easily fooled because we don't know. Okay, we haven't taken the time to know. Too many. I did this. Too many men live their life telling their children, "Go ask your mama." When it comes to the spiritual headship of the house. Well, if that's true, then shouldn't we be focused on where the greatest impact lies, and that is reaching and discipling men? Shouldn't that be the passion of the church? Because somebody said, "Rick, what have you been working on?" I said, "Well, I've been working on things that have some impact." Well, have you solved the problem? Back to Bubba's analogy. Are you still mopping on the first floor when the toilet is leaking on the second floor? Have you gone out to reach and disciple men? If we claim every Father's Day that they've been given this headship and they've been given this influence, and they're not under the authority of Christ, so they're not doing what God designed them to do, but yet we seem to dump all of our money. And by the way, it is not true that you reach the family through the children. That's not true. That is not true. You don't reach the family because men, I think you underestimate how depraved we really are in our fallen state. We're more than willing for our wives and children to go to church and be immersed in the local church, and we think that's a good thing for them. But we're more than willing to either drop them off physically and go play golf that day, or go hunting, fishing, and do what we really want to do, or be there but stay on the peripheral, not really be involved. So you thought that somehow they would influence us to be more involved in the church, but they don't have that influence on us. We'll appease them, but they don't lead us. You reach the family by getting the man. You bring him into the church, and you make him a solid, sold-out follower of Christ. And the family will follow him and solidify in the church. They will. And it was one of the things I was convicted of when I first became a follower of Christ, is Christ said, your children go to church because they think mama wants to go and you're appeasing her. They need to see that it's a priority to you. So if that's the truth, then we say, let's create a plan to reach and disciple men, because that's probably going to solve the most problems. And that's what we've done, and that's what we're doing. And when I come back, I'll tell you about how it went at another opportunity this past weekend, the serious and the funny. And I know everybody's been asking, how did it go? Did you come in too hot on Mike Pence? We'll talk about that.
Yeah,
and some of the things that we saw this past weekend. at the Gridiron Men's Conference. So we'll update that when we come back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With us today on the program. All right, so a couple of updates on stories. The crazed shooter. We now have some of the sad updates on that as people are mourning all over the country. As once again, we've had someone not in their right mind or spirit fire down on innocent people. People not really trying to find motive in all this. It's looking. Let's just go with what we know. What we know is who it is. We know that this is a former Marine. We know did do some tours actually in Afghanistan, I think they said, or in the Middle East as well. We had a call to his house back in April where the neighbors said he was screaming and ranting and breaking things in his own home. People who were questioned about this said, look, all we can do is evaluate. They did send a team there to evaluate him mentally. It's obvious they might have missed. But they said you can't, the quote I heard was, you can't arrest people for breaking their own stuff. The only way you can bring people in is if they appear to be a danger to other people. They assessed that he didn't seem to be, he had not done anything that they had any grounds to take him in. And so,
well, I would say the assessment maybe was flawed.
Maybe missed that one
at
a little
least
bit.
at the potential here. I don't know what you do, Rick. It's you have certain rights of privacy and due process in our country, but we have so many of these people that have mental illness, and you don't want to act ahead and get out of line as far as limiting their freedom or access, but at the same time, we just keep seeing this, this same scenario playing out where there were plenty of warning signs. The stress from being in a combat situation is real. We've seen that over and over again. I don't know what the answer is. I did see, one of the victims was actually at the Las Vegas shooting and survived it. I mean, what are the odds of that? Now his mother was on TV and she's ranting. She's saying she don't want prayers, don't want thoughts. She wants gun control. And I understand that. And I give her somewhat of a pass due to the stress of the situation. But, if someone is going to break the law by going in and shooting up a bar and just, literally having a turkey shoot, they're not going to bat an eye at gun control. They'll break that law too. I don't know, what the answer is here, but obviously that's not it.
All right, so here's the rundown for those of you that said that they believe they found the final Facebook post of the gunman who killed 11 in California. Yeah, I'm insane, but the only thing you people do after these shootings is hopes and prayers, as if he's trying to say something more should be done, so he's going to go show that more should be done, that he shouldn't even be, I guess. Ian David Long, 28, he was dressed all in black, as we know, and used a legally owned .45 caliber handgun with an extended magazine. Witnesses says he also threw some smoke grenades in to confuse the terrified crowd. We told you what happened in April. And then it says he was a Marine combat veteran. He served as a machine gunner in Afghanistan, may have had PTSD. Neighbors said he behaved oddly before his military service. And he wrote death as his high school yearbook goal.
Good night.
See, right? I mean, even that far back, that's before, combat. We've got some issues going here.
Long killed himself Wednesday in an office in the bar after killing the people that he killed. So he did kill himself. I wondered at one time, was he shot by some people who came to help, but they said it was self-inflicted.
Now, I did hear that he had an extended magazine. Is that true? That he did the shooting with a pistol, but he had an extended magazine, which is illegal in California. So, again, kind of making the point, he's already broke gun rules there to do this. I don't know, again, if you'll blow by a killing and you'll blow by the magazine restriction, then I think you'll probably blow by the I'm not supposed to have a gun restriction.
Well, and what I'm about to say is dicey, and I acknowledge that before I say it. It's not an easy solution. All right, so I'm on record. I'm acknowledging that. So first of all, Bubba's point. He legally owned the .45, but he illegally made it more dangerous with an extended magazine. Okay, so there was a gun law that he broke, so it didn't stop him. The other thing is, we do know this. We know that not everybody who goes into combat, it affects them mentally to the point that they become a danger to society.
Yes.
So not everybody. I mean,
I made the call, it was just like I'm.
all right, so let me tell you some things tied to the show that happened over the weekend at the Gridiron Men's Conference. Got to meet men from all over the country, and their encouragement was incredible, talking about all the different ties to the show and the Wednesday Bible study and the curriculum that we have. We've got 4 of those now, curricula, at themanchurch.com, and how it's impacting the men. I mean, we got guys that have been smart enough. They're even using it on the job site. When they take a lunch, they all go in and do that week's message, and it just was incredible.
So it's not curriculum, son.
Yeah, no, that's what I like. When you do plural, I like curriculums, but it's actually curricula, which sounds weird. Wow. But anyway, we got four of those now, 40 week, and they all have different topics they cover. But anyway, so let's talk about a couple things involving the show, okay? Because I know that's what y'all want to hear about today. Men, hear me, okay, loud and clear. Love all of you. Love you. Love your passion. Glad you love the show. But when people are standing in line that are trying to get a devotional signed, or they're talking to me about how things are going with their men's group, or maybe even inquiring about how they can implement this at their church, if they're taking a little time, we can't start screaming in the line, don't be a bip. Okay? Hey, how about quit being a bip up there? Somebody being a bip? And I was like, guys, we don't scream bip at people in this particular line. Okay? We will move them
more
along.
of a work thing, you know.
Hey, somebody being a bip. And then people would say to me, which is okay, look, I don't want to be a bip.
Right.
Bip was just alive and well at the conference. It was talked about quite a bit.
A lot of bip talk.
But let's not shout it to others who may not know what you're doing. You
Not
know,
the right
especially
line for that.
especially if the man's weeping and I'm hugging him.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, just a note there. So when you get down to the lineup, you had Friday night. Now here's what, if I can do this, I want to do it strategically and beneficially. If I'm going to be part of a conference and I'm not speaking to later in the conference, and sometimes people can't do this, so this is not me saying this is the way it has to be done. I want to go and benefit from it if I can. I want to be part of the worship. I want to be hearing the messages because A, I need that myself, but B, just strategically. And I did make some notes. Sometimes you can have parallel thinking.
Yeah.
Especially when the conference has a theme. Mm-hmm. You could walk out and not know that last night the message you're giving, they've already heard.
I see, yeah.
While you don't want to repeat.
Right.
Shouldn't it be a goal we have parallel thinking?
Well, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I don't want
divergent thinking's got us in some of these messages.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. So anyway, it's good to hear what the other men are saying, and look at this crowd. It was
wow. It's fantastic.
As far as Gridiron being in Huntsville, because it started in Tuscaloosa, then it went to Birmingham. As far as Huntsville is concerned, I don't know how many years it's been there. I want to say it's probably been there 5 years, maybe. But anyway, this is the biggest Huntsville crowd I've ever seen. And but the pandemic had a lot to do with that. Remember, the pandemic hit when they moved to Huntsville pretty quick.
Yeah. And did they have it the pandemic years?
Yes. But it was very, very reduced. They cut down on how many they could have. They only allowed like maybe 1,000, and you had to have spaces between everybody. So and it took some time. I think what we finally saw here is, hey, everybody's back to normal life now. But look at this. I mean, it's full. It was great. So let's get to the Mike Pence. Okay. So a lot of concern that I would come in too hot. There was concern.
You mean former Vice President Mike Pence, who was on the show last week.
Now, I want y'all to know, a lot of people on the Instagram, which I'm going to get on some of you today because y'all don't know how to act, but that me putting the hand on his shoulder was me moving in too quick. Do you think? But I mean, I think that picture.
I think when you pose for pictures, you normally hug.
Right,
absolutely,
a little bit.
One, because you're trying to get together, get lined up. Yeah, everybody with a camera. No one ever says spread out.
No, yeah.
They said move in close.
It says to me that, hey, look, there's my buddy.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea?
Nothing wrong with that, Rick.
Immediately who you were and all that.
Was there a squeeze though, Rick? Did you squeeze?
It looks like I may be putting pressure on that shoulder. I may be putting pressure.
Double tap.
or when it was over? How'd it go?
Yeah.
Like double tap? Like,
I double tapped on that.
That's
the app.
fine.
All right. So first of all, Mike Pence. I thought Mike Pence was taller. Okay. First of all, I want to get to that.
He's not short.
First of all,
no, he's not. But I thought he was taller. I thought he was.
What
taller.
is he? 6 foot?
No, he was about 5'10", maybe 5.
Okay.
So he's real tall.
Yeah. So yeah, it's all relative, isn't it, my friend? But here's what happened. I tried to keep it and just keep it down. He did, Greg, to your question, when they said this is Rick from Rick and Bubba, he did light up.
Oh.
He did once again say, to confirm what you asked me, that he's familiar with the show. And
been listening since the 90s.
Well, not that much, but he said that he was familiar with the show, and he appreciates how we do the show, and everything was going really good to the point that I felt like that I might be invited to his lake house. I mean, I thought this is going great, and then somebody says, "Well, you know, Rich Wingo's from Indiana."
There it is.
That's
and this is what we had all feared.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about it.
When
openly.
that took place, I lost Mike Pence to Rich Wingo so fast.
Wow.
And then Wingo's throwing out counties.
Oh, yeah.
He's throwing out, oh, you talking about Lake so and so? And then was that
He's like Span during a tornado watch.
wait a minute, your parents your mother lives there and your sister, they live there now still. Oh yeah, I go to Steel Indiana on all the holidays. Oh yeah, well, you know, our house is just outside Indianapolis. And I was just like, well, that'll do it. That'll do it.
You could have just backed out of the room.
Will do it.
You're out.
Good night, Mike.
Good night,
Unless
Mike.
you got a picture.
It was a good run. I was there. Oh, really? Okay, so you play for the Packers. Well, that's it.
So Rich Wingo basically
You ever
stole.
heard of Troy State?
He took all the air out of the room.
Oh,
and we predicted it.
And then, of course, then what? Then you got Rich, the fact that Rich was a representative in the state house. That Rich played a role in getting the abortion bill done here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this point, what am I bringing to the table? Helium boy?
Yeah, you're done.
I'm back there going, how am I pumped?
So how did you
Can Rich
play
do
it?
that?
Yeah.
Did you just back off and let them have the?
I just backed off and walked away.
Did you?
How long did you
Probably
stand there?
eased on back to the green room for some chips and sauce.
How long did you stand there for? You felt uncomfortable.
Well, I was awkward. It didn't take 30 seconds.
Okay.
Because sometimes you may think you've lost, and then there's that time it hits you real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, at one point, which I didn't appreciate, Rich literally turned his back to me.
Oh.
Yeah, sometimes you leave the side open for you to still engage in the conversation.
Yeah, do some side laughing.
He walled me off, and I just left.
Yes. Good night.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not that everybody look. If you've ever been through trauma, and I hope you never do, but if you have, everybody's affected by it in some way, shape, or form. Just some people can cope better than others. There's no way to go through a traumatic situation and it not have any impact on you.
Right.
That's why it's called trauma.
Right.
But you have to be able to handle trauma. Some people can handle it, some can't. Okay, so we know that. So not everybody who's been in a terrible combat situation becomes a danger to society when they come back or to their family or to themselves. Not everybody. Some do. But in this particular person, you know, things like writing, my goal in life in high school is death. People say I behave oddly and I say outlandish. I'm crashing around in my house like an animal, and they have to come out here and talk to me. Maybe we shouldn't go after the rights, once again, of people to defend themselves. Maybe we should look at what we have available to us, again, on culling people who not just for a moment had a bad day. They seem to be showing us that they've got some issues that makes them dangerous for a long period of time, that maybe we need to, how we handle that, we need to look at. And I know that's difficult. I'm not saying that's a simple solution, because you don't want to violate people's rights, and I'm certainly someone who would rather, I'd rather have maximum freedom, even if it puts me in, because I haven't been able to, in a fault in creation, come up with a solution where I'm guaranteed nothing bad's ever going to happen to me.
Right. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. But what I'm saying is, there's certainly this person was showing us, I don't mean any disrespect to the military, because you guys are phenomenal, and I have great respect for each and every one of you, but is there not a process? Does somebody ever walk in and say, hey, this guy wants to be a Marine, his goal is death in his yearbook? do you go, well, that's good, or maybe this person might not can handle what's required of a Marine? I don't know.
Or is he just being adolescent and goofy? You know,
but I mean, did he not show any signs that he was odd?
I don't know.
I mean, everybody who was around him said it showed signs that he wasn't right.
And there's two,
but that doesn't mean he's dangerous. I understand that. There's a lot of people aren't right that aren't dangerous. But
and I don't know. I'm looking at the profile of the victims here. At least two of them I've seen are veterans. One's a Navy vet, and another one is a Marine vet. So you've got that aspect too. You know, why would a vet go in shooting up other veterans? The country music outlet, you know, some people are trying to tie that together with the Las Vegas shooting.
Well,
I don't.
That's something I
don't know about that.
Well, certainly that's a reach, and I'm not trying to go there. But I have to say, yesterday during my time of just kind of quietness and pondering, this got in my mind, and I thought, no one's ever told us why the guy got set up in the Las Vegas hotel and fired down on country music fans.
No,
which is an odd group of people to target. Mm-hmm. That he picked that. Some people say it had nothing to do with that. He's just looking for a place where people gather. Well, people gather at a lot of places.
But hadn't he scouted out that before, or maybe was it another? I don't remember the details of that.
But y'all realize that has just gone away. No one has been able to explain to us anything other than this guy just wanted to kill people.
Right.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem odd. The first thing I heard when I was driving to work that day, and I heard the updates of this killing, they kept throwing out country music bar with line dancing promotion for college students. This is something that goes on every Wednesday, and college students come from all these colleges to learn to line dance. It just seems,
I know,
I'll give you that.
I'm not sure I'm not saying they're connected. I'm not going coast to coast.
I know, and we're not.
It
We're
just seems odd.
We're just trying to. And look, we may be looking for logic in a woods that doesn't have any logic in it. It may just be an empty cup there we're looking for.
Well, I will tell you, and I'm not saying
other than pure evil, and I'm mad, I'm out of my skull with evil, and it doesn't matter. I mean, we also know how that looks,
right?
Yeah,
and you don't have to have logic to that. You just destroy whatever's around you.
You have the balance, and I'm certainly understand this is true in a fallen state, but there's the balance of I've got chemical problems and I've got spiritual problems.
Right.
And sometimes, those things can really make a very terrible, terrible cocktail, because we do see the calling card of those of us that have the biblical worldview, that the darkness that exists in the spiritual realm, the calling card is kill, steal, destroy, kill the host.
And that
every time.
The signature here is definitely of a spiritual demonic force.
And
like
sometimes
he did take his own life.
Yeah, and sometimes people trying to wrap their minds around that sometimes there's just evil in the world, and that people can give themselves over. And certainly he might have issues that were chemical in nature, which anytime the mind is not what it's supposed to be, that also opens you up to things spiritual in nature. That's why drugs do that. That's why alcohol does that. That's why. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. LearBubba.com. I know. Looking at the economy, she looks a little shaky. The dollar losing value. Other countries saying they're not going to use the dollar anymore. What is going to happen to my savings? What is going to happen to my retirement? That's a good question. You might want to put some hedge in there and protect yourself against all this inflation by investing in precious metals. You never hear anybody going, I just really regret having a precious metal. Look at that gold, how it's going down. Why don't you find out more right now by calling someone at LearBubba. You can go to LearBubba.com if you want to. That's fine. And you'll get a free 1 ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. But if you want to talk to someone, and sometimes if you're like me, I need some education on this. Call 1-800-707-4575. Listen, if gold hits anywhere near where some of these analysts are predicting, if it gets anywhere near there at the prices you can still buy it, you're going to do great. Nobody can guarantee it's going to hit these highs, but if it gets even close, you're going to do well, because the prices are surprisingly still good. So 1-800-707-4575, or go to LearBubba.com. That link is also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so you remember when you started getting older, when you were younger, I mean, you got in trouble, and the way we were raised, which I think was better, you got your little hiney tore up, and it stung.
Oh, buddy.
And then you remember getting to the point where you were kind of old enough and you thought that what your parents did that involved, spankings and things like that, or, if you ever, we were never really grounded a lot. It was usually consistent, it was severe, and it was quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
And then it was over.
And then it was over, but you didn't forget it.
No.
But then you remember the first time that one of your parents said to you, the thing about this right now, Rick, is I'm just disappointed. I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed. And you remember how that felt?
Oh, yeah.
And you were like, oh, wow. I didn't think anything could feel worse than you being mad, but this actually this feels terrible.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I am with some of the audience. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Because I don't know that we've just lost discernment, when to be appropriate, when's the appropriate time to do or say fill in the blank. So let me be clear on something about Mike Pence. And I know it's one of the reasons why I don't really want anything to do with politics anymore, because it's become so toxic. But if Donald Trump is going to be the nominee and you think that he's the best thing for the country, and he did a great job the last time he was president, and I totally acknowledge that, and he's been good to this show. Yep. I don't have any problem with our relationship with Donald Trump and his camp. They've been good to us. There's no animosity there. Okay, so don't read that. But this thing with the way some of y'all are acting involving Mike Pence, especially when the whole thing with the show was that he was kind enough to come on. He announced a book he and his daughter are doing coming out that involves building the American family back, which I think we could all use a little of that. And we talked about faith, and we talked about the importance of these men's conferences and the state of men. And we're talking about the transformation that only Jesus provides, okay? And then there was a joke, which I just updated us on, about do I come in too hot with people who have platforms or celebrities, well-known people. And it's a running joke on the program, and it's meant to be funny, okay? So the whole thing about me putting a picture of me with Mike Pence was only about that we're glad to be at the conference, but mainly about, hey, do y'all think I'm coming in too hot?
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And 90% of the audience got that completely. And they made comments based on, hey, watch out, Rick, don't come in too hot. Is this your new best friend when y'all having lunch? And that was all meant to be funny.
Good fun.
But no. Oh,
Here they come.
no. Oh, no. Here come the Trumpites. Here come the Trump trants. So the way some of you behaved and have commented on that post, it disappoints me. It really does. It just disappoints me. And I will say this. There was one person who put something, the things y'all were saying about Mike Pence and then saying about me because I was putting a picture up with me with Mike Pence. Some of the things y'all were saying and some of the things you've emailed and some of the things you've commented on, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You really should. And it's disappointing that you can't discern, I have a preferred candidate, and I think this is the way to go politically, and attacking someone's character, attacking someone personally, and attacking me for being at a men's conference and having a picture made with them, okay, and having them on the show. It's disappointing. And I'm going to say strategically, if you'll listen, and I know some of you can't because we're in this mob thing now where all we do is scream and yell. We don't talk anymore, and it's toxic. If some of y'all would listen, and I'm going to say it based on one comment and what my response was. One guy said, well, I noticed you removed my comment. Do you not believe in free speech? To which I replied, no, here's why I removed your comment. Because I don't think there's anything that turns people away from Trump quite like certain Trump supporters. And I am actually protecting Trump, and I'm protecting you because the fact that you just attacked me and Mike Pence while we have our picture made at a men's conference and everybody else is commenting on a bit on the show about coming in too hot and you couldn't figure that out, I'm also protecting you because you look foolish. You're hurting Trump because people think that Trump supporters are crazy, and then you're hurting yourself because people who have sense are going, wow, that wasn't the time or place for that.
Yeah.
So I'm protecting you and I'm protecting Trump. So that's why I took it down.
Help me help you.
And so I just don't understand. And I looked and researched all the things y'all are upset about. And, there's things when you talk about people politically, that's fine. And that comes with the territory. And Pence, they know that. He even talked about this. If you would have heard what the man said at the conference when he was self-deprecating, he even talked about how he lost his way from his faith because he was arrogant, how he at one time started compromising things when he was in government, and he finally made a decision that if he was going to be a man of God, he couldn't do that. Some of the things you've seen him not do, he's doing it because he thinks this is the right thing to say and do. And when we're going to go after somebody personally who's done things like hold marriage in very high regard and take steps to keep him from falling into sins of lust and being inappropriate to his wife, I would just be careful attacking somebody like that, even if you think politically they've done your favorite person wrong or didn't do it right. You got to look at what Trump did to him too, and Mike Pence is just a man. And when he says, "I'm not going to tell you right now, I would pardon Trump if he's found guilty of something," because I don't know what's going to happen with any of this, but he also said, I think what they're doing to Trump is wrong, and I think that he ought to have his day in court, and people shouldn't be called guilty until they're proven guilty. They should be called innocent. He said that about Trump. I went and found the comments myself. And he said, but you're asking me about a pardon that I don't even know what situation I would be in. So I can't tell you I would pardon something right now when I don't even know the situation I would be in.
That's a big hypothetical.
Yeah.
We may joke around about it, make comments, but when it really gets to your name on the line to pardon somebody,
right,
you got to know all the details of a case, and every one of them's different. And that's a power, by the way, that the president has that is unchecked by the other two wings of government. So it is a big deal.
Yeah. And so I just, as far as the kind of person that you look at, and he's not a perfect man, and he hasn't done everything right, but I haven't either. I don't think you can say that Donald Trump has done everything right. I don't think you can say that Mike Pence has done everything right. But if I was standing here looking at a man of character and integrity on the things that really mattered, and I'm not even saying that he would make the best president. The fact that he probably wouldn't be as good a president in today's environment as Trump really is a compliment. It's really, he's almost too good a guy to be in all that mess, the way it is now. And because the way it is now is I'm afraid it's kind of like my dad said when he was coaching football, and he kept it in line, and if you crossed lines, he would get rid of you. But I remember him saying, if I hadn't been called to the dorm in the middle of the night a few times prior to the season, we're probably not going to have a good football team.
No.
Because some of the things that go on out there on that field, really, gentlemen sometimes don't fare well out there. And I think our political situation has gotten the same way. So I understand the desire for a Trump. I get it. And I'm not even against it as far as getting the job done. But I am against the way that y'all behaved concerning him being at this men's conference, being on this show talking about Mike Pence, and me having my picture made with him. I'm very disappointed in the way some of you acted. And if that's going to take you away from this show, then you can go.
Yeah.
We'd be better off without you.
And remember, I didn't get my picture made with it.
Right. And remember, Bubba didn't because he's a Trumper. But at least he didn't dog Pence.
That's right.
He just refused to be here for the interview. That's the way you handle things like that. Right, Bubba?
That's right. Hooked up to the IV, I refused.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. How'd your Father's Day go? Let's talk when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Instability does that. It is the road in, and so I don't know. It may be nothing more than we live in a place, whether we want to think about that or not, where evil people do evil things, and sometimes there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah.
Man. But now and I do think what's bad is when some people do it, the others who have that bent see it and go, I think I'll do that too.
Right. Well, let's just, we're just kind of talking shop here, walking through this. What could have helped this situation? The only thing in this situation could have helped is if somebody else had a gun and known how to use it and stopped him before he had that many victims. That's the only thing.
Rick and Bubba.
Darren is out of the great state of Indiana. Darren, thank you for your patience and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
How about it?
I want to throw in some stuff. I'm a police officer here in Indiana. I've been an active shooter instructor for 10 years now.
Well, thank
And
you
I've
for
seen
what
it all
you do,
change.
man. I appreciate you. Be careful.
Yes, sir. One thing that I think people kind of forget about is if you want free will, if you want all that freedom, it comes with a byproduct.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, this is it.
Yep.
We can look at the history of active shooters and how it happened, and a lot of it is conflict resolution. A lot of it is these people not being able to deal with their feelings and their emotions. And the freedom that we have in this country is byproduct of an active shooter.
Well, but to Bubba's point, we're supposed to have the freedom, too, as provided in the Second Amendment, to defend ourselves. And it is a fact. It is a fact that gun-free zones make it impossible for law-abiding, responsible citizens to be able to defend themselves against people who don't follow the law.
Oh, I'm pure gun. I've carried a gun for 17 years. You know, it's never fired upon innocent people.
Darren,
It's never just jumped out of my holster.
Darren, this is the
People that
thing.
wanna say it's a gun issue. That's silly because my gun is never fired unless the trigger's been pulled.
That's right. Oh, yeah,
Darren,
every time.
Here's the thing, and this is what we're talking about. I mean, I hate to say this, but, you know, it just almost seems like we're not going to have a safe situation until we're kind of back in the old Wild West where everybody's carrying a gun. I mean,
I'm all for it.
In this scenario here, this guy ended up taking his own life after he had shot all these folks. But I mean, law enforcement got there
in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Look how
was-
much happened in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was the first resistance he had. I mean, it was a turkey shoot up to that point. So, and I understand. Hey, I'm a bar owner. We got alcohol here. We don't want a bunch of people with guns in here. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know without defending yourself. I know we have been in a situation a couple of times in a place where we knew everybody in there had a gun, and it was probably a pretty safe place. But, I mean, I hate to say – I hear myself saying that, and you go, my gosh, you're promoting the Wild Wild West. But what else options – I mean, look at this shooting in California. If anybody in there had a gun and could have returned fire, we might have had less victims today.
Yeah, the
Right? I
Here's
mean,
what I'm scared
am
of.
I missing something?
Well, the bouncer's no good to someone for you if a guy has a gun and he doesn't.
Yeah.
What I'm scared of is you get all these people with guns, and then when they try to shoot that bad person that's coming in doing silly stuff, that they hit a couple of victims.
Yeah, I
And
got
think
you. I
that's
understand.
when the people that are promoting this whole anti-gun thing, and it's the gun's fault, then you're going to have a huge swing on the other side, and that's a horrible day. When it's not the gun's fault, it doesn't matter if you have an extra capacity magazine. Doesn't matter what you've done to that weapon. When you pull the trigger, it fires. That has to happen. And to say that it's a gun issue is silly. If I went in there with knives, and started cutting people.
Well, but people would say, people say you couldn't have killed so many people that quick with a knife. I know that, but I understand your point.
Mm-hmm.
The problem, we've said it 1,000 times in this society, is we refuse to address the things we are doing that perpetuates these kinds of people. We just want to address that.
And until we comprehensively look at that, and I got it. There's some things that I don't want to admit to either, but there's so many things in our society that push people toward this, and until we're really wanting to talk about it, and that's Hollywood, that's games, that's the ability to get some of this stuff. It's we're going to have this.
Well, let me tell you the other part of it too, and.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we'll chat with you. Lines are available. I told the guys in the break I did get my big line on Charles Billingsley this past weekend. He was leading worship, did a great job as always. Do you remember the guy that called and asked it would be awkward if he brought his wife to the Gridiron? I met them, by the way, and it was interesting.
Did she come?
Yes, she did. She was there, and she said I've loved hearing this. It really helps me as a woman knowing some of the things that men are told. And so Charles, I hit him on two fronts. And so if you remember, I said, and are you there? And, of course, it's way out in there, and I can hear everybody hollering, yipping. And I said, well, the only thing I was concerned about, your husband asked if this would be awkward. Of course, the fact that, there's, 7,000 men here and there's one woman. I said, I know that may not be awkward, but the thing I was worried about, because I know women, I know how y'all hate this, and here we go, that you and Charles would be wearing the same outfit. And I know how women hate that, and the place went crazy. And then I said, and of course, last night, we've all done it, those of us that are different stages of weight. Sometimes you'll go to a shirt a little quick. And I said, and Charles regretted that T-shirt he had on last night. And everybody went crazy. And Charles was like, I did. He's pointing like it. Charles got real self-conscious about it. I said, with that T-shirt, look quick. I thought you were ready for it. I've done it. We've all done it. So what a blast. Charles Billingsley is fun because
he's a funny guy.
He has no problem being the butt of a joke. He doesn't take himself too serious, and he'll yuck it up, and he'll even throw you one out there and say, here, I've gave you a little something to go with. Is this Bree? Is it Bree out of Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
All right, Bree.
Hey, Bree.
Bree, go ahead.
Me. So I have a Father's Day sale.
Oh,
we picked this weekend. We recently sold our house, and I picked this weekend for us to move.
What? You had your husband involved in moving on Father's Day weekend? Bree, what did he do to deserve this?
I don't know. He's a great man, but he didn't deserve that.
Thank you, Bree. That's repentance.
Yeah.
That's repentance.
Maybe the only thing I can think of is he wanted to get into the new house.
Yeah.
Okay.
He signed off on this, it sounds like.
Did he, or did you pressure him on it?
No, he agreed to it, and I took him out to dinner, so that helped.
Right. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, but you feel bad about it. You have a little bit of regret on that.
I do.
Yeah. The vomiting of the soul is what Tom Watson said repentance was. So, Bree, thank you. Let's go to Daniel out of Auburn, Alabama. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey guys, how we doing this morning?
Hey, fantastic.
Hey, I know you guys had Mike Pence on the show. I think it was last week.
Yes.
But it's crazy. I didn't know you guys had Jimbo Fisher on the show today. That's crazy.
Greg Burgess.
I think that's just Greg.
Thank you.
Well, he's not that anymore. He's
why
giggling.
y'all chanting?
He's giggling.
Oh, that's right. He's giggling.
Guy's been there a while, too.
I
It
just-
ain't like last year was his first
To me,
year.
he'll always be Florida State because that's when he won.
Yeah, I chimed in because I love doing that.
Yeah, I don't know what to chant for A&M. Let's go to
Giggle, man.
but I mean, do they have? Do they have
They
something?
do that thing where they all do.
they
Let's
chant
ask corporate Greg. Greg, what should we do?
I ain't got a clue.
Let's go to David in Mississippi. David, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good. Good.
Let me ask you a question. You said it's hard to be a Trump supporter because of a certain section of other Trump supporters. It's like, to me, being an Alabama fan, it's really hard sometimes because of a certain group of other Alabama fans.
David.
And I'm wondering if it may be an idolatry thing going on where it's hard.
Are you saying you can't be happy for Alabama sometimes because of some of their fans? Is that what you're saying?
Because of some of my fellow Alabama fans, sometimes that's like, instead of a roll tide, it's a roll.
A row Trump. It's
row Trump.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say that. I said that sometimes, you're the fans who don't know how to act hurt the product. And if you have tied that to Bama, that's probably a little SEC rivalry there. I won't weigh into that today. Let's
Look, they're a passionate bunch.
They really are.
But every play is not a touchdown.
James in Auburn. James, go ahead. That's at Auburn coming out, isn't you? Mm-hmm. James, go ahead.
Hello, guys. Hope you all had great Father Days.
We did.
Father Days.
Since all you guys are fathers on the show, that's great.
Thank you.
Listen, this is James Ryan. Of course, y'all know me as Rapping Romeo. I just wanted to say I had a great time watching Brother Robin's service yesterday up at Church International, and I heard you guys talk about him a little bit last week. I've known the man for 32 years, and let me tell you guys, I've never found a more sincere preacher in my life. And he's a great pastor, and it's just good to be able to hear a guy play the guitar as good as Prince and Jimi Hendrix, while I'm also worshiping the Lord.
That's just a little bonus there. That's good right there. Let's go
Is he
to
serious?
Katie
never
in
know the
Hartsville.
Romeo.
Katie, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing this morning?
We're great.
Good.
So I just turned the show on within the last couple minutes before y'all went on y'all's last break, and did I hear y'all say people were not wanting to watch the show now or listen to the show because Rick had a picture made with Mike Pence?
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The terrible Mike
Well,
Pence.
I'll say I saw the picture on Instagram because I follow all of y'all on Instagram, and I did not think that at all. I'm supporting. This is just me. I'm supporting Pence. I always thought he was a great VP when he was under Trump, and if people are feeling that way, then that's their loss. I mean, that's not y'all. That's them.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you for the call. Appreciate that. Adam,
She said they
Illinois.
eat it.
By the way, met a lot of guys from Illinois at Gridiron.
Really?
Oh, yeah, big representation.
All right.
Go ahead, Adam.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
We're great.
Hey, I just wanted to share my my Father's Day gift that I got this weekend. It was absolutely fantastic. My 12-year-old boy went to a church group thing, CIY, in Indiana, and he was saved, and he was baptized on Father's
Praise
Day.
God.
And it was the greatest gift.
Oh.
It was the greatest gift I could ever get.
Wow.
That is a
So
good
I-
Man,
Wow.
you don't get any better than that. I watched the dad baptize his 16-year-old daughter at worship yesterday, and boy, you talk. I tell you, hey, thanks for getting us all squalling. Man, when you see a daddy look down at one of his kids and he's about to baptize him and watch them try to hold it together, good gracious.
Oh, Rick.
Kathy, Lynette, Alabama. Kathy, go ahead.
Kathy.
Yes, I was just calling to wish my husband a happy 50th birthday, a happy Father's Day, and a happy 18th wedding anniversary yesterday.
Wow. 1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
He's got a lot going on.
Good
Turned 50.
night.
Got
Tough to
Father's
keep up
Day,
with all that.
got an anniversary. My goodness, what a weekend. So,
Oh yeah, we celebrated big yesterday, but I just had to call and give him a shout out on the air because he's a great father, great husband, and we appreciate everything he does.
Well, what's his name?
Mark Crowder.
There we go. Mark got a big. How about that?
Another Crowder.
Yeah, how about that?
Louder we're Crowder.
Louder we're Crowder. Yeah. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Bubba, I'll have to share an email with you I couldn't believe over the weekend.
Another one?
I couldn't believe it. I mean, the people just over the weekend. I'm just like, is this how these things come across? I mean, is there a reality out there that we're not in on? It's pretty funny. When I say it, you won't believe it. You'll be like, what?
Is it about charcuterie boards?
It is not. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody wants to talk about this, and it is a darkness over this country, is when you start devaluing human life.
Sure. We got that too.
That's
And
that's the foundation.
That is part of a comprehensive review.
And I knew it was, but
nobody's going to talk about that, but that is part of it, and the spiritual warfare part of
Guys,
it. Nobody wants to talk about that.
When our society saw the footage and the documentation of what Planned Parenthood was doing, and it didn't bother us to the point that we said we must cut funding to that organization immediately, when that didn't happen, and by the way, it didn't.
Well, they tried,
but I'm talking about. Think about
the judge blocked it.
But there was a time when if that had gotten out to a civilized group of human beings, people would have screamed, "Oh my gosh, this is a bipartisan. We got to look at ourselves of what we've become as human beings. This can't be allowed to go on."
Right.
And we did not have that reaction. You had some people, but it did not set our society on its ear and say, "What in the world have we become?" It was supposed to be a wake-up call, and it wasn't one. It wasn't one.
There's a lot of deep problems.
Yeah.
And this is how it manifests itself. And again, I don't know that you're ever going to be in a perfect world in a fallen creation.
No, that's not going to happen. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Bill in Alabama. Bill, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm a retired Air Force veteran. I spent 33 years, and I'm like all the other veterans. You know, we took an oath when we enlisted, and when I retired, they didn't have me rescind that oath. So back when we swapped over from the 45s to the 9mm as our service weapons, all those 45s were put into storage, and I have an idea to let all of us, if we retire to 20 years or more, let us have those weapons. We have to train semi-annually, and we can conceal carry, because that's the only way we're going to stop these shooters is to be able to protect ourselves and the public.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can do that as a private citizen.
Yeah.
But again, this guy was a vet that did the shooting.
David and Selma.
Sadly.
David, go ahead.
Yes, about the PSTD or whatever you call it.
PTSD.
Yeah.
PTSD, yeah, I got it wrong. Not everybody gets it goes in the military. You probably had it before you went in the military.
Yeah, I made that point, actually.
Yeah.
You might have missed that. I made that point a minute ago that, this it was a fictional story, but we were talking about, Full Metal Jacket. I mean, that kind of preparation inspired some people to go from being weak men to strong men, level-headed men, but to the one person who already had issues, it turned them evil, and they fired on people and fired on themselves. So stress does not affect everybody the same.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like you're in agreement with us by the way you're actually living your life. You certainly don't think it's a sin to carry a gun, or you wouldn't be carrying one. But I was saying that I think this is that thing we have to be really careful because of the whole mode of the new covenant, where now God goes to he will now pay the price that we should all be paying, and now comes redemption and the fulfillment of the law, and now we're made righteous because of what Jesus has done, and then also he takes away the result of sin, which will be death, and that somehow we've taken that, and too many times in the modern church we've cast him into that means he's a hippie, and it doesn't mean that at all. And others were sending. I was thinking about it in my mind, because Jesus even talks about, you see in the book of Luke, where he's talking about that if you think I'm here to bring peace, you're wrong. Certainly, you go, wait a minute, Rick. But the angels were singing when he was born, peace, goodwill toward men. And then Jesus said, I say this so that you'll have peace. When you go through tribulation, always have peace and joy in your heart, because I've overcome the world. He's talking about peace because of redemption. He's not talking about that we will live at peace in a fallen creation with everyone. That's not what he's talking about at all. And somebody sent me, one of my brothers said Luke 22:36, and he said to them, but now whoever has money in his belt, take it along, likewise also a bag, and whoever has no sword, sell your coat and buy you one. So that's Jesus.
And they were headed out 2 by 2 for protection also.
Yeah, and so he knew there may be times you would have to use it, and maybe to hunt or maybe to defend yourself, and he also said that I came and brought a sword, and I will divide families against each other. I've certainly I'm in touch with that emotion. You may, because of me, I'm so divisive, your own family may get at war over me. But I'm not really, I'm a divisive person, and because the truth is always divisive. 866 We Be Big, tons of
Good
calls.
question, though.
It was a great one. Dennis in Florida. Dennis, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba University interns, Alapuca, Cam Solo. They got it just like they like it today. We'll get more of your phone calls Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and we really, really thank all of you for being here also.
Yep, and great, all the pictures we've gotten of the dads that got all kinds of Rick and Bubba stuff this past weekend. We love it. Well, Bubba, this email, it starts out, have you ever had an email just take a turn that you never saw it coming?
Yes,
now, picture if you're me, and you see somebody asking about one of our sponsors, and you think, oh, okay, I'll help this person out. Okay, got a question. Do I have to take these 3 packets of capsules at the same time, or can I spread them out over the day? I'm talking about relief factor. And, of course, I go back and say, no, you spread them out over the day. You don't take all of it at the same time.
Right.
So I think that's the end of it. And then you see that word also.
Awesome.
You know, I always look out for the word also, but, you know, but's a smelly subject. You know, you never like that. Also, comma, and you won't believe what was emailed next. You will not believe what was emailed next. You talk about people that I've realized that we're all just blinded by love. We're just blinded. You know, we're
and the light.
Mm-hmm. Also, want to say that I love Greg. Okay, feels good. He has a big heart and a great sense of humor. I don't like the way y'all pick on him.
Pick on me?
What? I don't like the way y'all pick on him.
I agree.
Number one, I loved his green shirt, and then I think sometimes that y'all are jealous of Greg.
What went green
All right,
shirt?
so the green
I don't
shirt
know
was the
something about
best
green shirt.
of.
Yeah.
That's the best of. That's the best of bit.
And
That's like saying Michael J. Fox was too rough on Biff.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now that is a great analogy.
That is really good.
That's
Bubba.
a perfect analogy.
Wait a minute.
Listen to this.
I agree with this.
Well,
person.
listen, and then goes on further. This is Greg we're talking
Y'all
about.
bunch of jerks.
This is Greg we're talking about. It's really not nice to bully a person like Greg. So stop it. And she's got "stop it" in caps.
Oh, man.
Stop it.
She's got a thing for Greg.
Good night, Greg. Look
I'll
at
be
the camera.
There's a lot of things out there that might be a narrative we should look at. Picking on Greg.
Rick, I've been holding it in. Y'all have beat me down a little bit.
But you know what this tells me?
Especially about my green shirt.
This is
right after improving our grammar.
Well, listen. This is where fandom. This is where fandom comes in. So what happens when you become a fan, like she is of Greg, which is fine. We love that. You're part of the show. I'm glad. I'm glad there's Greg fans.
Why y'all picking on me?
But then you know what happens? Every time he rips somebody to shreds, she doesn't hear it.
Right.
She doesn't see it.
Or she laughs.
And all she hears is when somebody tries to put Greg in
Now
the
tell
bind.
me again. So she said that y'all are bullying me?
Yes, we're bullying Greg, and we need to stop picking on you. She says stop it in capital letters.
Do you remember that
Picking on
episode?
Greg?
You know what it reminds me of, Rick? That episode on the Partridge Family where Keith has found this blonde-headed girlfriend, and she wants to sing.
Yes.
And he thinks she sings great, and everybody else is going, oh, my gosh.
I vaguely remember that.
This is like, fingernails on a chalkboard. And they finally get him to listen to a tape of her,
And not see
not
her?
knowing it's her singing. And he goes, that's horrible.
You're on fire with these analogies about this Greg thing. Because what you're saying about this email,
I need to watch
this was the reaction I had. You're having the same reaction I had. Now, I'll tell you one thing. It's one thing that doesn't surprise me. She says that she's a fan, and when I look at her email address, now I'll tell you what didn't surprise me at all. To Bubba's point, her name ain't Peggy.
No,
her name ain't Peggy.
Yeah, they wouldn't have said nothing.
Right.
Nice. I agree.
So I don't.
Well, here's the
Adler,
deal,
I can't
Rick.
even imagine how you feel right now. Can you imagine how Eddie Van Adler feels right now? This person says Greg is big-hearted. He is super nice. And she's angry that we pick on him.
Yeah, what world does she live in?
That pretty much sums it up. I mean, I think she's.
Is this part of those aliens among us story we've had that's been ongoing?
I mean, I've been, struggling with the bullying for a while. Well, ever since y'all got me with that green shirt, I just
right. Well, and
doggone it.
But am I living in an alternate universe? And that's a new thing now that we have these multiverses. In the world I live in, Greg shreds people on a daily basis. Do you live in that world,
Rick,
Bubba?
shredding is not
That's the world
it's
I
not,
That's old Greg.
That's a kind word.
As in Friday?
Well, no, you got to start something.
The grandkids have had some impact.
Yeah,
and the puppy has had some impact, but not where this emailer is.
I got it.
This emailer is living in another world.
That's like saying Freddy Krueger took the weekend off. You know, I mean,
You keep going. You just dream all you want.
going.
Hey, Monday through Thursday
was really still bad.
I know what
You
it
know
is.
what?
You're getting credit for the puppies when clearly it was Lisa.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Something's
That's what it
happened.
is.
That's probably
Or
true.
somebody,
Even though you have had to take care of them, but
you're right though on the motive.
Right. Maybe this female listener has a thing for Jimbo Fisher. Who knows?
Maybe that's it.
I don't know where this is coming from. Adler, did you think you would live long enough?
I
You'd be
didn't
on the
think
show
about
that somebody would call up and say, "Stop picking on Greg."
Use the word bully.
I mean, even serial killers in prison have like boyfriends and girlfriends.
Oh,
and
that's
stuff,
true.
you know?
Oh, yeah. That's a great point.
That is a weird
People,
thing.
yeah.
Thank you. Needed that out.
Yeah.
Well,
Remember, somebody tried to marry Charles Manson.
Okay.
Right?
I'll be honest.
Keep
I've
it
been
going,
ignoring
Bubba.
it, but that just confirmed it for me.
Right. So you've been a little hurt over there.
Yeah, I thought it was just me.
This did lead because I was so taken back about it. I shared the email with Sherry, and then Sherry, this whole thing, and I think it might have been Brody that brought it up about what I used to do to you and how people blame me for making you mean, and the Easter thing came up.
She didn't know about it, right?
Sherry's
Sherry's
Sherry's like, what? I said, babe, we've talked about this, honey. She goes,
the peeps.
She goes, you did what?
Nobody likes peeps.
No, Greg, this is the point that Sherry brought up I'd never thought about, and it kind of, I had to do some reflection over the weekend. I'd never thought about this point, okay? So when I did this to Greg, the Easter Bunny, we were young enough that the Easter Bunny was still visiting us, okay? Yes. And when you
Spooked me a little bit.
When you get older, he stops because he just still got to deal with
You
children.
got to take care of the kids.
So hang on to that because Sherry spotted that. That's the reporter in her, okay?
Right.
And I would get up before Greg, and I would take the peeps, which I hated, out of my basket, and I put them in Greg's for double peeps.
Okay.
And I would take his chocolate money and I put it in mine. And I would say, "Oh, the Easter Bunny knows how much you love peeps." And Greg would go, "I don't even love peeps. I don't like peeps. Why have I got double peeps?" And I would say,
"It's a wonder that you're not a serial killer."
And I said, and I would say, and look what he knows. He knows how much I like chocolate bunnies. I got 2 of them.
Yeah.
No, I like chocolate bunnies too. So this story's been around for a while. Okay. Well, Sherry brought up a point that I have not even thought about, and it affected me. She goes, "Wait a minute, Easter baskets." And I think she's going to go the route of, it's Easter and the Lord and, all that.
Right.
She goes, "Do you realize how young you must have been?"
Oh, yeah.
And I said, oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Really.
She goes,
About
how's
6 or
somebody that
7.
young, that diabolical?
Rick, you're ahead of your time.
She goes, max 7. Max 7 or 8.
Oh, yeah.
She goes, a 7 and 8 year old little boy has that kind of thinking?
Oh, that's a
to
great
put
point.
together that on your
a
little
good point.
brother? And I thought, I'd never thought about that.
Like I say, you're ahead of your time.
Right. And
You're advanced.
And then like even young Broderick then was like, yeah, wow, Mom, that's a good point.
Yeah,
and he said he's trying to picture himself at 7 and 8. He goes, I think I was like playing with little cars, laying on my side, watching them roll on
Rick
the
is
floor.
probably younger than that. I don't know if I was walking good yet.
Yeah, but right. Well, remember too. I mean, even in those days, I was P.T. Barnum though. I was already, I already had circuses and theme
I
parks.
couldn't figure out what the Easter Bunny's problem was. Me and Peeps. I was like,
Greg be like,
I never liked the Peeps.
I was going, no, you like Peeps. Remember, he loves that. I don't even like Peeps. Why have I got double Peeps? And I always, I always wondered it. I always
Did you ever tell your mom?
Oh, she would correct
Wondering
it.
why?
Well, here's the thing that always got me, and we didn't pick up on it as youngsters. Mom would come in and correct it.
Yeah.
Mom would come in and go, "No, I think Greg's supposed to have one. You're supposed to have one." And then she would look at me like, "What kind of person?"
Right.
And I think she probably went and talked to Dad and goes, "I don't know about that one."
He's already pulling tricks.
He's making this other one real mean.
Right? You see, you look what he's making his little brother. Man, he's a snake. Maybe you know what Mom was saying, what this woman was saying.
And now
stop
you
picking on your little brother.
Now you're doing it all over again, according to the email.
Look, of all the emails I thought I'd get over the weekend,
Yeah, that was not one of them.
big-hearted Greg, and y'all stop picking on him. It's mean. Y'all are bullying Greg. Greg's getting bullied by the rest of the guys.
Yeah, well,
You might need to check on her.
I mean,
y'all need to take a long, hard look at yourself.
Wait, does she know which one's Greg? Does she know which one's Greg?
she may think it's Bubba.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what
I
it
didn't think
is.
about that. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe she's got the wrong person.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm all right. How are you this morning?
Fantastic.
I pastor a church, and I thought I'd put my 2 cents in on this subject this morning.
Sure.
So, Paul, there was not a worse church really in the New Testament than Corinthians.
Correct.
And Paul taught on the downward spiral, and that's what's happened to this country. We've went on a downward spiral from the morals of what Christ was teaching us. But in the same instance, if I can get you to laugh at it, I can get you to accept it, as we did with Flip Wilson, as we did, well, as you said earlier, with the abortion type things. We accepted it. So it's just going to, the spiral is going to continue going down. It's not going to change. Christ is the only one who can change that. And that was my only thing this morning. I just feel like the country in a whole is in a downward spiral away from Christ.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening.
Well, you're right, and I certainly have not handled that responsibility well at times, being in a business where comedy is part of it. And I remember Adrian Rogers, which is what you're referring to. He made a quote that was incredibly convicting to me in our line of work, and he said, "Any sin that Satan can get you to laugh at, you'll never take serious again."
Absolutely.
And it's one thing to laugh about funny things and how life is, but when you start saying something that God has said is appalling to His holiness, and you just start making light of it, then you don't ever take that sin serious again. And we've certainly done that with marriage, and we've done that with, gender, and we've done that with violence. We've done that with, as we said, where life begins. We've done it with just too many things, and I certainly have been guilty of that myself at times, sadly. 866 We Be Big. We go to Huntsville, 100.3 The River, where Jeff is standing by. Jeff, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
I was going to tell you, Jesus may not have been packing, but the people that were with him were packing, because Peter cut off the ear of Malchus.
Yeah, he did.
right.
He did. And in that case, see, you'll take some people that would say, well, see, Jesus said that he wasn't supposed to do that. No, what Jesus said, in this moment, what you're trying to keep from happening, you're wrong. This is going to happen. The thing that gets me about that story is when they ask if he was who he said he was, and he said he was, and the power of him saying who he was
knocked him down,
knocked people down. I think if I was in that group, that would have been the time I said, "Hey guys, if y'all want to grab this guy, that's fine. I'm going to roll back to the house."
Yeah, I don't know what that wind was. It just knocked me down, but I'm out of here. I'm going back to the campfire.
And if you remember, this was the confirmation of Jesus telling Peter before, when Peter pulled him away from the crowd and said, "Hey, this thing talking about you dying and all that, I'm never going to let that happen. And, of course, I'm more devoted to you than anybody." And Jesus said at that time, "Get behind me, Satan," meaning, Peter, you don't understand why I've come. You've missed it. You're going to see it. It's going to be, Peter really never got clarity till Jesus returned and then eventually got the Holy Spirit at Pentecost. But this is, once again, Peter trying to keep something from happening that Jesus said, "No, I'm allowing this to happen. I'm completely in control of it, and you don't understand what's happening here." And it also, you found out where they were. When they decided they weren't going to fight, you think you were going to lose a fight after what you'd watched Jesus do? You thought, hey, can't nobody take us. If we've got him, nobody can take us. And then all of a sudden he says, no, if you're going to be with me, then you're going to go and get arrested with me. And they're like, I kind of thought we'd fight. If we're not fighting, I'm out. And but that's not an anti-violence move on Jesus' part. That's us not understanding who he is.
Right.
That's us not knowing the truth.
And the situation
right.
that he was in.
Steve in Alabama. Steve, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. Man, I love listening to you guys because you make so much sense.
Thank you.
Bubba said a couple of things earlier that I thoroughly agreed with. One thing was that I've been saying for quite some time, even before all these events have been happening, that it looks like we're headed back to the old West, and everybody is going to have to be carrying a weapon just to survive. But another thing that he said that I agree with and have been agreeing for some time, especially since last year, and I'll explain that in just a second, is how all of these acts that are taking place are just pure evil. And if y'all will recall, last year in September, we had the Woman in the Stars appear, which was in relation to Revelations chapter 12. Well, everybody saw the stars and they said, oh, okay, well, now here we go. But if you'll continue reading on down into Revelations there, it says, and this is after the Woman in the Stars, and I believe that this has happened.
Minutes past the hour. Coming up next segment, talk to a couple of Stallions. Coach Skip Holtz, and quarterback Alex Magoo. All with us coming up in the next segment, USFL playoffs. Coming up this weekend, Birmingham, Alabama, the Stallions and the Breakers go at it for the Southern Division Championship. The winner will move on to take the Northern Division champion on in the championship in Canton, Ohio. So we'll chat with them.
That's going to be a tough game, too.
It's going to be a tough game. It is, yep. So working our way back, a couple of things that we still need to cover. I'll be in Prattville, Alabama tonight, Spirit Walk Ministries, their first man church. They've already started the curriculum, and we'll have our first high challenge gathering, then back into the equipping in the curriculum. It's Bones' home church tonight. So Bones will be there. I'll be there bringing the message tonight. Honored to be there. Can't wait to see the men when they come to Prattville, Alabama tonight. Bubba, we have a political update.
Time on my hands.
Let's go. Hey. Take it away. I got too much time on my hands. Bubba, do you think the idea to have John Fetterman introduce Joe Biden is an attempt to make Joe Biden look better?
I tell you, whoever came up with this, I mean, even if I was in that scenario, I would say, look, we're gonna break this up. We're gonna have somebody that can actually introduce. Right. Each of you introduce. You have your little spiel,
right?
Stumble through it, whatever, and then we're gonna get somebody else coherent.
Yeah.
And they're going to introduce the president in, and everybody has their say.
Right.
Rick, this is too much. Can't get it together all on the stage at one time. Right. Have you seen this, by the way?
Is there a limit to that?
Have you seen this?
No, I haven't. The first time, and I'm looking forward to it.
He's in a hoodie. Who thought this was a good idea?
In a sick way, I'm looking forward to it. But I think what you're saying, Bubba,
is everything you're imagining right now.
You ever had somebody in a marketing plan?
It will not fail.
Somebody in a marketing plan, and you show them what you put together, and they said that's just too busy. It's gonna make people feel uncomfortable. That's too much to look at.
Yeah.
This may be too much. Now, I do think there is one thing. The thing I mentioned. Is there a strategy? Put Fetterman up there to make Biden look coherent.
Could.
I
don't know. It's more like a train wreck.
So here we go. Fetterman introducing Joe Biden.
And now I'm standing next to the president again, next to a collapsed bridge here. And he is here to commit to work with the governor and the delegation to make sure that we get this fixed quick. As well too. This is a president that is committed to infrastructure.
No.
Yeah, and then on top of that,
was that infrastructure?
The dual kind of a law of the inflation bill that is going to make sure that there's going to be bridges all across like this, all across America getting rebuilt.
That sounds like us trying to say infrastructure.
Rick, I got a quote from Biden. Hell of a job.
I just don't think you should have stroke victim and early onset together on the stage.
I know he can't help it. It's a medical thing, and I'm not. But I'm going to the decision to put him up there.
Right.
To
That's
do
the thing.
This.
Maybe
Who does that?
Have somebody that can say it. Have him wave, tell it thumbs up. You know, in his hoodie, whatever he does.
Now the hoodie.
Well, look again.
Can I?
How is this real?
This is that situation where sometimes you just need to go home, take care of your health.
Yes.
Can I say this? I know that's not what he meant, but it almost looks like, and you could pull the clip easy, that he caused Joe Biden to collapse bridge.
Yes.
He did. I'm standing next to a collapsed bridge.
Now, let me tell you,
Joe Biden's collapsed bridge here.
We don't get all the nuances of that because we're making noise during it. But if you see the subtitles come up, it's a scream. Look, you think, how can this go on in front of a camera?
If I were running against Biden, of course I don't think he's going to run again. It's almost a fantasy for anybody to say that. But I would pull this clip. It looks like Fetterman calls the president a collapsed bridge.
He does. Let's see it again.
Watch this right here. Watch.
And now I'm standing next to the president again, next to a collapsed bridge here.
He says I'm standing next to the president of a collapsed bridge.
Look, I'm not going to make fun of his medical condition.
Yes,
but I'm going to
will.
make fun of that hoodie.
Yeah.
You're gonna.
Now you believe in your own hype.
You're at an event with a president, and you're gonna show up in a hoodie.
Yeah.
I know.
And you're a senator.
If somebody
Sometimes
walked
you
up-
just need to go to the house. You know,
if somebody came up and said, "All right, now who we got introducing Biden today?" We think Fetterman. What? These two? What? Yeah. Oh, to make the president look like he's got a full,
like he's sharp.
He'll make him look sharp. All right, here's the next one. He's trying to say Representative Brendan Boyle, but it doesn't go well. We start talking about bile, and it just goes bad.
Good.
Here's Fetterman.
It's a pleasure to be here and to introduce my friend, Congressman Boyle Bile.
Wait, he's going shorts there.
Guys.
Oh, my. I wasn't ready for that.
Well, thank you. I'm Congressman Brendan Boyle.
You're not Boyle Bile. Give the name.
He says his name.
Look, I'm not.
Name wrong.
I'm not going to get on Fetterman for the way he dresses because I dress that way.
Yes,
but
I understand,
it's,
of course, you're not a senator.
Right.
Yeah, but with the president.
Yes,
I
the
got my
president
Carhartt
is next
hoodie.
to us right now.
Yeah. Isn't it common courtesy that you would present yourself in a suit as a senator introducing the current president?
Why don't you just look at what everybody else is wearing around you? That's your first clue.
Business casual at work.
If you're goodness.
He said Boyle Bile.
Let's hear it again.
He says Boyle Bile.
Pleasure to be here and to introduce my friend, Congressman Boyle Bile.
Now listen to this correct name.
Two people.
Big crowd.
Well, thank you. I'm Congressman Brendan Boyle.
I mean, it ain't even close. It ain't even close.
Boyle Bile.
My good friend Boyden Bile. My good friend Boyle Bile.
Listen, if your condition indicates that you have to dress like me in that situation, maybe you just don't need to be there.
Come on.
Right?
Now.
I mean, can we not?
Come on now.
What is it? Just keep putting these guys up. I mean, when you've got a medical ailment, man, go to the medical tent.
Right.
Let somebody else check in. You know,
Right, on the first clip we played when he was talking about the president, the second time we played it, I didn't focus on him. I focused on just the president, and he's trying to make sense of it all. And at one time, he's either long blinking or he's falling asleep.
I thought he fell asleep.
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah, I thought he fell asleep.
The president, again, next to a collapsed bridge here, and he is here to commit to work with the governor and the delegation to make sure that we get this fixed quick.
It's squinting.
This is a president that is committed to infrastructure.
And what?
Yeah, and then on top of that,
are we just going to let infrastructure go?
A law of the inflation.
Oh my
Bill.
goodness!
This
is cruel, is what it is.
It is.
You call time out for somebody.
I'm mad at the handlers here.
In the towel.
First of all, I'm mad at the voters. Secondly, I'm mad at the handlers for allowing him to stand up there and do that.
You know what? It's mean.
You just stand there and wave, I'm here, and then have somebody else.
Thank goodness Greg's, different now, but I'm telling you.
Right. He's big-hearted Greg over there.
Look, I know we struggle with words, and I know we wear hoodies, but we're not a senator introducing the leader of the free world.
No, we're not.
When we come back, let's talk football. We got to talk football. Let's talk football. We got to get fired.
We got to get away from that.
We got to get away. Let's go.
Rick and Bubba.
It's a pleasure to be here and to introduce my friend, Congressman Boyle Bile.
Well, thank you. I'm Congressman Brendan Boyle.
Michael and Satan will do battle in heaven, and Satan will be cast upon the earth.
Well, that's already happened. So Eugene in Kentucky. Eugene, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
It's two things. So, born and raised in Alabama, I now live here in Kentucky, and I've probably been listening to you guys ever since I've been about 7 years old.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to comment on a few things. So, one thing on whether or not if David actually needed the slingshot to defeat Goliath. I believe that there was a case. Well, let's step back.
Hang on. I'm going to let you talk because we're up against the break. I thought you had a quick comment. And I can tell you're expanding on it, so I want to give you the proper time, okay? I apologize for that. hard break. I can't get around it. So bottom of the hour, and without these breaks, there is no show. This is like putting gasoline in the automobile. Time to put the gasoline in.
That's right.
So we'll come back.
Fill her up.
Eugene, if you got 5 minutes, then we'll give you your opportunity. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, again, we were speaking about common sense a minute ago.
Yes.
And, you should have that little voice inside you every now and then that says, hey, don't play with that. Don't mess with that.
Right. And this
Stay away from that.
And this guy's our age. I mean, you almost want to give a pass to somebody, as we say, that's young and dumb. And that doesn't mean intelligence. That just means wisdom.
Yep.
This guy's 55. He's
Rick,
one of us.
And this brings to mind several other people that we know that play with potentially dangerous animals. I'm not going to call any names, but y'all all get the emails like I do.
Sure.
Yeah.
Gary Giles, or Giles. Do you think it's Giles?
Probably. I'm going
Spell
Giles.
with a G?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably G.
You think?
Probably Giles.
Giles?
Well, you say Giles.
I know
it
a
should
Giles.
be Giles.
I know a Giles who spells his name.
He was 55.
But does Jay Giles band spell it the same way?
That's true.
See, that's that GJ. We'll get into that with Giblet Gravy, too.
We do not need G to ever be J because we have a J.
I tell you,
it should be G and G only.
The people that set up the English language, they need to be taken out and horsewhipped because there's so many.
We have a J. What is J? J only has one sound. J.
Gary.
Why does G need to do it?
Gary Giles from Utah.
Oh, Gary.
55 years old, has become the first person to die in that state from rabies since 1944.
Wow. That's 44.
The reason he passed away is, well, he played with bats out in the yard. He allowed them to stay around his house. His widow said that he would handle the bats. He would even feed them from his hand.
Mm-hmm.
No. I ain't doing that.
Rabies can be contracted through the saliva of an infected animal, according to the CDC.
Wow.
Now his widow and other family members are getting vaccinated out of caution. A GoFundMe page has been set up to help pay for medical and funeral expenses.
So, bats to me are on my list of they really wig me out. I do not like bats.
I don't like to hear the word bat.
Especially if you have a bunch of them.
Infestation. When they say bat infestation, that's just not a good.
I know they have their role. In
mosquitoes.
Insects, that's fine.
They eat bugs.
Then let them fly around. Don't draw them in.
You see them flapping around every now and then. I don't want them to be in my area.
Right.
But I don't. This guy was out playing with them.
Yeah. Really? He was friends with them, Bubba.
Said he would bring them in. He would feed them. I sure hope one listener to the show is listening.
Yeah. Feed them out of his hand,
begging,
Rick.
We're begging somebody to pay close attention to this story.
We are.
You know who you are.
Any animal that when any animal, if you bring up the term rabies, if that one always makes the list.
Yeah.
Well, now would you be aware of? Be careful of bats and raccoons.
Foxes have gone a little rogue.
Yeah, foxes.
Well,
that's another
one. You can do some things to. They put out the anti-rabies medicine. What is it? Some kind of vaccination. They'll drop it in food, sometimes from helicopters in areas where they're having a problem. Where some of these things will eat that, and it'll be okay. It's like a vaccination, but bats, I don't think land on the ground and eat little cubes.
Be tough around the bats. No. Maybe this guy should have fed them.
You have to throw it up in the air and let him get it.
Well, let's quote Juanita Giles. Juanita, the widow, says the bats never hurt us. Well, apparently.
No, but the rabies did.
We were always catching them in our hands and releasing them outside because you hear all the time about how bats are good for the insect population. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Simply say Bubba.com. You got to go there. We've been talking about security systems now for a long time, and we've been referencing some of the accolades and awards, Simply Safe Bubba, that they've earned. But you know what? I'm going to give you an update. So here we are in 2023. Did you know the U.S. News and World Report, they have come out again, and they have declared that Simply Safe is the #1 security system again this year. So this is just recently. So there's no resting on their laurels. They're still innovating. They're still working. How can we make it even better? And one of the ways, Bubba, and this is, I know this is your world of innovations and technology. They now have come up with a 2-in-1. See, I would have thought this wasn't even possible. smoke and CO detector.
Yeah.
So
Carbon.
where this come, which is what's crucial about this, is it can distinguish between fire and cooking smoke, so that your home is protected, so you don't get the false alarms.
Well, that's the next step.
Yeah,
you know, we've all
Wow.
got fire alarms that
Yeah.
have been set off because something stayed in the oven too
Oh,
long.
yeah, you
well,
know-
when you can take it to this level,
Yeah.
that's just the next step of high tech.
The question is, can it get Aunt Martha's cigarette smoke and not give us an alarm on it either?
Right.
But anyway, so
Thank you, Rick.
Rick, come over here and give me some sugar. But anyway, so if you go to simplysafebubba.com right now, you'll find that link. We'll get you 20% off. You build the system, customize it to the property or the home. There you will have no place that you are susceptible, because you can put these sensors anywhere. It's easy to set up. They monitor you 24/7 for less than $1 a day, and you can even finance it if you want to. But get yours right now by going to simplysafebubba.com. Another #1 accolade to them. And no surprise there. They are leading the industry by far. All right, there's no safe like simplysafebubba.com. Coach Skip Holtz is back. The Stallions, here we go. It is
What about it,
time,
Coach?
It is time to play for the Southern Championship and get back to that championship game.
Playoff football here in Birmingham,
Here
Sunday night. Are
we
you kidding
go.
me? How exciting is this
Fire
going to be? I am. You know, you play 10 weeks and you put your body of work together, but this is where pro sports is different than collegiate sports. I mean, you have a loss or two during the regular season, you're out of it. In professional sports, you're just trying to get in the playoffs, because once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. And right now we've got two really good football teams, the best two records in the USFL. We're going to meet up here in Birmingham on Sunday night for the first round of the playoffs.
Before we get to that game, congratulations over defeating Memphis this past weekend. That was a tough game.
It was
on
a
the
tough
road,
game. Yep.
and they're playing for their life.
And they're playing for a spot. How you talking about parity? We had earned our berth the week before. There were 7 teams playing last week for 3 spots.
Right.
So 7 teams were playing for 3 spots, and it was like, if you got to win to be able to get in it. And so it was exciting stuff. And they were playing to get in it. They started off. They returned the opening kickoff. They go down and score. We're down 14-3. We just got off the bus. You know, and you look up and it's like, hey, let's wake up and go, guys. Let's wake up and go. And really, that kind of changed the outcome of how we were able to put it together. It's nice for you to join us this morning.
Quarterback,
nice for you to join us, Alex.
Well, I was just the turtle on top of the fence post. Nobody came to get me. I'm just sitting there waiting.
Yeah. What he wanted to do is remind you of what it was like in the game when you were going to go. Let's go, guys. Let's get going.
Exactly.
But you know, you were talking about that because you did have some obstacles in front of you, and we don't make excuses.
Nope.
But coaches hate excuses, and I get that. I'm not making an excuse, but sometimes, whether we like it or not, getting the team going when they go, we're already in.
Yeah.
We've made the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're the ones fighting. We're not really.
Exactly.
We're in.
Exactly.
But, boy, you don't want to hit the playoffs on a down.
No, well, that was just it. It was like, really, what are we playing for? And it was like, okay, you're going to play right now. Before we ever played that game, you sit down and say, okay, we're going to play game number 10. We're already in the playoffs. We know we're playing at home. It's just whether we were going to be the first or second seed. But it wasn't going to change who we were playing and where we were playing. So a lot of the players are like, what is this for? And so I did. I told them, I said, look, if you want to opt out, come see me. If you want to go ahead and not play this weekend. But what I don't want to do is find out at the end of the first quarter that you really don't want to play. And then it's like, Coach, you know, my back's a little sore. I'm a little tight. I think you only dress 40. You can't. Everybody that dresses has to play. And so I gave them that option. The players wanted to play, but I also said there wasn't a lot to play for materialistically. But yet nobody wants to limp into the playoffs. The team is incredibly competitive, and having the opportunity to win the South outright, have the best record in the USFL, and what we learned about ourselves going into the playoffs is more valuable than anything else that we could have earned. Being down 14-3 and to see the way that everybody was positive on the sideline, everything was upbeat, nobody flinched, nobody panicked. They just, let's go to work. They kept banging that rock and ended up winning 27-20. And I think what we learned about our team was far more valuable than what we received from winning. So I thought it was really good. Nobody wants to limp into the playoffs. You don't want to back in. You don't. I think from a confidence standpoint, I think that game did an awful lot to help us. And I don't know that I could have written a better script as a coach. We had the most turnovers we did all season. We turned the ball over 3 times in the red zone, going in to score. To not play well and still win, I don't know there was a better script because right now we've got everybody's attention going into the playoffs.
Now, did their coach shake your hand at the end of the game this time?
He did. He shook my hand.
You went there. You went there. That's good.
Well, wait, y'all had went there when I wasn't here, didn't you? Did you go there when I wasn't here? So if we're going to go there when I'm not here, let's go there when I am here. At least then I can defend myself. But he got upset in the opening game because we scored late in the game. But it's like my dad told me a long time ago. He told me a story with him and Bobby Bowden, and Bobby Bowden was beating his brains in like 49-13 and throwing deep and running reverses. And my father went across the field and said, "Coach Bowden, I'm really disappointed how you ran the score up." And granted, now Coach Bowden and my father were like dear friends. My parents stayed at their house during part of their honeymoon, so I mean they were really good friends.
That's really close, by the way.
Yeah, that's really close.
That's really close.
I'm not that close to anybody.
And Coach Bowden told my father, his response was, he said, "Lou, it's not my job to keep the score down. That's yours."
Oh,
I mean that was his response to him. I heard that story, and you're here in professional sports, and you know what? Let's line up and play. Giddy up. Let's go.
That's right. So y'all on good terms now?
We are. I've got great respect.
Would he have a part of his honeymoon at your house?
Probably not. Probably not. No. But you know what? I do respect. I mean, you look at what he's done and the places he's been and the success he's had. He's frustrated. He got beat 42-2. I wouldn't have been in a good mood either.
No.
I wouldn't have been very happy about it. But great respect for him. And we're cordial. We're friends. I mean, and all those things. And it was a bigger deal was made of it after the game because it, you know what I mean? It was adversity. You know what I mean?
We love that stuff.
Oh, I know it.
It's a great narrative. So quarterback Alex Magoo has made his way here. Sorry about you missing your ride. Hey, congratulations.
Birmingham traffic's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Congratulations on the season that you're having. I know you're not satisfied with it, but it's got to feel good. You seem like you really have come into your rhythm, and you're playing great football right now.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm just playing as confidently as I can. I think the guys around me help that. Coach helps that. Everybody is doing their job, and it's making mine a lot easier. Someone said, I think last week, just a duck on top of the water, and everybody else paddling like hell underneath me.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who said it, but
all these analogies are getting thrown back at me now. We get on there, and he takes his digs.
But you think about it. I mean, I know it's why we love football. There's other team sports.
Agreed.
And then there's football.
Agreed.
Football is as team a sport as there is.
It is the ultimate.
It is
sport.
the ultimate team sport.
Yep.
I'm telling you, if you can't get that bunch working together, you can be the greatest athlete in the world, and a defense will make you look bad real quick.
Mm-hmm. You got to all be pulling the rope in the same direction, and everybody's got to get on the same page. We meet as an offense, our quarterbacks, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers. We all meet in the same room. Just because in college you have winter and then spring ball and then all summer and then all fall camp and then you go play a season. Well, here we show up in March and we're playing in April. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, let's take 50 guys and put them into this pile. And not only do you got to get them all pulling the rope in the same direction from a football standpoint, but it's a melting pot. You have people coming from all different walks, ages, personalities. And you got to put them all together and get them all to pull that rope in the same direction. And Alex is playing really good football right now. He's really focused, dialed in. I made the comment he was 22 of 33 this weekend, and when we got down 14-3, it was like, all right, I'm done running the ball. We're going to put it in Alex's hand, and we're going to drop back, and we're going to throw it all around the yard. He was 22 of 33. He had 5 drops and 2 throwaways. So all of a sudden at the end of the day, the guy throwing the ball is 29 of 33, and I thought he's doing a really good job. He's making checks in the running game, the pass protection. He's reading things downfield. Some things we got to continue to work on, but he is really proud of the growth and progress from where he was a year ago when we started to the way that he's playing right now. He understands it all, and he's got a great grasp on it, and he's playing with confidence. And as he just said, I think his confidence is oozing over into the other players on the offense and making everybody want to get it. But leadership is a big part of that ultimate team sport, and he's certainly providing as much of that as he is talent on the field.
Yeah, and that's those intangibles. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk about that. Let's talk about the game coming up this weekend, 6 p.m., Protective Stadium. Stallions against the Breakers out of New Orleans. A rivalry is definitely building there. Yep. If you would like to get a Rick and Bubba discount for the game, look in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. Use our link get discounted playoff tickets for the game this weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, yeah. We'll just leave them alone. Don't be drawing them in.
Go get a bird.
But you don't
get you some Martin gourds.
And you don't want to hurt them. The bats would here's the problem. The bats would lick our fingers. Almost,
That's it.
Almost like they could taste the saltiness of our fingers, but they never bit us. Well, their saliva though is enough if you've got an open wound or something.
Rick,
what in the
If
world?
you let bats lick you, you got a problem.
Rick, this goes back to these crazy pet owners anyway.
I mean, I hate
There's
the
a
man
couple
died,
of pets we have domesticated that make great pets, and people enjoy them. You got your your cat and your dog, and you got a few,
I'll give you a
outside of that.
squirrel.
What about a rabbit? What about a rabbit?
No. If you got him in a
I'll
cage
give you a squirrel
somewhere,
if you've had him raised him since birth.
That's what I'm talking
Look
about.
at that.
But Rick, look how big that
Well,
bird is.
that ain't the ones that got
I
him.
thought they were talking about some little bitty
Bubba,
bat.
Bubba, we're just showing a bat.
No way that's it.
That's not from the store. That's some of them South American vampire
Come on,
bats.
Blue.
I mean, that's Batman right there. What in
I'm
the world?
telling you.
I have bats at the house that right at dusk the dog goes nuts chasing.
Oh,
them.
yeah.
He'll chase them. Boy, he'll chase them.
I don't like.
I don't
their-
let them lick me though.
Greg, you know
Well,
what?
they need to be out in the woods
Greg,
somewhere.
you know I have certain things that
Is
just,
that them?
That's
But
too
Bubba.
big too.
I think you'll agree with me. I have certain things that bother me about certain things.
They may be.
And let me tell you what gets you about the bat. You would think to yourself, because this is back how Greg and I have these weird quirks, you would think, well, Rick just doesn't like the way they look. And that's certainly part of it, but I don't like that sporadic flight.
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
I can't see, and I'm following radar, and I'm just all over the road.
Rick, we have so many
I
things
can't
that look
stand that.
look graceful.
Yeah.
When they move, when they fly. Like eagles and things like falcons.
Yeah.
Blue Jays,
Right,
but man, the bat, it looks like it is out of control. I
don't like
just totally
It's
out
like
of
it's
control.
falling at all times.
Yeah. What am I doing?
And so
It
that,
can't
to
be
me, that means I know I can get hit by one at any moment.
It can't be a comfortable ride. You know what I mean?
That sporadic flight bothers me. And if you ever go in there and you look there, the ceiling's all up in your attic, all hanging up in there.
Let me lick your
I
hand.
told you
Had them
that
up in your attic.
No, I haven't. But people have called in and said that they've taken over attics.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they'll get up in that.
They'll get at it.
I told you that time I opened that light fixture up and that landed right here on my chest.
It is kind of amazing watching them in slow motion. They
talk
don't
about
look.
panic?
They don't look that graceful at full speed, do they?
No. Well, I will tell you this. I told you.
It looks like some animal that can't fly and it's trying its hardest and it's just barely staying in the air. Just barely.
Well, we had
You
one.
think one flap less and he's gone?
Yeah.
We had one get into food hall in Nicaragua, and you talk about pandemonium breaking down.
my goodness.
'Cause you
people
know
were
that one
going-
ain't
People
vaccinated.
were going crazy.
I'll bet.
I mean, it turned that room upside down. People
But
knocking
Rick,
chairs,
people,
diving.
People getting all these old reptiles and everything. I mean, what's
I
wrong
don't
with
know why.
cats and
Come
dogs?
on.
Nothing.
I
Ain't
mean,
nothing
there's a
wrong.
few fringe animals around that. I'll give you that.
How
but
did the bat ever sell himself to you that you're going to cuddle him ever?
Is this just somebody wanting to be sharp? And
I mean,
have some animals that nobody else deals with. Is
Yes,
that it?
that is 100%
Well,
that.
there's a reason, and he's dead now because of it.
Right.
But anyway, go ahead.
Well, to the point, it's just say you'd never seen animals in your life, ever. You came from some other land of no animals, and we presented you a puppy. You would uncontrollably say, I want to hold that.
Yeah.
I want to cuddle that.
Oh, yeah.
We showed you a kitten. You'd be like, oh, I love that. We show you a bat. I don't think you go for it. I think you're repulsed by it, aren't you? minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. The USFL playoffs begin this weekend. Birmingham, Alabama hosting the Stallions, going for a second Southern championship and into, hopefully, vying for another USFL championship, which they'll play the Northern champion. Guys, we've got quarterback Alex Magoo here, coach Skip Holtz. You know, when you look who you're going to be taking on, we've all been through playoffs. You're like, boy, I don't know about I don't want to face him again.
Yeah.
Well, here they come.
Yeah.
The New Orleans Breakers. This is going to be a slugfest.
No, it certainly is. And you look at this team. I mean, they have the number one defense in the league. They've in the points given up. They play very aggressive. They've been a man coverage team. A lot of blitzing. They're two linebackers inside. Both have, I think they're like 4th and 5th in the league in tackles. Very active. They bring it to you. They don't sit back and let you run what you want. They kind of try and force the issue. And got a great defense. John Tenuta is the defense coordinator. John DeFilippo's the head coach who calls the offense, and they've got a potent team. They got a really good football team. I think this is going to be one heck of a football game. And the first two games were great. The first one was kind of a shootout up in the 40s. The second one came back and was a 24-20 game. I mean, so this has got all the makings to be a great game. And I think if you were to seed the league right now by records, we would be 1 and they would be 2. And I think this is going to be one heck of a game.
And y'all are 1-1 against each other.
Yes,
so
sir.
Here we go.
Alex, talk a little bit about this season. How do you think you've matured as a quarterback, and what are you doing well that you really like the part of your game?
Yeah, I would just say this season has been, it started with I was not even going to start. I didn't know how much I was going to play, but I never took that as a negative. I kind of always just prepared like I was playing, and I went through camp like that, and I just knew when I get an opportunity, I wasn't going to mess up, and I was just going to do what I had to do and play quarterback. I think sometimes I get too in the mode of being an athlete and doing things out of the realm of a quarterback. And I just think this year I've focused on just playing quarterback as much as I can. Mm-hmm. And I said the comment to him, I think it was after the Pittsburgh game. And I was like, sometimes I feel like I'm being Superman. Like I'm trying to do too much stuff when I could just 1, 2, 3, hitch my feet, throw a corner out because that's the play that's coming to my head, instead of running when I don't need to. So I think that's the biggest thing that I've tried to do. Let the guys work for me. I don't have to do everything. Throw a swing, let Jace, let Davion take it, break 4 tackles, and I looked good because I just threw a 20-yard pass, but I threw it 4 yards. So I just think that's the biggest thing that I have to continue to tell myself. Before every game, every practice. Let them work. You don't have to do anything crazy or be anything superhuman. You just got to let them work.
I think extending the plays. Yeah. You've really matured in that because you're extending the plays, but you're making good decisions.
Yeah, and I think it also when I'm extending plays, I know where people are without thinking about it, and I think that's something that comes with experience in the system, because sometimes I'm okay, if I break right, but I was looking left, but I still know what the concept was on the way I'm going. So I know where they're at.
Right.
So I don't even have to look. I just boom, and I know where they're at. So it's easy for me to extend those plays just because I subconsciously know where everybody's at.
2 things. Number one, the position you're playing in professional football. You can say the other levels of football, it's this game, you got to have this. Professional football, it's a quarterback league. You got to have the quarterback. And the team's got to believe in him. So last season, you ended up, struggling a little bit. Came in, as you said, not even expecting to start this year. You get your opportunity. You walk on the field. These guys are looking you in the eye, and they've got to believe in you. You have to be able to lead them. What do you do to make the rest of the offense go, don't panic? I know our guy's down. He's hurt. I'm here, and we're going to be all right. What's your approach there when you come into the huddle for the first time and say, I'm ready. I've done the homework. I'm ready.
I just think it's just how I approach the every day. I always came in and just put my head down and I try not to complain. I try not to do anything. I just try to give everything I had on every play. And I think that really showed the first week, the first couple games, and it helped that I came in, the first play I had was a touchdown. I think that helped a little bit.
We're gonna be okay.
Yeah. And secondly, like Bubba's
if
talking
you
about,
execute, that'll get their attention.
Yeah. And you just mentioned it. You seem to be seeing the field better, and that's a wonderful feeling. I don't think the people in the audience have any idea, unless you've been a quarterback, and I haven't. I didn't play that position. How quick you have to make decisions. It's really amazing, the athletic ability on defense in modern day. It's always been quick, but it's quicker now than it's ever been.
And it's not where they are, it's where they're going to be.
Right.
Because it's going to be another 5 or 6 steps, and some of these guys 10 yards.
Why do you think you're seeing the field so much better right now?
I'm just like, I'm trying to be as calm as I can.
Yeah.
You know, I think where last year in past, I was always looking for something that wasn't there. I was looking to run. I was looking for this. I wasn't seeing everything, but focusing on something so small as that. Where's the boundary safety, or where's the field safety? When I'll be like, okay, what coverage is it? Okay,
right.
And then you just start seeing everything, and it's like you see nothing.
Right. Analysis paralysis.
Well, there's a saying we always use: that see a little, see a lot.
Yeah.
See everything, see nothing.
Right.
There's 22 moving pieces on the field, moving around at the first time. When the whole thing, and this is where a real testament to Alex, you have to work hard at slowing the game down. You have to work really hard. You have to study film. You have to be focused. You've got to come out. And I've always said there's 22 guys on the field. One guy's in color and everybody else is in black and white. That's what you need to be able to see. That one guy, and then that one guy, and that's a real testament to him on how hard he's worked, how much film he's watched, the way he's learned this offense. And right now, I've said this, he is fun to coach because I get to call plays and then watch him execute it. And it's almost like at a clinic, you could hit pause and go, okay, if it's too deep, we're going to read this guy. And if that guy goes here, the ball will go there. And you hit play, and that guy goes there, and that guy goes there, and the ball goes there. I mean, it's really,
like
as a coach, it's fun to watch.
Beautiful to watch.
That's good. And that's why people are chanting MVP.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed, because it has been impressive. But I think
just don't get any ideas if you win that about leaving.
Not only MVP is in the system, but what he's doing with his feet when things break down to make things happen has been really impressive. He has certainly been valuable to what we're doing. I'm really proud of the progress he's made.
This weekend, it is playoff football in Birmingham. Get a discounted ticket by going to rickandbubba.com right now. Our link gets you discounted tickets to the game. It's going to be an incredible matchup. The Birmingham Stallions taking on the New Orleans Breakers, 1-1 against each other, and the winner goes to the championship. Alex Magoo, thanks for being with us. Congratulations on
good luck.
How the season has gone so far. You were not finished yet, and Coach, always thank you for coming by and having fun with us.
Well, I have two quick things if I could.
Yeah.
A, how do I get a copy of that soundtrack?
Okay,
I need this song right here. Yeah. And two, if y'all ever have an application for if this is coming to work, I want to do this every day. How do I get an application to apply for a job here?
Just fill one on the way out. We'll put it in our site. Thanks, guys. Go Stallions. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we've got the McLemores are here. Masterbuilt is here. We just got our first plate of the day. Look, you got John McLemore. He's always here, ready to make trouble.
John,
and,
I love you, man.
We love you, man.
I do.
Hey, buddy, we love you, man.
Loved.
So we've got John, and we've also have John.
John, yes, sir.
John 1 and 2. What's up, 2?
Yeah, what's up, man?
So you're here with us too. All right, so tell us. Because we've been promoting, hard to believe Thanksgiving's almost here. Can't believe it.
It's hard to believe.
Can't believe it.
Less than 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, can't believe it. So we've been promoting the Butterball electric turkey fryer by Masterbuilt, available nationwide. If you go to masterbuilt.com, you can see all the different places you can get it. But also what's cool is John and the gang will give you some cool ideas on their videos and stuff on how to use it, too.
Absolutely.
Beyond the obvious.
Beyond the obvious.
Because we're going beyond the obvious today. The obvious is I'm going to fry turkey.
Yes.
I'm going to open up the oven now. I don't have to do like Mall. I don't have to set the alarm clock for 2 a.m. I don't have to sit there and figure out how much it weighs and try to figure out how long I got to go. And then you look over there and there's all your casseroles, there's all your sides, there's your pies. Yep. God forbid the pies. And you can't get that into the oven till that big old turkey is done.
That's right.
And then you get it in there and you get out and it's dry because you thought, my gosh, I miscalculated. Now it's either dry or it's undercooked.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting on that red thing to pop out.
Man, you are speaking like you've done this before.
Yes, I've been down that road.
Been down that road. So that's what it's all about, folks. Masterbuilt wants to allow folks to relax for Thanksgiving. It is the #1 meal of the year.
Yeah, baby.
And it is the most stressful meal of the year until now. Masterbuilt has changed that because we're going to show folks not only how to free up their oven, but do the most amazing turkey. And as you said, on masterbuilt.com, we've got Cajun deep fried turkey, garlic and herb deep fried turkey, buffalo ranch deep fried turkey, honey glazed roasted pecan deep fried turkey. And then we take the turkey. John, the only reason I brought John here is because he does wings. He's not really good for much else, but he does a mean wing.
You got the wings dialed in. So
wings
you're using the same Butterball electric turkey fryer for wings.
Absolutely. Fry, steam, and boil.
Yeah.
It's easy to do pretty much anything in it. So
I see we have shrimp. I see we have some sort of potatoes here. We've got delicious corn.
Sausage.
The sausage is fantastic.
So as John
Potatoes.
just said, you can fry, boil, or steam in your recipes. So you're right. It's not just for frying whole turkeys. This particular fryer that we've got today fries up to a 12-pound turkey. It's the latest thing that we've got in the Masterbuilt family, allowing you to fry safely your turkey indoors, up to a 12-pound turkey in that one. Turkey breast, whole chicken. Tanya and I on Masterbuilt.com did Meemaw Southern Fried Chicken.
Oh, you did.
Yes, we did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you did.
Instead of making an incredible
favorite
mess on
food.
your stove and worrying about overheating your oil, do your Southern Fried Chicken in the Butterball fryer.
Didn't even think of that.
And then as you see here, we have boiled corn, potatoes, sausage, shrimp, a low country seafood boil.
Yes, you
so
did.
if you have not had deep fried turkey sliders and low country seafood boil for breakfast like we're having today, you hadn't lived, boys.
Let me suggest something that just happened by accident. The sausage is phenomenal, but my plate is small.
Yes.
But of course it's full. And some of the sausage accidentally got in the cocktail sauce, and it's not bad.
No,
it's
man,
real
it's
good.
not.
Okay,
My
real good.
corn,
Yeah.
my corn got into the cocktail sauce. I thought it was ketchup. I ate it anyway.
Right. What you did on I want to talk about the potatoes for a minute because these are just things we're talking about a little off the beaten path. You took the potatoes and you boiled them whole.
Yes.
But then you took them out and you smashed them.
Yeah, Tanya has a special thing that she does.
I saw her
with
in there telling about how to do it.
And she takes the small little red potato and you put them in a pan. You take a fork and you smash them. You don't mash them. You smash them.
That means they also were cooked perfectly.
That's
you
right.
wouldn't, you wouldn't be able to smash them if they weren't cooked
You can't
perfectly.
smash an uncooked potato.
No, you can't.
And then she put some butter and salt and
Yes, she
pepper
did.
on top
Something
of it.
else. I don't know what else is.
Oh, talk to me.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 6 minutes past. No Name Studio. The gang's all here, as you just heard. Hey. So we start the hour with a little look-see at Your America. Nothing quite punctures the fun zone like a Your America these days.
Thanks, Rick. We were just got out of
Just
that.
enjoying it.
Huh?
But I do like when I see some people saying, you know what? I'm taking action. I'm not going to sit here and say I'll have another, please. This, of course, the L.A. Dodgers and one of the many people, I still laugh my head off at Babylon Bee because of the way wives love Hobby Lobby. Did you see that the Babylon Bee? And he says, man prays that Hobby Lobby will do something stupid.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but anyway.
Do something woke.
Yeah. I don't know why that the Dodgers have made the decision they made other than the fact that they crumbled to pressure. Well, guess what? Those who were completely insulted by them featuring in pregame some sort of pride night with these sisters. Is it perpetual indulgence? Is that what they're called?
Yeah,
something like that. And, of course, they blaspheme the church and they blaspheme our Lord and Savior. And the Dodgers had a little bit of an issue. And there's video. How about there were Christians who got outside to protest?
Look inside the stadium,
and then,
Rick, while they're honoring them.
And then and so
look at the stadium.
Here is these people that have insulted Christians everywhere. The stadium is empty, and they're even getting booed by the 14, 15 people that are actually inside the stadium. And this is their big moment. And
could someone explain?
Unreal. Now do you have the footage of the outside the stadium, Adler? On there?
Yeah, there's mobs of Christians that have gathered outside to tell the Dodgers how much they object to the fact that really, and it is true, these Christians that were protesting, and I commend you, what you've done is you said, hey, Dodgers, we're smart enough to realize that you're picking winners and losers. When it comes down to who's going to be insulted and offended, you have chosen Christians. You're more concerned about offending the LGBTQ. Look at this, Bubba.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. Yeah. Look at the people out there, and there's even more shots of them gathered together with a guy on the PA doing some stuff that's really impressive.
So all of these Catholic people are saying, look, y'all have picked a side, and you're siding with the LGBTQ because you don't care how they're treating us. So we're going to show you that apparently you only respond to people you're afraid of. So we're going to show you that we can disrupt ticket sales. We can disrupt this. So here's the Dodgers bending, and back to the first footage. Now look how many more people are out here that are insulted by it than the people who said, I got to get in there to see this tribute to the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence or whatever it is, something like that. And so if you're sitting here with marketing and you're saying, hey, guys, if we're going to pick sides, why don't we pick the larger number of people?
Yeah, just go with the math here on this.
Yeah, and but they pick winners and losers, and what they have to be shown is that sometimes people of faith have to stand up and say, you know what, we're just not going to sit here and take this. We're going, because if you truly are a follower of Christ, even if all you're trying to do is to go on record that when God looks down, Jesus talking, and I know it's documented in Matthew 10, I think Luke documents it too, but I can't remember where it is in Luke, where Jesus says the following thing: if you will not acknowledge me in front of men, meaning mankind, if you will not acknowledge me in front of the people of the world, I will not acknowledge you before the Father. And well, that's a pretty big statement.
Yeah.
So because and people go, well, what is he talking about? That's not how we're saved. No, what
Rick, it's making me feel hellophobic again.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what Jesus is saying. If you really have been redeemed by me, you will stand up for me. The fact that you won't shows you really never were. Because you can't really experience me and be transformed by me and then not stand with me against the world who wants to mock and wants to blaspheme me. And again, you know, if nothing else, they're saying I'm not just against what the Dodgers are doing. I want everybody to know that I'm for God.
You know,
right?
I know it's hard to believe, but we have more Biden clips.
No,
it's a banner day.
There can't be more.
It's a banner day.
There can't be more.
You want to hit a few more of those?
Yeah, so
follow these numbers here about how Biden claims he has cut the national debt.
My goodness.
Which one is totally wrong.
Right.
But listen to him try to
Well, with his
explain it.
approval rating right now, if they had Biden not, I think the crowd may look very similar. So here is Biden's claim that he literally, I love that he throws that word in, has cut the national debt in half, is he saying?
Well, listen to what he said.
All right, here we go.
We literally cut the federal debt in half by $1.4 trillion.
In my first 2 years, I reduced the debt by $1.7 trillion. We cut the debt by $1.7 billion in the last 2 years. Let me say that again. $1.7 trillion. We've lowered the federal debt.
We cut the federal debt in half. Fact.
In 2 years,
Jack.
I reduced the debt $1.7 billion. In the first 2 years of my administration, I cut the debt by $1.7 trillion.
The number.
Billion, trillion, billion,
The
trillion.
number is big, by the way, big difference in 1.7 billion and 1.7 trillion, but all of it's bad.
That's a fact. You heard one point. You heard
I'm whispering.
1.4 billion. You heard 1.4 trillion. You heard 1.7 billion. 1.7 trillion. I mean, he's run the whole list of everything.
Cut it in half.
And you have to know these terms too.
Whispering.
We have a deficit, a budget deficit each year, but that deficit adds up to the national debt.
Right.
Okay. The debt is everything we owe. The deficit is what we were short this year.
Right.
But he's interchanging the words too.
Yes, he is.
I mean, the whole thing is just a mess.
Bubba, also,
That's a
fact, Bubba. Well, let me just tell y'all this.
First year.
It cannot be a fact
When
that
none of it's true.
that half of
Not
31.9 is 1.4 or 1.7
No, it doesn't. I mean, there's no math where that comes out.
There's no math that you get half of 31.9 trillion out of any of these numbers.
No.
And then he says to you, we cut it in half, and that's a fact.
And
it's not a fact.
And the way they play this game, you know, the Congressional Budget Office is supposed to be nonpartisan, and they score all these bills, and they tell you what the real numbers are going to be. But they will sell a package and get it approved. And just for round figures, we'll say it's $100, okay? Well, they fix it so it only goes in the budget the first few years at like $10 and $15.
Yep.
And then the big hit is on the back end of it. So they will claim they have saved money this year when they have actually obligated you for 10 times that amount down the road.
Yep.
So you're not being honest.
They're playing games.
Yeah, it's
all
absolutely word salad and a shell game.
By the way,
$1.7 trillion. We've lowered the federal debt.
We cut the federal debt in half. Fact.
No, half of 31.9 is not 1.7 either.
There's no fact to that, Mr. President.
Unless you can get yourself up to about 15, 16.
Yeah. And you remember we were terrified of it when it was 9.
Oh yeah,
under George Bush.
Well, and you're right about these games that they play, and it's, you know, when you look at, I mean, right now I saw a story over the weekend that Kennedy is actually ahead of Biden.
Okay,
that he's ahead of Biden right
Can
now.
we get cut 5? He is going to mention something here.
All right.
I will have to come back on that. I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah,
it's pretty long.
And you
it's
come
hard.
out of
It's
it when
hard to
you're
listen to, but you need to hear what he's saying.
I got to hear him do
about
that voice thing.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I can't do it for 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
No, you come
That's
out
an
of it when you
eternity.
won't. No, you come out of it when you won't.
Yeah.
That's just the whole thing.
But is
Listen
it
to
true?
the content of it. Don't listen to the quivering voice. Listen to the content of the words.
Is it
guys.
true that he's ahead in the polls right now? Ahead of Biden?
Supposedly. Supposedly.
Depends on what poll, what
Yeah,
state.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
And as we salute veterans, we want to thank our vets for the service they have provided and the freedom that we have. You know, freedom is not free. It's a lease. We have to pay for it with blood each and every day and month and year, and we certainly appreciate that. And I appreciate many of you who have served in various forms in our armed services. My dad was a vet. I'm a little late on the tree, so he was actually a World War II vet. So, you know, I don't know a lot of them with dads that fought in World War II now.
Right,
but,
right.
You have to be late on the tree.
Yeah.
And they had to go early.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
it happened.
Yep. So I was telling the guys, you know, and this is always confusing when the 11th falls on a Sunday, because yesterday they were interviewing veterans, we were thanking veterans, we were acknowledging veterans, and then today I know the federal folks get the day off.
The official day.
The official day, and so it was observed yesterday, and I guess it'll be observed again today. So veterans, I think that's the least we can do anyway. So I guess you kind of get 2 days.
Yep.
So we all say thank you, as Bubba said, because, you know, obviously on Memorial Day we recognize those that have given their life, and we certainly do that again today, but we also recognize everybody, because you may not have lost your physical life, but to serve in the military, you are paying the price for the freedom with all the sacrifices that come with it, just the commitment to do it.
Yeah.
And they were saying, I think I heard the percentage, you know, with an all-volunteer military and the finest military in the world, and I think they were saying of the population, 0.4% serve in the military. So it is a
unique group.
A unique group, and we thank you for that very much, and we sleep under the peace and the protection that you provide. And I will not question in the very way in which you provide it.
That's right.
Now, Ricky, on that
and
same
talk
note,
about it at tea parties.
Right.
I'm holding a John C. Wilburn original entitled "The Veteran."
Right.
So,
Oh boy.
So Dad
we'll
needs
need that
to
at any moment. I got to proofread a little bit
From the author of Larry the Leaf.
Yes.
Speedy's dad has a poem for veterans today.
That's right.
And you know, we hold our Constitution in high accord, and it's, you know, something that we have. It's given us a way of life for a long time, but it's just a piece of paper, and without the armed services to back it up, I mean, we would be having tea in the afternoon or eating Wiener Schnitzel or you know what else. The military has made it happen, and we appreciate it.
It must bother them since they work so hard to protect it, and then we ourselves take it and shred it.
Yeah,
Right.
you know, they're certainly, you know.
Hey, I'm out here. I'm giving my life. Y'all back there tearing it up behind me.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Under your breath on the back porch, sometimes you go, "Hey, what have we made of this?
Sure.
That we've given so much for at times,
Sure.
but you know, still the best deal going. That's for sure.
No doubt. So veterans everywhere, thank you so much, and all the families. As we've said a million times, but it needs to be said again. Everybody sacrifices that are part of military families.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So we thank y'all for that. All right, so we have other things to cover. Does anybody know what? Speaking of the Constitution, what's going on in Florida? Have we moved on?
Well,
yet?
Rick, we're recounting. You know that Dade County area down there again, Broward, all that bunch. I don't know. They were supposed to be doing a recount, and they were given there's a process for this, and they can't make the deadline on it. And Rick, it just appears, okay, and maybe I hope they're not, but it just appears like that they're just looking for votes. It doesn't look like they're counting. It looks like they're looking for votes. Hey, is there a box there? Oh, here's a box. There's a box. Everywhere a box.
I think Rick Scott was leading by 60,000. Now it's 12,000.
Can I tell you, I
keep finding truckloads of votes.
The more, I mean, I don't know, when people vote early, I don't know if it's standard procedure that you put them in a box and then just put them at somebody's house or in the back of a truck.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to some of your other phone calls coming up a little bit later in this hour. But so Robert F. Kennedy, which some polls are showing he's definitely picking up substantial momentum.
Oh, yeah.
So we can say that without any reservation.
Well, Rick, Flip the Dog would poll pretty good at this point.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Let's be honest.
Flip the dog.
Hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You're right. But anyway, that's not one of Greg's puppies. But so Robert F.
Flip.
Kennedy is, and why are we're playing this because he's got, what is he saying in here?
He's just talking about all the money we wasted or have wasted on the Ukrainian war, as well as COVID-19 and all the trillions of dollars,
Wow.
and then the inflation and how people are starving and trying to buy groceries. Now I'm gonna ask the audience and you guys to move past.
It's hard to follow,
and
but
just try to listen to the message. He's on Joe Rogan, and they're talking, and this is it.
Rick, here's the thing: we can debate what we're spending money for or not spending it for, good, bad. But the point is, you can't just print money like a Saturday night drunk and it not cause inflation. And when you do, it robs everybody.
Right? Yeah.
Everybody. Every skin
Everybody.
color,
We all
every
go up.
class,
Cost goes up.
Everybody gets robbed when inflation goes up, and it will cost you big time over the long run.
Well, I'm glad a Democrat is saying that because it's not just going to be on the rich. Matter of fact, the rich will probably get through it better than if you're not.
Yeah, knowing you couldn't sit through 4 minutes, we've pulled it to about 2.
There's just no way. There's just no way.
So,
all right, let's see it.
So we got lots of money for the military-industrial complex, lots of money for the bankers, the banksters, but we're starving Americans to death. Starving them, and because of all the inflation, we spent $16 trillion on the lockdown. We wasted, got nothing for it. $8 trillion on the Ukraine war. That's $24 trillion that they had to print to pay for nothing. That money, the way they're paying it back, they're not going to tell us they're raised taxes because you can't do that. It's a hidden tax called inflation, and it hits the poor and the middle class, and it has dismantled the middle class in this country. Well, my friends' food bills for basic foods like chicken, dairy, and eggs has increased 76% in 2 years to pay for the Iraq war, or the Ukraine war, the Iraq war, and the lockdowns. His food prices are going up. And now the government's telling him, while we have plenty of money for the military and the banks, we don't have it for Americans who are, hardworking people. And, something is not right. We're in a crisis in this country. And we need to start we need to start unraveling the empire. We have 800 bases abroad. We were told in 1992, when the Soviet Union collapsed, we were told we were going to get a peace dividend, that the military expenditure was going to go from $600 billion a year to $200 billion, and we were going to stop making billion-dollar stealth bombers that can't fly in the rain, and that we're going to take that money home and build schools with it and build infrastructure and give good health care in the inner cities. And then none of that happened. And today, instead of going down to $200 billion, it's gone up. The total military expenditure, if you include national security, is $1.3 billion. And it hasn't made us safer. It's made us worse off.
$1.3 trillion?
Yeah, he's like, yes.
Yeah, he had the wrong number
right there at the end. Yeah.
But it's an interesting point. I will say this for the Kennedys and his brother.
Who's huffing and puffing?
I'm sweating.
It's
Fetterman, Biden, and this in the same
Can
show.
we not have anybody
what are we doing?
that has it together?
What are we doing?
JFK. Is there any politician out there that we could play?
JFK's economics was more in line with Trump.
Absolutely.
Than the modern Democratic Party. Because it was actually correct. That's pretty good, by the way.
And it needs more quiver.
Have you
put in
a
little bit of
cap in the
Since we're on the topic of RFK Jr.,
Rick.
Have you heard his comments about JFK's assassination?
Who? Him?
Yes.
I'll tell you what I think happened.
No.
Craig.
Tell me what he said about it. Go ahead, say
No, he said the CIA assassinated
Yes, he said it was the CIA.
He said absolutely.
Y'all sure that's what he said?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard him say it.
Rick, why are you having to smoke when you do that?
Yeah. Okay. But I find it interesting that he's that bold to say that and what he's basing that information on. But I mean, it was his uncle. I mean, he's in the family.
Yeah. So we're gonna
hard to listen to, but in the family.
If he were to win, we have to hear that on the State of the Union.
Well, I hear it a lot.
Rick, right now, anybody that steps up that is credible will win the Democratic nomination. Anybody. And that's what Newsom's counting on, and he's just waiting to jump in until he gets his money lined up right.
Newsom is a socialist,
And
but
then
I would rather hear him talk than
yes.
I mean,
and then he can go and run on the record he's had in California. He wants to do for us as a country what he's done in California.
Yeah, look how great that's turned out.
Good night.
People are
We're in
fleeing.
trouble, y'all.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm going to make the rest of the country look like that. Tent City.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not going to let him do it.
He's not hoarse.
Greg's on it. He's close.
He's not going to let him do it.
Well, add in
what's his deal? What caused all that?
We talked about
yeah,
it.
it's what's spasmodic.
It's what the reporter.
I was when I was
had.
asleep the other day.
It's what the reporter. had.
The name of it is
spasmodic
dysphonia.
That guy that did the report the other day.
It sounds like you got a bad telephone, whatever it is.
So if you,
I'll still take him over Beth Mowens.
Yeah, I agree. But, that's hard to listen to. Beth Mowens is painful to listen to.
I'm sorry.
No,
that's two levels.
I just didn't know what it was.
Y'all want to hear him talk about the CIA real quick?
Yeah, if you got that, I just want you to hear what he said about it. Listen to him, Rick.
And he realized they had been lying to him and trying to trick him. And he said, I want to take the CIA and shatter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. For the next 1,000 days of his presidency, he was at war with his military and intelligence apparatus. They tried to get him to go into Laos. He said no. They tried to get him to go into Vietnam. They said that we need 250,000 combat troops. He refused. Everybody around him wanted him to go into Vietnam. He sent 16,000 military advisors. They weren't allowed to fight. Many of them did. They violated the rules of engagement. In October of 1963, he heard some of his Green Berets had been killed over there. And he said, I want a total casualty list from Vietnam. And his aide came to him and said, 75 Americans have died. He said, that's too many. And he signed that day a national security order ordering all troops out of Vietnam.
Anyways, he got the
So he's saying that's what got him.
Well, we've said all along.
Speedy, you don't have to breathe like that. He has the breathing problems, not you.
There were so many people. There were so many people lined up on that parade route to get a shot, and the CIA was probably one of them. Cubans, Russians.
Don't forget the mob.
The mob, because they double back on them.
See, I tie it more to the mob because they took out Robert too. Who was after them?
His dad.
Yeah.
But I do think Oswald fired those shots. Now, who set him
Who's
up and
behind
who
him?
arranged that parade route? That's another one. I mean, Johnson,
easy.
His people were in charge of the parade route. What are the odds that you're going to set up a parade and you're going to run the president by a school book depository where a guy you know is nuts, who's bought a rifle, already tried to kill one general in town, that you're going to ride him by an open window with that guy? I mean, what are the odds of that? Come on. To me, that's beyond reasonable doubt, just saying it.
Yeah. Phone calls are next. Any topic you want to talk about, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll get you in here ready to go. All 10 lines are available. Just to give us a break, if you're a little hoarse or have a cold today, don't call today.
Yeah, we need a segment with clear phone calls.
Yeah, so
Stop, just breathe, Speedy.
Yeah, Speedy, you can't. Speedy, you don't take on people's ailments.
It's fine.
It's affected my breathing.
We'll take your calls next.
Bubba.
Could be a particular area they kept it in, maybe under lock and key.
Yeah.
But
That'd be nice.
It's just strange to me the number of people who are driving up that just found another box of ballots. I mean, Rick, it just is odd.
I'm not trying to say it got out of hand. I laughed pretty hard, and I can't remember who to credit this with, but I heard it as I was riding. last night, and a guy claimed that they just killed an alligator in Florida, and they cut it open, and there was 2 boxes of vodka.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what we're doing. Yeah.
Look, Georgia's still governor race. She won't
give
will
up.
not concede. She's pulling a Roy Moore.
Yeah. Arizona too.
They're going to recount that.
She's screaming. Now, Oprah said that I should be governor.
Okay,
you remember that's the one Oprah come out all fired up about.
That boy. But somebody said
remember
the
with
official
Broward-
count is over, and now we're in the recount. Is that right?
Well, in
which one?
Georgia, I
Florida.
think we
She's
are.
suing. Georgia is filing a suit to call for. It's not. He has over 50%. There's not.
Don't talk with your mouth full.
I couldn't
Mama's
help
talked about that several
I know,
times.
but she's calling for a recount.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
And Florida's going to get a recount.
if they ever get the count,
If they get the count finished, which somebody told me the count is finished in Florida, and they're now in the recount. Is that right? I don't know.
Rick, they're not.
We got
They
a
haven't
story
made
on
the
it.
deadline. Broward says they're not going to make the deadline. But you remember before in the presidential election in 2000, the Supreme Court finally had to say quit counting.
Yeah, they did.
The last numbers are what we're going with.
Yeah, we're going to go with that
Quit.
again.
I mean, it was about recount number 4.
16 minutes past, so there's a lot to cover on the program today. Your phone calls are always big. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll be right back. Bubba, we had in our state, when it comes to hunting with a rifle for the, very elusive American whitetail deer, we have a little something called a youth hunt, which is the weekend before rifle season or gun season starts. And so you can't hunt on that weekend unless you can find a kid. And all of my kids are now too old for the youth hunt. So now it's time to start, looking over into the nephews and all of that. So I was talking with my sister, and we ended up. There was a baby Ellis, I understand, made out like a bandit.
Yeah, the baby shower. That kid's got a lot of stuff.
Baby shower going on for Greg's grandson coming up in January, and I heard it was the event of the year.
Yes, we were down on Lay Lake just rocking it.
Yeah, y'all were rocking it, and wow, the gifts! Wow, the gifts!
Lot of gifts, Rick.
Right. It's I heard that really everyone could have not brought a gift, and Lisa would have covered the entire shower.
She got a little carried away.
Yeah.
I noticed every day I came home, there was a new Amazon box in the front, and then she go, "Look at this," and this has been going on for months. And I didn't know it was piling up quite like it was.
I understand that Lisa's gifts alone, the baby would never want for anything.
No, he's got clothes that'll last him.
Right. So anyway,
that's funny. And now you can give your gifts at the shower over Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean
that's
incredible.
You
so
ship
you register on Amazon just like you would at a store.
Correct.
And
I watched my wife and
Isn't that
mother,
cool?
and they were buying all kinds of stuff, going to where she was registered on Amazon.
Yeah,
crazy.
As they continue.
We
to
had a good day.
Continue to try to take over the world. And I understand Pop was with you down there. So I bet that was.
Yeah.
Was that just more adventures? But anyway,
Oh boy.
So my sister told me that she said, well, she has an older son that's in college. Then she has twins that are 9, a male and a female, Reese and Kenley. And so she said, well, Kenley is going with Sherry and me because my sister lives in Birmingham too now. We're going to go together, and Kenley's going with us. And I don't know what I'm going to do with Reese. And then she said, he's really been asking me about hunting. And I said, do you think Reese is ready for hunting? She says, I don't know, but you have to understand that what he thinks is hunting is probably just y'all goofing off at the farm. And I said, turn the people loose. Turn them loose. We're going to do phone calls now on the phone tro format. That's 30 seconds a pop. That means that we move the line briskly. One timeout, Bubba owns, and one Helmsy owns, but that's all there is, so don't count on that. Meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions, they'll all get an instant buzzer. This is about comments and questions. Also getting the audience rolling today is the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge. Hit those participating locations this Juneteenth. Wherever, if you live in Alabama, you can hit Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea. And JustKeepSmiling.org is who is going to benefit, a great organization that assists families with critically ill children. So just enjoy the food and raise money for a great cause. Let's start with we will start with Craig in Alex City. Craig, 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Green Acres, guys. Two things I want to say real quick. First off, I'm a big fan of Greg. My family's a big fan of Greg. Hell, the ice cream industry's obviously a fan. He thinks he's the best ice cream that's been made. Bluebell, come on.
Yeah.
But the lady who sent you the lady who sent you the email, I think she's been watching too much CNN. I'd be worried if y'all quit hacking on Greg and vice versa. I'd be worried.
Yeah, that might be the end of the show.
That's a good point.
We continue. Let's go to Rocky out of Mississippi. Rocky, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. Hey, Bubba. Hey, we love you. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
But hey, just want to comment real quick on the Gavin Newsom run. Man, he's playing the game of don't make me run. Don't make me run. Don't make me run. Okay, I'll run.
Yeah.
And I'll just hang up and listen to you.
Yeah.
I tell you what's funny too. If you could get a shot of Hillary Clinton, she's holding her hand up. Somebody asked me to run.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Landon in Alabama. Landon. Hey, Rick.
Oh wow, that was quick.
That was quick.
Wow.
Landon,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Larry Landon.
30 seconds. I know it.
Hey,
I'm being told it happens to everybody.
So I listen to a lot of Elevation Worship, Maverick City music, Hillsong United stuff, and I had a lady tell me yesterday that Bethel music, like Hillsong music, a lot of false prophets actually write those songs, and that they were not good for me. So I want y'all's opinion on that side of gospel.
Yeah, we did a podcast on that a while back, and you can go find it where we talked with the worship leader and how he kind of vets them out. And there's agreement and disagreement on this. There's one school that says if the church has bad theology and things they even believe can borderline on heresy, no matter if the song has good theology in it or not, it's associated with that particular congregation and that theology, so it's bad. Then there's others that say they take the songs, no matter where they come from, they take them one by one, and if the song itself has sound theology, they believe then it's okay because it's now people singing it and everything in the song is biblically accurate, regardless of some of the things that we may find not to be accurate or disagree on from that particular church. So, in one of the examples, if you're of the school of if they are not doing things the way they should, no matter what the song says, we shouldn't sing it. And he brought it up, and I can't think of the famous man who wrote "It Is Well With My Soul," and I didn't even know this, but the worship leader said, should we stop singing that? Because he didn't finish well. He actually finished rejecting God and not believing in God anymore. So should we take "It Is Well With My Soul" and take it out of singing because of the way the person who wrote it ended in his lack of devotion for God? So it's a tough question, but I think for me personally, there's songs that I and many agree, if it's not sound theology, I don't think we should be singing them. I don't care how good the song is when it says things about God that are not biblically accurate. I understand both sides of it, but
I think every song has to stand on its own merit.
Yeah. Now that Bethel bunch, that's an odd bunch. So I would be not telling you the truth if I don't. Some of the Bethel songs I once sang real loud in my truck, I don't go to those as much anymore. And that's not saying the way you should be. I did, but boy, some of their stuff is really out there. Let's go to.
I forgot that. Was it Horatio Spafford? Rick?
Yeah, that's right.
I forgot that he didn't finish well.
I did too. And I love that song. So, but you see Kirkwood's point, or that's the worship pastor's name we talked to.
Yeah.
So do we throw that out now because of the way he finished?
Right.
But the song itself is sound.
Very.
Let's go to Jimmy in Mobile, Alabama. Jimmy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I got a question for Greg as far as his puppies go. I'm wondering if Joe Cocker and Mungo Jerry are still available. And if not, I'll take Paula Abdul or Boy George.
That's really good. Joel, Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Joel, go ahead.
Yeah, Joel.
Hey, guys. My son and I went to the men's conference. Usually Friday night is the Packed with the Stars, and it's the better of the 2 days. But Saturday, Rick's presentation on Jesus and Jesus Barabbas. Rick, you got to expand on that in one of your podcasts or talk on a segment of the show. That was a really, really good presentation, and Billingsley brought it, as he always.
Yeah, he really did. It was interesting that you said that. I'm not talking about the message that that I felt led to preach, but I'm talking about Mike Whitson, and I'm talking about Phil Waldrop as well, because I don't take it lightly when people say, we trust you to be here. The guys Friday night were well-known guys, and they were incredible. They really were, and they were great teaching. David Jeremiah, come on, man. Robert Jeffress, come on. Mike Pence's interview, even though some of y'all think that's a sellout, but which is ridiculous. But anyway, it was all great. But we all had kind of discussed that it seemed like there was almost like it needed to, as far as the Spirit really starting to really join what was going on. And everything they taught, we all tried to apply. But something on Saturday morning took a turn, and it was during Phil Waldrop's message, about halfway through it. And then, of course, from the end of that, and then Whitson, let me tell you the boldness of Mike Whitson. When you talk about your own grandchild who died of drug abuse, and I'm like, where's he going to go with this? And I could not believe his boldness. And I thought, I wonder what he's going to preach on. And he had told me backstage what he was going to preach on, so I was like, where's he going with this? Because and what he preached on was the often misinterpreted 1 Corinthians 10, I think 13. There is no temptation strong enough that you have an excuse to give into it if you belong to Jesus. There is nothing. Now, people have used it wrong, saying, God won't give you more than you can handle. That's not what that verse is saying. God has given me more than I can handle, and is so many times I don't know what to do because that's why I need him. That's not what Paul is saying. He's talking to a church that's full of sin, and he's saying, y'all are making excuses that there's too much temptation in this and you just can't help it. Well, that's saying that Jesus isn't stronger than this temptation. There's no temptation that is new to God or is new to man. It's not an excuse to sin. And he was talking about how his grandson had said to him, I believe in Jesus, granddaddy, and all this. I don't know why I keep doing these drugs, until it eventually killed him. And here's a man basically saying it really was an excuse for him to do them.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow. He was saying that, God, I wish he would have gotten to the point he realized that God really can't overcome that. It was a lack of understanding that just because you are struggling with the sin in your life, you can't keep making excuses for it, not if you belong to Christ. And I thought, that's bold. And, of course, that really kind of parlayed, even though Mike and I had never met each other, we didn't review each other's notes, it really parlayed into the Barabbas message perfectly, almost like we planned it. Of course, maybe God did. We continue, so thank you for that. And we've talked about the Barabbas message before. I actually did that. It's when Les Hughes left Westwood and went to Kentucky. He asked me to do Easter for them over in Alabama around the Birmingham area. So I've had it and used it for a while. Then I kind of think, well, this is just an Easter thing. And then I used it for a men's thing about a month ago in Tuscaloosa. And the pastor there was very kind to say, if I had one message that if you haven't done that at Gridiron, you need to. And so thank you for that. That's definitely affirmation. Scottsboro, Alabama, 1017. Vic, go ahead.
Hey, I was just trying to find out what's the latest on Greg Haystack Stewart and what's Todd Jones into.
I didn't see that call coming. Well, I'll tell you, I heard that Stacks is coming out of retirement.
Is he?
And he's going to coach at Central Arkansas. He said I just can't do retirement. It's too boring. And
I knew he didn't like it.
Yeah, he didn't like to sit around. And he's like, this is driving me crazy.
Did he move to the beach or something?
He did. He went to Dothan, and then have a place on the beach. Okay. He was getting closer to it. So I don't know what his game plan on that, but I just heard from him.
That's a long way to drive to work.
It is.
That's quite a commute.
He actually sent me a text while I was at Gridiron saying, ring the fire, Jiggy. And Todd Jones, I don't know. He's doing well. I hear from him from time to time.
Well, he was doing, or I guess still doing some of the Tigers' home games on TV.
He is.
So that's give him a really good part-time job.
Yeah, and he's doing some man church stuff with us. Matter of fact, he's got some coming up at the end of the summer, so we keep in touch. He's doing great.
Yeah.
So he's got those two things going. All right, we'll come back. We'll see anything we left on the table. I might squeeze in another phone call or two. when the Rick and Bubba show continues, when we wrap up this hour together. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, well, just leave him with me.
do that.
Yeah, leave him with me. And it was cold, and I said, bundle him up. We'll be ready to go. So Reese is a character from the word go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just an absolute character. And so first of all, the first thing I taught him when she dropped him off. Now he came with a backpack he had packed with anything that we would ever need, including snacks. And he had that packed.
Glad to see he's prepared.
He had that all ready. And so, first of all, I get in the truck and I realize I've left the keys to the farm. And
Rick, how many times are you going to do that?
And I had to go back in and get them. At least I hadn't left this time.
Okay.
And at that point, I taught him, which Gary would be very proud of. I said, "Good night, you can't have nothing." And he said, "What are you saying?" I said, "You got to learn to say that, Rishi. We're going to say that a lot today." I said, "Say it back to him." I said, "You can't have nothing." He said, "You can't have nothing." And I said, anytime something doesn't go our way, we're going to say we can't have nothing.
Uh-huh.
And so I taught him that neat phrase. So then we get down the street about a few hundred feet, and then I realized I've left my billfold. And then he says, "Well, you can't have nothing." So I had to go back and get my billfold. Okay. So then we start rolling. Now we're rolling. Now we got the tunes going.
Where's your cell phone?
And we're rolling. And and all of a sudden I look, and a state trooper's behind me with the lights on.
Rick.
And,
and so, you were trying to make up for that time you wasted.
So he looks back. He looks back and he says, "Uncle Rick, you're being pulled over." And I said, "No, he's just trying to get past me." And he's still behind you. And so then I pull over and I said, "Reese, look, this is great lessons being learned right now." And I said, "You need to always be aware of how fast around 1500 will go when it's trying to make up time, and you need to know the speed limit and understand that."
That's right.
So I do want to thank the trooper for doing his job incredibly well and taking me over to the side and corrected me on my speed. He was very kind. I played the cute little boy card, because we don't have what women have. You can't play being pretty,
right?
You know what I mean,
No,
and all that. You can't cry, and so I just said, "Yeah, just spending some time with my little nephew here. Hey, say hello to the trooper, Reese." He looks up, he goes, "You can't have nothing." And I was like, "No, that's not.
Yeah, that's not the best.
It's your time.
Yeah.
No.
Where did he pull you over at, Rick?
Not that far. Right there. I wasn't that far on 65. I just really got up there and got to going pretty good.
Okay. But it was an interstate pullover. Huh?
Oh, it was. And he was very kind, and I appreciate his correction, and he was very professional, and he said that he was going to warn me this time, that he hoped we had a good day together.
Yeah.
Big moment. Somebody called a minute ago about the fans. Big moment. Because you don't know. So Reese is sitting there, and he looks over at him, and he says, "Let me ask you something." He said, "Then we'll decide." He said, "What team you pull for, Auburn or Alabama?" And I thought, "Oh, gosh, get it right." And little Reese just looks up, and he goes, "Auburn?" He said, "Right answer." Y'all have a nice day. So anyway.
Had a 50% chance.
Yeah, so anyway, then we got to go, and Reese says, "Well, my dad's actually for Alabama, and my mom's for Auburn. I didn't know which one to say. I just guessed." And I said, "Well, baby, you did it, War Eagle."
You did. So what did the very nice trooper say your violation was?
83 and a 70. Yeah, so that was and he was correct.
Getting specific.
So did you ask him what he would have give you? Would he give you 78?
Did he give you 10?
I discussed that. They said they'd like to see 9 to 10. They don't like 13 or above. And
you need to stay below 80. That's kind of a
yes, you do. I found that over on the shoulder of the road. So anyway,
it's kind of the trip wire.
So
there.
now,
Mr. Obvious.
Now at this point,
no, I just mean far as what we usually, kind of think.
Now,
what the cruise needs to be on.
I will tell you this though, in Pulaski,
below that.
In Pulaski, Tennessee,
they did needle whip.
Did you hear me? In Pulaski, Tennessee, they disagree with
right. I know. Some states don't see it that way.
That was the weirdest moment when the guy, "Hey, you know why I pulled you over?" I said, "I mean no disrespect, I really don't." In Pulaski, and he says, "You were doing 80." I said, "Yeah."
So?
He said, "The speed limit's 70." And I said, "Right." and he said,
"We got 10."
He said, "Y'all give us 10, don't you?" He said, "Who told you that?" And I said, "Thousands of 5-star." Phone calls still on the board. 9 minutes to the top. We'll get to them. HelixSleep.com. What if you slept on a mattress last night that was customized for you? They customize it the way you sleep. They say, look, you sleep on your side, your back, you sleep on your stomach, combination. Are you one of those? I'm a stomach combo guy. Do you like a firm mattress? You want that to be soft, or you want to be somewhere in between? They even got them for fellas and ladies that are big and tall. Got me a little extra room. They got it. Kids mattress, got it. Time for the big boy, the big girl bed. They got it. And they'll customize it for your child. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba right now. Greg and Lisa Burgess at the Puppy Farm sleep on this.
That's right.
Every single night, and you can try it for 100 nights. With no obligation to buy it. And if you don't like it, then they refund you and you send it back.
Send it back.
But it comes right to your door. We get you 20% off on your customized mattress right now by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You know what? In just a few days, you could be sleeping on a customized mattress that HelixSleep.com/Bubba made for you. To the phones we go, unless y'all got something else y'all want to cover. There's still plenty of them out there. Bubba, this one dear to your heart, Dallas checking in. Dallas, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So I was kind of surprised to listen this morning. Y'all not pick up the story from AL.com about the Black Panthers being spotted in Huntsville.
Well, we heard about it. It was almost like, do we want to get the Black Panther stuff started?
Yeah, I read it. I saw it this
any
weekend.
pictures?
Yeah, Bubba said he did see it. Did they have pictures of the wild beast?
It looked like two elderly ladies kind of seeing them miles apart.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to hear some.
Probably loud.
Well, we can't talk about it. Dan Moultrie forbids us to talk about it. He said there are no, and we'll leave it at that. And,
What was him and
Chuck,
Chuck-
our state biologist, says the same thing.
Well, they're hung up on the word game of panther.
Mm-hmm.
They say there's no such thing as a black panther. Now they may be saying a black jaguar.
Yeah, same thing in my books, big cat.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I'm hearing in our part of the world, North Alabama, is alligators are more and more up in North Alabama and making. I don't either.
Don't like
it. Gators are coming.
So
hey, bears too. Did y'all see the Fort Payne, Alabama email we got?
Yeah,
bear coming to the cookout in Fort
I'd
Payne.
rather deal with a bear than a gator.
Amen.
Yeah.
I've seen several bear videos lately. There's one, you may have seen it, Rick, where the dogs come running in. They've been out running, and they come in and a baby bear's with them. And the bear's just acting like one of the dogs. The bear wants a treat, and the people are like, "Wait a minute, we only had 2 dogs here."
Let's go to
Where's Mom?
Let's go to Sammy, Sylacauga, Alabama. Sammy, go ahead.
Sammy.
Hey, Sammy.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Sammy.
How's it going?
I'm good.
Did my son, Sammy Jr., he goes to Sylacauga High School.
Sylacauga,
He
Sammy.
he was going to get my mouth fixed for Father's Day.
Your mouth?
Yeah, I thought you was going to fix Daddy's mouth.
We tried one year. You know what? No letters. It's like the prison thing. You ever read that? When
Nobody cares about Daddy's mouth.
No, Raising Up Boys by used to be Focus on the Family. What's his name?
The
original.
Rick.
The original.
Yeah, I know.
Dobson?
I can see
James
Dobson. Yeah.
James Dobson.
Oh, Bill Dobson.
Yeah. Every time I read that thing about the Mother's Day promotion versus the Father's Day promotion, it just breaks my heart.
Yeah.
They don't care if Daddy's got jacked up teeth.
What were you doing?
Yeah, it was laughing. He had a little.
I didn't.
You know, he catch that?
No, I didn't catch that.
Oh, I did.
I just know that
I love
Sammy's from Sylacauga.
I loved it.
Holy.
Andrew, Russellville, Alabama. Andrew, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, my friend. What's on your mind? Come on.
All right. So, would y'all think it would be disrespectful for a doctor to come in the room for a consultation on a pretty serious matter, smacking gum?
according to how serious the matter is.
And how bad his breath was.
Right.
I wouldn't get hung up on that. I'd worry more about the diagnosis.
Yeah. You know, if he can help
she had
me,
good information, but
if he can help me, he can have tobacco. But
he can smoke a pipe if he'll cure me.
He can twist one of them good ones if we get it turned around. At that point, I just want the doctor to do a really, really good job. Does that make you calm or go right ahead?
Yeah. Yes. Trust me, I can speak to this. I just want to be well.
Who am I to judge?
Yeah.
Chew on.
But I can see what you mean. That would take me back a little bit because I would think it wasn't serious. I'm like, oh wow, serious. The gum kind of threw me. That looks kind of laid back. Let's go to Eric in Mississippi. Eric, go ahead. That's the rest of the segment.
Hey, again, how y'all?
Hey Eric, how you doing? I'm good.
Hey, buddy.
Just wanted to check on Greg, make sure he's okay with having to endure another show of bullying. Make sure he don't need somebody to talk to.
Thank you very much.
You okay, every little tiny baby?
I may get a little counseling when the show's over. I appreciate you thinking of me.
Anybody claiming that Greg's ever been bullied on this show is unbelievable.
Sometimes we say things to you to make you proud.
I didn't want to bring it up.
Right.
Rick, you remember when we started the show, things kind of made sense.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then some things didn't, and you made fun of that. And now it's like a fruit basket turnover.
It is.
Let's go to Mike in Montgomery.
I hope I get
Mike, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing? I just want to say something about the Kennedy assassination. We all know that the government did it, but there's a few branches. There's the FBI, the CIA, and then it's just a bunch of them. And anyone who thinks that Leon Rialzo made the kill shot from the grassy knoll is full. From the book depository is full of shit because.
Well, I hate to tell you, I'm probably one of those people. I've been there. I've looked at the shot. Any deer hunter, that was an easy shot, and he was a pretty good shot.
It was.
Well, I'll tell you what,
That
you're
is
FOS.
weird. That is weird walking out and standing on one of those X's, isn't it?
They had it when I was there. There was a star on the pavement. I think they paved over it, but there's a historic marker there. I've told the story many times, but it's the fact that he was there. It put both of those in Dealey Plaza. I think is what you need to really focus on.
Do I have to wait on this and do silence for this to build? No. All right. So back to your point, Bubba.
Not unless it's the end of the show.
I thought Mike was going to make the points that I think are valid. Mike, for you to take that point, that's the least impressive point is that the shot was too difficult because it wasn't, to Bubba's point. You had some other things you could have gone with that you go, yeah, I think that has merit. Look, he took the shot. It's who's behind him taking the shot.
Yeah.
And it was not a difficult shot.
Yeah.
Not for someone who was pretty good with the rifle. He really wasn't.
Yeah. Any deer hunter that can shoot a 75-yard shot downhill, it was an easy shot.
Yeah. So that but now who got him to shoot? Now that has a lot of
who got him a job at that place and then rode the president by it. That's who you need to ask.
Right.
That's where something fishy's going on.
And I know
the odds of that are so astronomical, y'all.
Right.
So astronomical.
Right. And so yeah, there's a lot of theories that have some merit, but the shot was too difficult. No merit there. Not from that vantage point.
I thought it was I couldn't believe how easy it looked when I stood in that window and looked at it.
Right, yeah.
I thought it was going to be much more different. I thought, my God, we take this shot on opening day on does all the time.
Right. I mean, a headshot is impressive, but it still could be done.
And he missed a couple of times too.
Yeah, he did. Don't forget Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge for those of you in Sweet Home, Alabama. Thanks for being with us. If we wrap up our time together, thanks. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.